Chapter 888. The final outcome of this great battle between the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory and the southern Blazing Heaven Territory ultimately rested on the southeastern Exalt Chaojia and the southern Exalt Zhuangshen. However, various signs earlier indicated that the Heaven Emperor, who stood behind the Grand Xian dynasty, would very likely interfere in this matter. It was because of this that the southern Exalt Zhuangshen and the southern Blazing Heaven Territory had been so domineering, causing a great battle between the two territories. If the southeastern Exalt Chaojia was tied down by the Heaven Emperor and unable to participate in the battle, there would be no one in the entire southeastern Yang Heaven Territory who would be able to stand against the southern Exalt Zhuangshen. In terms of the overall situation, the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory and Yanjiaoge and Broad Creed Mountain of the Royal Reed Sea were actually not all that beneficial to them. This did not stop Yanjiaoge and Broad Creed Mountain from dealing the Grand Xian dynasty a heavy blow when they came knocking. Still, after having dealt with the problem of the Grand Xian dynasty, Yanjiaoge would have to consider the threat that might soon arrive. Researching how to destroy the sky wound was one of them. Destroying the wound of the sky did not cut off the path of ascension for the martial artists of the lower realms. It was just that martial practitioners of the lower worlds, who had yet to attain the 4th level of the martial saint realm, were unable to make use of external objects to ascend to the world beyond worlds. At the same time, it would also sever the path of the world beyond worlds experts directly descending to the lower worlds. If the southern Blazing Heaven Territory emerged victorious and occupied the Royal Reed Sea, the wounds of the sky in the Spirit Inheritance region would be a problem, even as Broad Creed Mountain moved away from the world beyond worlds. The wound of the sky in the Phoenix Bearing region that led to the vast ocean world was still fine. After all, the vast ocean world was not directly connected to the 8 extremities world. However, the wounds of the sky here in the Spirit Inheritance region led directly to the 8 extremities world. If Broad Creed Mountain were to relocate in the world beyond worlds, they would definitely not leave this place to their enemies. Of course, Yanjiaoge had also made some preparations. Other than researching a method to completely seal the wound of the sky, he was also gathering materials to forge treasures like the Heavenly Connection Jade. However, this kind of treasure was rare after all, and the demand was high, so there was a relatively large shortage. Because Yuan Zhengfeng had gone to the border, Broad Creed Mountain had also paid close attention to the battle there. Therefore, the news had been transmitted back in a very timely manner. However, just as Yanjiaoge received the previous piece of news, the scenery of the heavens and earth before him suddenly vaguely changed. The circulation of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth clearly changed, showing signs of disorder. Yanjiaoge left the room he was in, standing atop Broad Creed Mountain, and gazing towards the border between the southern Blazing Heaven Territory and the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory in the west. The western sky had shockingly turned a fiery red. Surging heat waves continuously assaulted his face. Beside him, Ahu had a solemn expression on his face. "Young master, the southern Exalt has killed his way over so quickly?" Yanjiaoge gazed towards the west. "Not yet. I have just arrived at the border." Still, the southern Exalt Zhuangshen has indeed personally made a move this time. Ahu was dumbfounded. Although we are not far from the border, we are still separated by the desert mountain continent and the clear scenic continent. How can we see the commotion he makes at the border? What else do you think? Yanjiaoge casually answered. The 10th level of the martial saint realm, a human Exalt. That is not just for show. Instead, they are existences who truly stand at the very peak of the human world, surpassing the boundary between human and immortal, and ascending to the immortal realm. Otherwise, why would he be called sovereign? Ahu touched his head and subconsciously shrank his neck. Seeing this, Yanjiaoge smiled. Before the great calamity, experts of the 10th level of the martial saint realm were usually called human immortals or false immortals, meaning that they were just a single step away from true immortals. When we martial practitioners cultivate, breaking through space to see true divinity, refining our acupoints to see divinity, the more acupoints we have achieved divinity, resonating with the stars of the actual universe, the greater our strength, and the higher our cultivation base. Having attained a certain level, having stepped into the 7th level of the martial saint realm, we can be considered to be able to see a little of the shadow of the door to immortality, stepping onto the bridge that leads to the immortal realm. Therefore, it is called the immortal bridge. Yen Zhaoge pointed towards the fiery red sky in the west. Meanwhile, the 10th level of the martial saint realm is the true grand completion stage. It refers to martial practitioners having refined all their acupoints to become true divinities, resonating with the stars of the universe. At this point, the internal universe of a martial practitioner is virtually already no different from the actual universe. It could be said that experts of the 10th level of the martial saint realm stood at the end of the immortal bridge, the door to immortality right before them. If they could push open this door, the word human immortal could be removed from it. Looking at Ahu, who was gradually realizing this, Yen Zhaoge said, with all the acupoints achieving divinity together, resonating with the stars of the universe within their bodies, their internal universe virtually becoming completely real. This will bring about a complete transformation to the martial practitioner. This is actually also a preparation for pushing open the door to immortality. Even if there was still a single acupoint that had yet to be refined to divinity, there would still be a qualitative difference from all of them. Therefore, the gap between the 9th and 10th levels of the martial saint realm was very great. It was far greater than the gap between the 9th and 10th levels of the martial grandmaster realm and the 9th and 10th levels of the martial grandmaster realm. Above them were immortals, and below them were humans. Therefore, they were known as human immortals. This was where the title of human exalt came from. Yen Zhaoge said, the human body has many concealed acupoints which are extremely difficult to resonate with the stars of the universe. Therefore, it gets harder and harder to cultivate in the later stages. Some late immortal bridge martial saints are just lacking a few acupoints. However, just these few acupoints are often so close yet worlds apart that it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Ahu asked nervously, young master, will that old chief be fine? Yen Zhaoge headed for the main hall of the heaven-rising peak, saying as he did so, if things go awry, the Shadow Mountain Sword King and the other experts of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory should have decisively retreated. As long as Grand Master and everyone else leave in time, there shouldn't be any problems. Ahu's expression relaxed somewhat. Young master, is there some trick to this? Yen Zhaoge smacked his lips. The southern exalt Zhuang Shun who cultivates in the Phoenix true form scripture is indeed powerful. Still, there are many limitations to it as well. Wudong Slope does not have a cultivation technique for the dawn mist of moral virtue. There is no need to talk about it. I am not sure if the southern exalt knows the water ripples of holy virtue. If he does, he would have to restrain himself and refrain from doing things like bullying the weak as the strong. He cultivates in the white chi of nether virtue, his life force always remaining untainted by killing tribulations. Conversely, he would have to leave some leeway for others as well, not wanting to kill them all. At this point, Yen Zhaoge curled his lips. Of course, it is not that he really can't do it. It is just that it would be of no benefit to his cultivation. If he does it too much, it might even be harmful, causing his cultivation base to stagnate or even regress, making it hard for him to improve in the future. As for whether or not he should do things that go against the 5 virtues, how much he should do or how little he should do, it is still something that the martial practitioner himself has to weigh and decide on. Hearing this, Ahu nodded. If the Shadow Mountain Sword King and the old chief and the others do not fight to the death and insist on going against the southern exalt to the end, there should be no need for the southern exalt to act viciously against them. Yen Zhaoge arrived at the entrance of the main hall, at the top of the heaven-rising peak, looking back towards the west. The western half of the sky had already been completely dyed fiery red, also rapidly extending in this direction. Yen Zhaoge raised his brows. He would definitely be able to do it to me. Chapter 889. Looking at that crimson fiery light that rapidly swept through the horizon, Yen Di asked, is this the southern exalt Zhuangshan personally making a move? Yen Zhaoge said, aside from him, There is no one else in the southern blazing heaven territory who possesses such momentum. He crossed his arms before his chest. By the same logic, if Chao Jie is unable to act on the southeastern Yang heaven territory's side, then no one will be able to stop him. If the Royal Reed Sea cannot be held, the defensive line of the southeastern Yang heaven territory can only be continuously pushed back. Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Still, the other side will definitely be insatiable, unceasingly venturing deeper, pursuing unceasingly until Golden Court Mountain is forced to hand over Tang Yonghao. Tang Yonghao, and that phoenix bone which contained the dawn mist of moral virtue, were the most important targets of the southern blazing heaven territory in the end. Everything else was secondary. Yes, they might even request for me to be handed over. Yan Zhaoge paused for a moment before continuing. Yan Di asked, "You said earlier that you wanted to collapse the wound of the sky here in the spirit inheritance region?" Yan Zhaoge answered, "Time is a little tight, and I do not have much confidence now. If we cannot succeed, I will suppress my cultivation base and descend into the Eight Extremities world, guarding the entrance to the wound of the sky." Everyone suppressed their cultivation bases and descended to a lower world. Even if the southern Exalt Zhuangshen personally pursued them, Yan Zhaoge would not mind it at all. Yan Di did not speak as he looked quietly at the bright red western sky within the image. The image suddenly shook, as if it was affected by an external force. Then, the light and shadow quickly distorted, and was finally destroyed. Yan Zhaoge said in a heavy tone, "He's here." The all-encompassing fiery light came from the southern blazing heaven territory, rapidly engulfing the region where the two territories intersected, before entering the westernmost border of the southeastern Yang heaven territory's Royal Reed Sea, the clear scenic region that directly bordered the southern blazing heaven territory. In the seas of the clear scenic region, the endless magnetic storms were at their strongest. The sky was filled with tornadoes that swept up the seawater below and rushed into the sky. Within the waterspout, terrifying electric currents were constantly jumping and flashing. The entire clear scenic state was like a scene from hell. However, with the arrival of the scarlet flame, the terrifying endless magnetic storms calmed down in an instant. The lightning dissipated, the storm stopped, and the seawater receded. Only the scarlet fiery light engulfed the world, quickly passing over the clear scenic continent. The terrifying calamity of nature seemed to be trampled under the feet of this fiery light. There were also numerous powerful auras on both sides that chased after that fiery crimson light, entering the territory of the Royal Reed Sea together. Above the seas of the clear scenic region and the desert mountain region of the Royal Reed Sea, a massive vessel that was 1,000 feet long hovered amidst the sky surrounded by multicolored light. It was a riding wind heavenly vessel. Standing on the boat, the few of them had solemn expressions as they looked at the approaching flames behind them. Here were the head disciple of the Golden Court Eastern Mountain Exalt, the Shadow Mountain Sword King Lin Hanhua, as well as Mu Jun, who was similarly a disciple of the Southeastern Exalt. There were also 3 peak experts of the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm, the late Immortal Bridge stage. One of them was a white-haired old woman who had a sword by her waist just like Lin Hanhua, Mu Jun and the others. The martial practitioners of the world beyond worlds were used to addressing her as the Southeastern Sword's mistress. She was of the same lineage as the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jia. Even if the Southeastern Exalt saw her, he would have to address her as senior apprentice sister. While her cultivation base had been surpassed by the younger Chao Jia, the Southeastern Sword's mistress was still one of the peak experts of the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory. The other 2 experts of the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm were longtime elders of the Southeast, who were on friendly terms with Golden Court Mountain. They had previously come to assist the Southeastern Sword's mistress, Lin Hanhua and the others, in their great battle against the peak experts of the Southern Blazing Heaven territory earlier. They had vaguely gained the upper hand. Yet, as the Southern Exalt Zhuangshen had personally arrived, they of the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory could only helplessly retreat. The all-encompassing fiery light transformed into a massive fiery phoenix in midair, its wings spreading as they obscured the heavens and concealed the sun. As that fiery phoenix flapped its wings slightly, an all-encompassing rain of fire descended, directly enveloping Lin Hanhua, the southeastern sword's mistress, and the others who were on the riding wind heavenly vessel. The southern exalt is really going too far. Seeing this, the southeastern sword's mistress did not waste time on words as she patted the sword by her waist, sword light instantly shooting upwards. At this moment, illuminated by the sword light, it was as though numerous stars had gathered, causing this old woman's figure to appear ethereal and otherworldly. Amidst the starlight, the white-haired old woman vanished. In her place was a tall, slender girl with handsome features and beautiful features. She chopped out with her sword. Where sword light passed, a rift was instantly split open between the heavens and the earth. Specks of starlight flickered within the dark rift, resembling a river of stars. The river of stars hung in mid-air, the fiery rain descending from above, all landing within it, unceasingly clashing with the starlight. The fiery light and the starlight were extinguished one after another, transforming into brilliant light. The southeastern sword's mistress did not cease in her momentum as she guided her sword, the myriad starlight amidst the river of stars congregating together, incomparably dazzling as it shot straight towards the fiery phoenix in midair. Her temperament was old and ruthless, sharp as a sword. Even when facing the southern exalt Zhuang Shen, she would still attack him as quickly as she could. That fiery phoenix emitted a clear cry, its figure turning in midair. Countless streams of fire transformed into a terrifying vortex of flames that hovered in midair. That vortex resembled a terrifying eye that gazed indifferently down below, also resembling the massive mouth of a deep abyss that opened wide, wanting to devour all things. The sword formed of starlight that pierced through the heavens and penetrated the earth was unceasingly whittled away as it entered the vortex of flames. On the riding wind heavenly vessel, the other two late immortal bridge martial saints attacked simultaneously as well. A beam of blue light soared into the sky. Everywhere it went, there was silence, and only a layer of frost was left. Where the frost passed, not only did life forms wither, even space and time seemed to have come to a halt. A massive golden hand was clenched into a fist, punching upwards. Where the golden fist passed, space exploded unceasingly, the heavy force contained within directly suppressing the heavens and the earth and space-time. Whether it was the sword of the sword's mistress, or these two forces that had attacked afterwards, any one of them was superior to the star-plucking practitioner Guan Lied. Ice blue radiance and the massive golden fist simultaneously mightily struck that vortex of flames that was whittling away at the sword light. The vortex of flames distorted for a moment before finally shattering. The fiery phoenix flew out from within, just that it was much weaker now. Now a streak of sword light shot into the skies, directly hacking towards the fiery phoenix that was at the end of its tether. The Shadow Mountain Sword King, Lin Hanhua, while at the 8th level of the Martial Saint Realm, he could challenge experts of the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm. As the sword light pierced into the body of the phoenix, the all-encompassing fiery light seemed to dim somewhat as a result. The next moment, however, the flames lit up once more. As though having undergone nirvanic rebirth, the fiery phoenix soared high into the horizon once more, the tongues of fire extending from its tail feathers, even coiling around the sword in Lin Hanhua's hand, as it was unable to advance or retreat. The expressions of the southeastern sword's mistress and the others were all solemn. Earlier, they had indeed been exchanging blows with their opponent. However, what the other party had executed had merely been the profundities of the fiery phoenix. The secrets of the 5 virtues were the true essence of the phoenix true form scripture. Their opponent had yet to get serious at all. In the distance, the sea of flames dispersed as yet another riding wind heavenly vessel appeared. That was the riding wind heavenly vessel that belonged to the southern blazing heaven territories, Phoenix Ritual Mountains Wudong Slope. On the divine vessel, a figure sat calmly on a chair as he said mildly, "Just now, I gave each of you a chance to display your strengths as a form of greeting. Now hand over Tang Yonghao and Yen Zhaoge to this seat. Otherwise, this seat will really bully your southeast." Chapter 890. There were several people on the riding wind heavenly vessel, all of them full of vigor, as they were all of the lineage of the southern Blazing Heaven Territory's Phoenix Ritual Mountains Wudong Slope. At the head of the crowd sat a person. His entire body was surrounded by multicolored light and clouds. Crimson fiery light formed a halo around this person. The fiery light that suffused the surrounding heavens and earth was all emitted from this person. Seeing this person, the pupils of the southeastern sword's mistress, Lin Hanhua, and the others dilated slightly. The person before them was precisely the ruler of the southern Blazing Heaven Territory, one of the world beyond world's 10 exalts, and the lord of Phoenix Ritual Mountains Wudong Slope, Zhuangshen. His features were lean and rather handsome, as he appeared to be around 30 years of age. However, he had snow-white hair that was combed into a simple bun. He bore a 50 to 60% resemblance to his son Zhuang Chaohui. Because he was too young, he looked more like brothers than father and son. However, the terrifying fluctuations of power that enveloped the heavens sufficiently told everyone that his strength far surpassed that of Zhuang Chaohui's. The southern exalt Zhuangshen sat calmly on his chair, looking mildly at those of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory before him. Within the sky, Lin Hanhua was expressionless as his sword was entangled by the phoenix flames. The sword in his hand trembled, the sword light seemingly suddenly splitting into two. Above the sky, there seemed to be two streaks of starlight flickering as well, resembling the horns of an azure dragon, as they wielded the power of spring and life, while also breaking through battle and killing with an overwhelming baleful aura. The head of the eastern 7 mansions of the 28 constellations of the heavenly star realm, the horn constellation of the horn dragon. The azure dragon struck out with its horns, struggling mightily as it broke free of the restraints of the flames. Lin Hanhua's sword light shot out. The horn constellation first before the Kong golden dragon, the root earth raccoon, the room sun rabbit, the heart moon fox, the tail fire tiger and the water leopard of winnowing basket followed suit, as the azure dragon of the east attacked simultaneously. The sharp sword light and the majestic starlight converged, transforming into a massive dragon that resembled a river of stars. The roar of a dragon that shocked the heavens resounded as the azure dragon of the stars counterattacked that fiery phoenix that resembled a sovereign descending between the heavens and the earth. The southeastern sword's mistress simultaneously formed a single sword technique: the Kuei-wood wolf, the Lu gold dog, the stomach earth pheasant, the sun rooster, the moon crow, the fire monkey and the water ape of the 7 constellations of the white tiger. The sword light and the starlight transformed together into a ferocious white tiger that was filled with killing intent. The other 2 experts of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, who were at the 9th level of the martial saint realm, mustered their remaining courage as well, each unleashing a powerful move as they attacked the fiery phoenix together. The southern exalt Zhuangshen did not move from his seat atop the riding wind heavenly vessel, as he formed a saber with his right palm, chopping 3 times amidst the air. Within the sea of fire, 3 more fire phoenixes flew out and merged with the first one, fighting against Lin Hanhua and the other 3. The southeastern sword granny let out a long cry. Her sword aura trembled like the fire phoenix and suddenly changed. The 7 mansions of the white tiger in the west became the 7 mansions of the black tortoise in the north. The Milky Way in the sky seemed to transform into a real river, descending from the sky and instantly suppressing the fire phoenix. But very quickly, wisps of yellow smoke appeared around the fire phoenix, giving off an incomparably heavy and vigorous feeling, as if it was the earth that could bear the weight of the heavens. The earthen yellow smoke appeared, instantly suppressing the black tortoise formed from the southeastern sword mistress starlight sword intent. 5 virtues: true meaning, meritorious thick earth, boundless merit, mending the heavens and extending the Tao. When used for protection, it was continuous and unbreakable, impervious to all kinds of evil. When released outwards, one's strength would be tough as enemies would be hard-pressed to dispel it, forming an all-conquering momentum. The other 3 fire phoenixes had all vanished now, only leaving behind this fire phoenix that was protected by merit. As the fire phoenix that was garbed in the thick soil of meritorious virtue coiled within the air, not just the southeastern sword mistress, even the attacks of Lin Hanhua's trio were defeated. One must know when to advance and when to retreat. atop the riding wind heavenly vessel. Zhuangshun extended his hand and pressed down amidst space. You must know that if you walk the path to your own death, even the sages would be hard-pressed to save you. The fiery phoenix descended, temporarily letting Lin Hanhua and the southeastern sword mistress pass, as it attacked those two long-time residents of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Now, however, space suddenly split open high up in the sky, specks of starlight flickering within. Each and every star was as bright and dazzling as the sun in the sky at this moment, illuminating all. The heavens and earth before them had never been so close to the true starry sky before. The numerous stars in their respective orbits seemed to be right beside them. On the riding wind heavenly vessel, the southern exalt Zhuangshun's gaze hardened as he finally turned serious. Chao Jie, you've actually arrived? Up in the sky, 28 thick beams of light fell at the same time. The 28 lunar mansions of the various heavens shone together, transforming into 28 sword lights that pierced through the heavens and penetrated the earth, descending into the royal reed sea of the world higher worlds, as they all pointed towards that fiery phoenix. Zhuangshun stood up from his seat, standing at the bow of the riding wind heavenly vessel, substituting saber with his palm, as he slowly chopped out with it. The fire phoenix let out a clear cry, gave up on Lin Hanhua and the others, and flew straight up into the sky. In the process of ascending, endless flames converged on the body of the phoenix. The phoenix's body didn't grow larger, but its power became more condensed. The thick soil of virtue, the blessed purple light, and the white chi of nether virtue appeared together. Apart from that, there were also faint ripples spreading out. Wherever the ripples went, it was as if a saint had descended, untouchable by all techniques. It was the holy virtue ripple. Apart from the rosy mist of virtue, the fire phoenix had 4 virtues added to its body, flowing with dazzling light. It was as if it had transcended the world, undying and indestructible. The brilliant sword lights formed by the 28 constellations gathered in one place and landed on the phoenix's body. As the sword light circulated, the world beyond worlds seemed about to be torn apart. Seeing that sword light descending from the sky, those of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory all heaved sighs of relief. Junior apprentice brother Chao has finally arrived. The southeastern sword's mistress sheathed her sword, regaining the appearance of a white-haired old woman. Lin Hanhua asked, "Has the brocade emperor interfered?" The southeastern sword's mistress nodded slowly. It looks like the brocade emperor has finally returned to the world beyond worlds from extra-dimensional space, being able to obstruct the heaven emperor in time. Up in the sky, amidst the sea of stars, a purple-clothed man appeared, his eyes like bright stars whilst also resembling sharp swords. The lord of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, the southeastern exalt Chao Jie. The southern exalt Zhuangshun gazed expressionlessly at Chao Jie up in the sky, as he left the riding wind heavenly vessel, slowly rising into the air. That phoenix bolstered by 4 virtues flew back to his side, merging with his figure as it instantly grew even more majestic. Even as the sword lights of the 28 constellations descended together, they would still be hard-pressed to move him in the least. Bolstered by 5 virtues, he was impervious to myriad tribulations, and could be destroyed by the heavens and the earth. Protected by the 4 virtues, Zhuangshun's defensive power had already reached a shocking level. He looked calmly at Chao Jie. "I have unceasingly gathered the true intent of the 5 virtues throughout my life. Now, I am only a step away from attaining perfection. Knowing this, you still accepted that Tang Yonghao as your disciple. Could it be that you are intentionally making things difficult for me?" Chao Jie said in an indifferent tone. "Whoever I accept as a disciple in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory is my business." Saying thus, he formed a sword seal with his finger, pointing towards Zhuangshun down below. "Tang Yonghao is my disciple. You want me to hand him over? Zhuangshun, who do you think you are?" Purple light surged within Chao Jie's eyes as the sea of stars in the sky shook once more where his sword seal passed. Countless stars circulated as streams of purple chi suffused the heavens and the earth, originating from the distant heavenly river, as they bolstered Chao Jie. A purple sword light appeared at Chao Jie's fingertip. Where the sword light passed, Zhuangshun's 4 virtues instantly began to collapse. Chapter 891. Chao Jie's purple sword light was extremely powerful. Even Zhuang Shun, who had 4 virtues on his body, was somewhat unable to withstand its sharpness. The holy water that was supposed to be untouchable by all techniques was now tainted with a faint purple color, and was no longer clear. The boundless and impenetrable meritorious soil was gradually disintegrating. The fortuitous purple light that prevented him from falling into the killing tribulation slowly faded. The omen of death and killing intent began to appear indistinctly. The white qi of nether virtue, which always had a chance of survival in the midst of all tribulations, was especially lively at this moment, and was about to come into play. Zhuang Shun's gaze was faint. 3 enclosures Emperor Sword, Rosa Multiflora Sword, Heaven-reaching Purple Tenuity Polaris Great Emperor's Direct Lineage Ultimate Technique, 3 enclosures Emperor Sword. It was a Taoist sword Tao ultimate technique that was above the 28 constellations sword art. The amethyst enclosure was the middle palace of the 3 enclosures, and the amethyst sword that was born from it was even more unfathomable and wondrous. This was the foundation of Golden Court Mountain. Even if the 3 enclosures Emperor's sword was incomplete, with the Rosa Multiflora sword, it was enough for them to dominate the world. As a sword cultivator, the southeastern exalt Chao Jie's offensive power was something that few in the entire world beyond worlds could rival amongst human exalts. Even the southern exalt Zhuang Shun, who was bolstered by 4 virtues and possessed shocking defensive power, had no choice but to temporarily evade it now. 4 virtues on the body Phoenix Nirvana. I can't kill you. Chao Jie pointed his sword at Zhuang Shun. But you can't beat me. His tone was calm, as if he was stating an obvious fact. The result of the battle proved this point. Chao Jie's rosy sword fell, and destroyed the fire phoenix that enveloped Zhuang Shun's body, and was protected by the 4 virtues. Amidst the all-encompassing flowing fire, Zhuang Shun landed back on the riding wind heavenly vessel. He lowered his head, and saw that there was a bloody wound on his palm. Enveloped by the fiery light, Zhuang Shun and the riding wind heavenly vessel beneath his feet turned and left. His voice was calm. Compared to you, I'm strong in defense and weak in offense. In a one-on-one fight, I really don't have the advantage. Whether it was Zhuang Shun or Chao Jie, both of them had high-grade saint artifacts and rare treasures on them. However, this was not the first time they had fought, so they knew each other very well. With a slight shake of the other party's hand, he probed the other party's progress and current strength, which he hadn't seen for a long time, and had a rough idea in his mind. Both of them were of the 10th level of the martial saint realm, human exalts. While they might be able to determine the victor, it would be very difficult to determine the victor's life and death. Since Chao Jie had appeared here, Zhuang Shun knew that his original plan wouldn't work, and it was meaningless to continue fighting. His tone was indifferent, and there was no frustration. There was only firmness and determination. But I must obtain that phoenix bone. Chao Jie, we will meet again. The fiery phoenix appeared once more, enveloping the entire riding wind heavenly vessel, boundlessly massive. With a flap of its wings, it instantly passed through the clear scenic region, fleeing towards the southern blazing heaven territory in the west. Chao Jie stood in the sky and strode forward, chasing after them. Wherever the sword light pointed, the stars in the sky seemed to fall one after another, striking towards the fire phoenix. For a moment, the sky was filled with flowing flames, as if countless phoenix feathers were falling. Lin Hanhua, the southeastern sword's mistress, those 2 longtime experts of the 9th level of the martial saint realm, as well as all the martial practitioners of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, on the riding wind heavenly vessel, now felt their spirits rise greatly. Kill all enemies who invade our southeast. We will follow junior apprentice Brother Chao in launching a counterattack against the southern blazing heaven territory, the southeastern sword's mistress now said. Lin Hanhua said, yes, senior apprentice aunt. They immediately switched targets, switching from defense to offense, as they followed the southeastern exalt in launching a counterattack in pursuit. The southern blazing heaven territory experts, who had invaded the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, were all astute. Discovering that the southeastern exalt Chao Jie had appeared, and the southern exalt Zhuang Shun had retreated, they immediately turned and retreated as well. Even so, there were still people who were pursued by them, perishing here and losing their lives. Considering that there were still internal problems of his southeastern Yang Heaven territory that he had to deal with, after forcing Zhuang Shun back to Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, Chao Jia finally returned. Bingxian City was located in the Dragon Ku region of the central region of the Royal Reed Sea. At the same time, it was also the capital city of the Grand Xian dynasty. It had only been established for over 100 years. Still, it had always been the center of the Royal Reed Sea during this time, being known as the #1 city of the Royal Reed Sea. It was just that the usually prosperous Bingxian City was currently filled with panic. Even when the Royal Reed Sea had been rife with anti-Xian sentiment previously, such a scene had not been seen in Bingxian City. Now, however, the hearts of everyone were unstable. That was because the result of the battle in the Spirit Inheritance region had already been sent back. Shen Lingzi, King Xuanqing, Daoist Shi, Kong Ping and the other peak experts had journeyed to Broad Creed Mountain, yet had been completely wiped out in the end. When such news spread to Xianding City, it was like a bolt from the blue, and it caused everyone to feel as if the sky was collapsing. The experts of the Grand Xian dynasty, who had remained behind to guard this place, were still trying hard to calm the hearts of the people. Their only hope was the hidden heaven efficacy array. With that grand formation present, whether it was Golden Court Mountain or Broad Creed Mountain, they would have to give the Heaven Emperor some face. It would be impossible for them to kill them all, right? This was already the final hope of the Grand Xian dynasty. However, on this day, a person suddenly appeared in the sky above Xianpin City. She was an old woman with white hair, and was very old. But when the sword light lit up, the starry river in the sky shone, as if the Milky Way was flowing backward and pouring down on Xianpin City. Those guarding the city were merely of the late-seeing divinity stage at most. How could they resist the southeastern swords mistress of the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm, the late immortal bridge stage? That day, Xianpin City was breached, and the sky-bearing Efficate formation was destroyed. The Grand Xian dynasty had completely become history in the Royal Reed Sea. Since he was already on Golden Court Mountain's side, Yuan Zhengfeng would not be overcautious and indecisive. He would also participate in the counterattack against the southern Blazing Heaven territory. After returning to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory's Royal Reed Sea, just having arrived at Broad Creed Mountain's headquarters in the Spirit Inheritance region, he heard a piece of news. The southeastern swords mistress had flattened the capital of the Grand Xian dynasty. With the Grand Xian dynasty having been breached, the heaven-bearing Efficate formation, there cannot be maintained any longer. Hearing the news, Yuan Zhengfeng sighed. The southeastern exalt has completely fallen out with the major figure behind the Grand Xian dynasty. Without the southeastern exalt's instructions, the southeastern swords mistress would not have done something as ruthless as this. Yen Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. That emperor has essentially joined forces with the southern exalt to force the southeastern exalt into submission this time. While the southeastern exalt has a rather indifferent personality, he is not made of clay. How can he not be angry? This is a major sword cultivator. While most of the time, he follows the principle of making things convenient for others. If someone provokes him, he will be even more stubborn than most people. Yuan Zhengfeng pointed at Yen Zhaoge. If not for our sect having repeatedly foiled that emperor's matters, killing the Grand Xian dynasty so badly, he might not have resorted to such drastic measures. Perhaps as he sees it, it was the southeastern exalt who incited us to do this. Yen Zhaoge grinned. From a certain perspective, this is indeed the case. Those of Golden Court Mountain should be able to understand this principle as well. Some might even feel resentful towards this. Fang Zhuan said. From the looks of it now, the southeastern exalt has not taken this to heart. According to Master, the southeastern swords mistress, and the Shadow Mountain Sword King, have not taken this to heart as well. This is actually already enough. Yen Zhaoge pondered. Speaking of the Shadow Mountain Sword King, it is not that there are no hidden worries. Chapter 892. Around a year ago, Xunlingzi had returned to the Royal Reed Sea, sweeping through the surrounding area. Other than Broad Creed Mountain, who had defended its headquarters, the main forces of the other three anti-Xian forces, the North Sea Sword Pavilion, the Dim Darkness Sect, and Copper Men Island, had all been breached. Copper Men Island's Island Lord Gong Sun Wu had been killed, and North Sea Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Lord Gu Hong had been captured. Unable to do anything to Broad Creed Mountain for the time being, Xunlingzi turned and attacked the Dim Darkness Sect after leaving. However, the Shadow Mountain Sword King Lin Hanhua chased him all the way from the western part of the Royal Reed Sea to the southern part of the sea, engaging in a great battle with Xunlingzi. In the end, Gu Hong was rescued by Lin Hanhua, while the chief of the Dim Darkness Sect, Zhou Haosheng, was protected by Lin Hanhua. Xunlingzi returned to the capital of the Grand Xian Dynasty, Black Blaze City. From the looks of it, it is still Lin Hanhua who has the upper hand. Yin Zhaoge had come to this conclusion after hearing the news. When two sides fought, it would be very difficult for one person to protect the third party. It was easy to kill, but difficult to protect. To a certain extent, the protector had given up the initiative. Under such circumstances, Lin Hanhua was still able to fight Xunlingzi to a draw and successfully protect Gu Hong and Zhou Haosheng, which was actually equivalent to him gaining the upper hand. But the problem was that Xunlingzi's strength was not weak. He was one of the rare few who could challenge experts of the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm, while at the 8th level of the Martial Saint Realm. Although Lin Hanhua was strong, it was very difficult for him to protect Gu Hong and Zhou Haosheng's lives from Xunlingzi's sword while preserving his strength. At that time, Yin Zhaoge had been wondering if Lin Hanhua had revealed anything. While the Grand Xian Dynasty and Xunlingzi had not made any moves afterwards, this did not mean that they were safe and sound. When Yin Zhaoge had revealed the immortal trapping sword in battle with Xunlingzi, amidst his shock, Xunlingzi had once said this. This southeastern Yang Heaven territory is truly a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Why was it said that the southeastern Yang Heaven territory was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons? And not just purely because Yin Zhaoge was proficient in supreme martial arts of the prime clear direct lineage. Had he met other people who knew the supreme arts of the clear lineage in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory? Now that I think about it, perhaps when Lin Hanhua fought with him, he more or less saw some clues. Yin Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples, sighing. Lin Hanhua's identity should be a top secret. Let alone the 10 exalts, not even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors know about it. Knowing that such a person existed, knowing that a descendant of the Dragon Spring Emperor's lineage would return to the world beyond worlds. However, there weren't many top experts who knew who this person was. The earthly sovereign was definitely aware of it, and the southeastern exalt Chao Jia was definitely aware of it. However, this might not necessarily be the case for others. However, if Lin Hanhua's exchange with Xunlingzi was seen through, that would be equivalent to the Heaven Emperor knowing as well. Yin Di, Yuan Jingfeng and the others all frowned, not speaking. After a while, Fang Zhuan said, "The earthly sovereign's decree is no joke. Moreover, this decree has received the support of most of the major figures of the world beyond worlds. The matter of Lin Hanhua was actually tacitly approved by the earthly sovereign. Can do but can't say. In private, those in the know turned a blind eye. However, once it was exposed and the matter was placed on the table for the public to know, it would not be so easy to fool them. It was also impossible for the earthly sovereign to continue feigning ignorance." Yin Di said, "The other party should have used this as a bargaining chip and communicated with the Southeastern Exalt. Still, the Southeastern Exalt clearly did not compromise. Everyone sighed. All along, the Shadow Mountain Sword King Lin Hanhua had been on good terms with Broad Creed Mountain, also looking out for them. Indeed, news soon spread, spreading like wildfire. The head disciple of the Southeastern Exalt, the Shadow Mountain Sword King Lin Hanhua, was of the prime clear direct lineage, and had been in hiding in the world beyond worlds for many years. As the news spread, it instantly caused a great commotion. Due to the influence and control of the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jia, the news spread rather slowly in the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Still, It had already spread like wildfire outside of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Affected by this, more and more people in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory heard of it as well. Yanjiaoge and Broad Creed Mountain received the news rather early. However, it did not originate from the southern Blazing Heaven territory that bordered the Royal Reed Sea. Instead, it was from external visitors. These were not unexpected visitors. A descendant of Kunlun Mountain's ingenious flying peak, of the lineage of the Brocade Emperor of the world beyond world's 5 emperors. This was already the second time that a descendant of ingenious flying peak had come to Broad Creed Mountain. Still, unlike the previous time, it was shockingly the daughter of the Brocade Emperor, the Grand Red Lotus Fu Ting, who had come this time. As soon as Fu Ting saw Yanjiaoge, her gaze hardened slightly. The last time the two had met, Yanjiaoge had been a mid-merging avatar martial saint. Compared to Yanjiaoge's actual age, he was already shockingly young. Now in terms of time in the world beyond worlds, in just over 3 years, Yanjiaoge had actually made 3 consecutive leaps, rushing into the 5th level of the martial saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage. Such a speed was simply unheard of, as Fu Ting could not help but suspect that she had misjudged Yanjiaoge's true age. She was the most outstanding genius of the world beyond world's younger generation, and also had an oceanic amount of resources to nurture her. Yet, even she was unable to attain such a rate of improvement. The current Fu Ting was also of the 5th level of the martial saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage. Still, when she had first met Yanjiaoge in the foreign dimension, she had already been at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, just a half step away from the seeing divinity stage. In truth, after that incident, Fu Ting had very quickly broken through her bottleneck, breaking through space to see true divinity as she attained the 4th level of the martial saint realm. After over 3 years of dedicated cultivation, she had recently advanced further, attaining the 5th level of the martial saint realm. Such a speed was already sufficient to leave the world stunned. Clearly, however, Yanjiaoge's rate of improvement was even fiercer than hers. Thinking of how Yanjiaoge's father, Yan Di, had also advanced to the 6th level of the martial saint realm in just a few short years after having ascended to the world beyond worlds, Fu Ting felt shocked as well. She and her fellow disciples had naturally not come over this time to inform Yanjiaoge about Lin Hanhua. Yanjiaoge and Yandi's cultivation speed had been too shocking. Ingenious Flying Peak could not help but suspect that the profound sky purple gold furnace had fallen into Broad Creed Mountain's hands back then. It was just that observing Yanjiaoge and Yandi's current cultivation bases, while they possess shocking strength, it should still be insufficient for them to wield the profound sky purple gold furnace. Broad Creed Mountain also had no other secluded experts who could wield the furnace. Therefore, Fu Ting and the others still found it hard to understand. Temporarily suppressing her doubts, Fu Ting sat on the guest seat of Broad Creed Mountain's Heaven Rising Peak's main hall, continuing, "Senior apprentice brother Lin's identity is not ordinary. He is of the prime clear direct lineage. Uncle Chow might have to bear some responsibility for this." Yanjiaoge and the others nodded slowly. Fu Ting gazed at Yanjiaoge and Yan Di. "I have come on my father's orders this time to invite young Master Yan and Chief Yan to the Minor No Hatred Dao Arena as guests." The Minor No Hatred Dao Arena was named after the Lihan Heaven. The Lihan Heaven was also known as the Great Scarlet Heavens, the legendary residence of the founder of the Grand Clear lineage, the Lord of Dao and Virtue. The Brocade Emperor's Dao Arena was the Red Lotus Cliff of Kunlun Mountain's ingenious flying peak, in the current world beyond worlds, Central June Heaven territory. The Minor No Hatred Dao Arena was a manor that he had established in extra-dimensional space outside of the world beyond worlds. Chapter 893. While Yanjiaoge and Yan Di had been in secluded cultivation, Xunlingzi had come to attack Broad Creed Mountain for the first time. A great battle had erupted beneath Broad Creed Mountain, with Xunlingzi having returned in low spirits. In the great battle that had just concluded not long ago, the experts of the Grand Xian dynasty had come out in full force, yet had been completely wiped out in the end. The power displayed by Broad Creed Mountain surpassed everyone's predictions. Amongst them, the extreme Yin crown aside from the extreme Yang seal had also been verified once more, with the rumors of it being an immortal artifact left behind by the dim radiant emperor spreading once more. It was to be expected that Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain would gradually enter the sights of higher echelon experts of the world beyond worlds. Through Golden Court Mountain's Mujun and the others, Yin Zhaoge had long since learnt that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were actually not in the world beyond worlds most of the time, as compared to the exalts of 10 territories who guarded the center and the 8 directions of the world beyond worlds all year round. Initially, he did not understand the reason, but after learning of the existence of the Buddhist world, everything seemed to have an answer. Still, whatever the others were like, it was very normal for Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain to enter the Brocade Emperor's line of sight. First, not mentioning how outstanding Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di were. With first the matter of the profound sky purple gold furnace, and then the extreme Yang seal, the extreme Yin crown, and the dim radiant wheel, it would be hard for the Brocade Emperor not to notice this. Yin Zhaoge smiled, asking, "Do you need this yen to bring anything?" Fu Ting replied, "My father didn't mention it. He only invited me as a guest." Looking at Yin Zhaoge, she continued asking, "May I ask those of Broad Creed Mountain pardon Fu Ting's boldness in asking young master, Yen, if the dim radiant emperor really left behind an immortal artifact that year?" Yin Zhaoge lightly tapped on the table beside him and answered frankly, "An embryonic immortal artifact is still a long way from completion. There is no need for young master Yen to think too much. My ingenious flying peak has no interest in this treasure." Fu Ting shook her head. "My father once said that the things left behind by the dim radiant emperor are inauspicious, that they are a curse and not a blessing." Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. "Oh, your father, the Brocade Emperor, means that the things left behind by the dim radiant emperor are related to the dim radiant sect's decline that year?" Fu Ting said slowly, "My father only said that those who knew what happened back then wouldn't want that thing." Yin Zhaoge's expression turned somewhat solemn. There were definitely not many who knew the truth behind the dim radiant emperor and the dim radiant sect's calamity. Those in the know would definitely be peak experts like the Brocade Emperor. However, even they kept this matter a secret. It was clear that what happened back then was indeed extraordinary. The dim radiant will seem to be even hotter than before. Fu Ting said, "As for how exactly to deal with the item left behind by the dim radiant emperor, young master Yen can decide for yourself. Currently, news of it has spread far and wide. According to what my father said, those who know of what happened back then would not covet this item. Still, there will always be more who view this as an immortal artifact, a priceless treasure." Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment before smiling. "Firstly, I thank Miss Fu for your reminder. Would the Southeastern Exalt still not accept this treasure if I were to present it to him?" Fu Ting said mildly, "My father said that Uncle Chow knows of what happened that year. Therefore, he has been very protective of the descendants of the dim radiant sect all these years." Yin Zhaoge nodded. From this, he could infer that it was highly likely that they would fail if they tried to leak the trouble to the Southern Exalt or the Heaven Emperor. 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, exalts of 10 territories. It seemed like these peak figures of the world beyond worlds were mostly aware of this. Yin Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted. What exactly happened that year? Can Miss Fu tell me? Fu Ting shook her head. "I don't know either. My father will only tell me the specifics when I have attained Uncle Chow's cultivation base." Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di exchanged glances, neither of them speaking. Xue Chuqing's lineage had been on close terms with the dim radiant sect that year. Perhaps the secrets between the two had something in common? Yin Zhaoge smacked his li if that was really the case. He would just have to hold on to this scalding hot dim radiant wheel. He could disassociate himself from the dim radiant wheel. But could he disassociate himself from his mother, Xue Chuqing? That was clearly impossible. Therefore, there was no need to worry when one had too many debts. Fu Ting now swiveled her head to look at a youth beside her. "There is also another matter. This senior apprentice brother Jiang of mine has recently been of the mind to stay in the southeastern Yang Heaven territories Royal Reed Sea for a period of time, gathering some materials and treasures. He would like to stay at your sect and disturb you for a few days. I wonder if your sect can accommodate him? Hearing her words, Yin Zhaoge smiled. While it was said that he had come to stay and disturb Broad Creed Mountain, it was actually a form of protection. Broad Creed Mountain had just experienced a great battle, and the southeastern Yongheaven territory was currently not peaceful. It would not be safe for Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di to leave the mountain at this time. Not long after returning to the Royal Reed Sea, Yuan Zhengfeng entered secluded cultivation. Through the nourishment and accumulation of these years, he was only a half step away from lighting up Starfire and stepping into the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm. He had gained quite a bit from this battle. After digesting and absorbing them, he would be able to break through that final barrier. Broad Creed Mountain had recently experienced many great battles, gaining much alongside their victories. Now that they were the leaders of the Royal Reed Sea, their resources abundant, it was time for them to digest their gains. It was not just Yuan Zhengfeng. Everyone else, Feng Yinxing and Feng Zhuan included, intended to enter secluded cultivation as well. Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone had already accumulated sufficiently. The invasion of the southern Blazing Heaven territory had been repelled, and the Grand Xian dynasty had been completely destroyed. Still, they were still very far away from the era of peace where their weapons were stored. Under such circumstances, a powerful figure was needed. It was either Yin Di or Yin Zhaoge. Now that Fu Ting had come to invite the two of them to the minor no-hatred Dao arena, Broad Creed Mountain would inevitably feel empty. While they were the Brocade Emperor's guests, they also had an enemy like the Heaven Emperor. While others might not dare to offend the Brocade Emperor, the Heaven Emperor did not have such concerns. With one of Fu Ting's fellow disciples remaining in the Royal Reed Sea and residing at Broad Creed Mountain, the situation was different. Under such circumstances, if something were to happen to Broad Creed Mountain, it would be incurring irreconcilable enmity with the Brocade Emperor. Ingenious Flying Peak's lineage still did things appropriately, being willing to consider things carefully for Broad Creed Mountain, rather than issuing orders from a lofty position. Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di both nodded. This senior apprentice brother Jiang, just stay at our sect peacefully. Whatever you need to find in the Royal Reed Sea, our sect will assist you from the side. Since it is the Brocade Emperor who invites us, we father and son will take the liberty of disturbing you. Hearing their words, Fu Ting said, "You are polite." Yin Di said, "This Yin will first make arrangements for the sect before we can set off." Fu Ting nodded. "That is only natural. Please do as you wish, Chief Yin." With Yuan Zhengfeng in secluded cultivation, and Yin Di leaving the mountain, the responsibility of Broad Creed Mountain fell on Feng Zhuan's shoulders. If Feng Zhuan entered secluded cultivation, Fu Inshu would take over. Just recently, just slightly before Yin Zhaoge had emerged from seclusion, Fu Inshu had finally succeeded in transcending mortality and entering sainthood. Thinking back on how martial saints had been rare in the Eight Extremities world that year, those of Broad Creed Mountain could not help but sigh endlessly. The superior spiritual qi environment of the world beyond worlds, and Broad Creed Mountain's current abundant resources and treasures, as well as various even more profound supreme martial arts, had jointly resulted in all of this. Meanwhile, geniuses would be able to rise to prominence much more quickly and easily in a better environment. Aside from Fu Inshu, Su Fei and Feng Yunsheng would also be entering secluded cultivation in the near future. The Martial Saint realm was already no longer far away for them. Currently, Broad Creed Mountain's foundation in the world beyond worlds was already growing stronger and stronger, as it displayed a style that they had not dared to imagine back in the Eight Extremities world. Chapter 894. Thank you everyone. Yin Di instructed them to arrange the clan's internal affairs, while Yin Zhaoge went to see Feng Yunsheng. After all these years of cultivation, the current Feng Yunsheng was already a martial saint. If not for Fu Inshu's similarly extraordinary talent, having not wasted any time these past years, Feng Yunsheng would probably have already surpassed her. Even so, Fu Inshu had long since sensed her disciple's footsteps approaching unceasingly from behind. It had to be said that part of the pressure for Fu Inshu to successfully transcend mortality and enter sainthood, that countless martial practitioners of the Eight Extremities world could only look up to in recent years, had come from Feng Yunsheng. Fu Inshu was very happy that her disciple had been able to surpass her master and become a pillar of the clan. Still, this was a very hurtful thing for her, who had always been proud of herself. Fu Inshu would naturally not suppress Feng Yunsheng. She would only unceasingly pressure herself, working harder and harder. She was one of the few cultivation maniacs of Broad Creed Mountain in the first place. Her efforts had finally borne fruit at the end of the day. Yin Zhaoge could not help but sigh emotionally. While successful people all had their own specialties, they all had something in common. For example, a considerable number of successful people were proficient in turning pressure into motivation, enduring what others could not, thus achieving what others could not. The Feng Yunsheng before him was another example of this. This time, you will need to enter secluded cultivation for a while, concentrating on your cultivation. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Still, I believe that when I return from the minor no-hatred Dao arena, you should already have succeeded and emerged from seclusion. Sitting in the meditative position in a secluded room, Feng Yunsheng nodded upon hearing his words. While this will not be easy, I am confident. Participating in the establishment of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation and clashing with Shenlingzi, Guanlide and the others have benefited me greatly. After all, the cultivation bases of Shenlingzi, Guanlide and the others were too high, far surpassing the current Feng Yunsheng. Under normal circumstances, martial practitioners of the martial Grandmaster realm would not be able to understand the principles behind their actions, much less battle with martial practitioners of the Immortal Bridge realm. Feng Yunsheng had borrowed the power of a sacred artifact and the formation to participate in battles that she would not have been able to participate in at her current cultivation level. This was an extremely massive gain. Unlike when Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di had exchanged blows with her, it had been a true battle of life and death, as the gains she had gained were irreplaceable and irreplicable. After the battle, with pointers from the likes of Yin Di, Yin Zhaoge and Yuan Zhengfeng, she was able to digest these gains. For Feng Yunsheng, it was not only for now, but also for a long time after she reached the martial saint realm. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Since that is so, I wish you success. See you later. Feng Yunsheng was silent for a moment. Yin Zhaoge asked curiously, what is it? It was rare to see Feng Yunsheng hesitating like this. She exhaled slowly, raising her head to look at Yin Zhaoge as she said softly, if I can successfully transcend mortality and enter sainthood in this secluded cultivation, I intend to go out adventuring for a bit after emerging. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge's expression turned somewhat solemn. Preparing to go very far? If it was just a short journey, Feng Yunsheng, who had always been straightforward, would not have hesitated like this. Yes, it's a little further, and it might take longer. Indeed, Feng Yunsheng nodded. It won't be limited to the world beyond worlds. I might try to visit some lower worlds as well. At this point, Yin Zhaoge already understood. Feng Yunsheng's so-called adventuring was similar to Si Kongqing's adventuring beyond the seas that year in the Eight Extremities world. Her goal was not just to increase her knowledge and experience. Instead, she wanted to temper herself to the greatest extent, virtually completely breaking away from the protection of her sect and the power behind her. She would be able to carve out a path of blood with her martial prowess alone. It was fine in the world beyond worlds, but in the lower worlds, Feng Yunsheng would most likely not use treasures like the Extreme Yin Crown and the Cold Sun Divine Saber. Feng Yunsheng said slowly, Zhaoge, do you know? In recent years, I've felt that my saber has already gradually become blunt. While I have never been lazy in my cultivation, while I have also participated in the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation in battle against powerful enemies before, I still have a feeling. I am currently becoming blunt, and it is getting duller and duller. Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment before saying, I understand what you mean. You want to be like junior apprentice Sister Sikong that year. I have no intention of interfering with your decision. Still, our sect's current situation in the world beyond worlds cannot be compared to that of the Eight Extremities world that year. Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. While there were powerful enemies like the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall in the Eight Extremities world that year, our sect was also one of the 6 great sacred grounds. Grand Master had just transcended mortality and entered sainthood at that time, and our sect was still in its prime. Currently, our sect can only be considered to have just stabilized our footing in the world beyond worlds, as our influence is limited. It will be much more dangerous for you to traverse the outside world than junior apprentice Sister Sikong was back then. At this point, Yan Zhaoge grinned. This is especially so since I have provoked quite a few enemies. It will be even more dangerous for you to traverse the outside world alone. Feng Yunqing smiled. However dangerous it may be, it will never be more difficult than when I had just escaped from the Sacred Sun Clan that year. Thinking about it now, those were the most difficult days of my life. Still, they were also a valuable asset. Feng Yunqing smiled self-deprecatingly. I feel that I have actually been living off the capital of those 2 years all these years, and there will definitely come a time when that capital is exhausted. Hearing this, Yan Zhaoge fell into deep thought. Feng Yunqing sighed. Cultivating step by step is not suitable for me. To me, the limit of a life and death battle is the best whetstone. Yan Zhaoge reached out and lightly flicked her forehead. Why do I feel that you are suited to cultivating in devilish martial arts? I will not kill for no good reason just to cultivate in martial arts. Feng Yunqing smiled. Yan Zhaoge was silent for a moment before he said, If you want to go, I will not stop you. He was a straightforward person to begin with. Still, if things really went as Feng Yunqing said, it would be hard to say whether things would go well or not. It was also unknown when they would be able to meet again. This was still the best-case scenario. If things were the worst-case scenario, junior apprentice Sister Sikong, I was not so sloppy that year. Yan Zhaoge smiled rather self-deprecatingly. Then, he looked earnestly at Feng Yunqing. I can tell that you are not acting on impulse. Since that is so, make your preparations and be careful. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows, smiling. The two of us will also never have to act like that. If I have not returned by the time you leave seclusion, there is no need to wait for me. Just set off at your own pace. I look forward to your return, sharper than ever. Let me see what kind of good saber you have sharpened. Feng Yunqing was similarly reluctant, but hearing his words, she smiled magnanimously. Coming back to see you is one of my greatest motivations. Yan Zhaoge's smile suddenly turned a little sly. After you return, it should be about time for us to officially get married, right? At that time, your body and bones will be more stable. Feng Yunqing instantly did not know whether to laugh or to cry. Why did you go straight to the bottom as we were talking? I was just in the midst of raising my spirits, and you made me feel discouraged all of a sudden. Yan Zhaoge said righteously. I had originally already planned it all out. When you left seclusion this time, I would pick a day to do it. Hands on her hips, Feng Yunqing glanced at him exasperatedly, saying hatefully, Fine. She suddenly reached out with her hands, pressing down on Yan Zhaoge's head from both sides, preventing him from evading, before directly moving forward. Yan Zhaoge opened his mouth, not uttering a sound. Feng Yunqing retreated, biting her lips as she smiled. When I return, we will do as you say. Chapter 895. After bidding farewell to Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunqing entered secluded cultivation. While she was in seclusion, Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone did not move alongside his main body this time. Instead, he remained in secluded cultivation atop the mountain. If nothing unexpected happened, the Northern Ocean clone would very likely make use of this chance to attempt a breakthrough into the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm, the late-seeing divinity stage. Other than the flesh and blood of the cyclone turtle, Yan Zhaoge had also discovered some Baifeng bloodline in Daoist Shi's luggage this time. The Baifeng was shaped like a red-crowned crane. It only had one leg, and its body was blue with red spots. Its long beak was white. Flame crystals were ominous, an omen of fire. Daoist Shi collected the blood of the demon race to use it to set up a formation. However, having fallen into Yan Zhaoge's hands, The Northern Ocean clone was able to refine it into his body. Following Yin Zhaoge's previous train of thought, the Northern Ocean clone advanced steadily. Yin Zhaoge himself, and Yin Di, who had settled the matters of the clan, left Broad Creed Mountain, along with Fu Ting and the others. Along the way, Yin Di discovered that his son seemed a little distracted as he could not help but smile. I already know about junior apprentice Nisfeng's matter. While it was dangerous, this is precisely the will and spirit that a martial practitioner should have. Yin Zhaoge curled his lip. He naturally understood this principle. Otherwise, he would not have agreed with Feng Yunqing's idea. What made his balls hurt was that he seemed to have been counterattacked by Feng Yunqing. This is outrageous. You run fast. Yin Zhaoge thought viciously. The next time we meet, I will definitely kiss you back. Just as Yin Zhaoge was thinking about this, their first stop was Golden Court Mountain. The Brocade Emperor was on rather good terms with the Southeastern Exalt, and Yin Zhaoge was similarly on good terms with Broad Creed Mountain and the Southeastern Exalt. Having arrived in the Southeastern Young Heaven territory, Fu Ting would have to make a trip to Golden Court Mountain to pay a visit to the Southeastern Exalt. At the same time, Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting were also familiar with the Shadow Mountain Sword King Lin Hanhua. Now that something had happened, they should pay him a visit. As Yin Zhaoge had long since sensed this, he felt more like sighing now. Fu Ting was more complicated. She had a good relationship with Lin Hanhua. Lin Hanhua's age and cultivation were much higher than hers, and he had given her pointers in martial arts before. It was just that at that time, she did not know that Lin Hanhua was actually related to the prime clear lineage. When the news had just arrived, Fu Ting had still not believed it. Only when her father, the Brocade Emperor, had spoken did she know that it was true. As the group walked on the borders of the Southeastern Young Heaven territory, they could sense that the atmosphere was gradually becoming rather restless. As time passed, more and more people in the southeast heard of the rumor, and it gradually spread. Most people were skeptical, but there were also unusual voices, such as, if the Shadow Mountain Sword King is really a descendant of the prime clear lineage, could the Southeastern Exalt also be? Was it the Shadow Mountain Sword King who deceived the Southeastern Exalt and hid in the world beyond worlds? Or was it the entire lineage of Golden Court Mountain? Even if there is no problem with the Southeastern Exalt, the Shadow Mountain Sword King has been in the world beyond worlds for so many years. Who knows what he has done? I wonder if there are any other prime clear successors other than the Shadow Mountain Sword King. There were all kinds of rumors, some of which sounded like false fabrications, while others sounded dubious. For those who knew the truth, a lot of fake news was like listening to a joke. Still, for those who did not know the truth, there was quite a market for some fake news. Still, on the whole, the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jie and Lin Hanhua still possess great prestige in the Southeastern Young Heaven territory. Most people expressed doubt and disbelief. Still, Yin Zhaoge was very hard-pressed to feel optimistic for Lin Hanhua. According to Fu Ting's introduction of the situation, the winds in other places outside the Southeastern Young Heaven territory were extremely disadvantageous to Lin Hanhua. When they arrived at Golden Court Mountain and saw Lin Hanhua himself was extremely calm. He was still that domineering sword cultivator who stood upright like a sword, displaying his sharpness to the fullest. His back was ramrod straight, as he would rather break than bend. Long before Master fell out with the Heaven Emperor back then, we had already predicted that this day would come. Lin Hanhua said calmly, Shun Lingzi is not weak in terms of cultivation base and insight. In saving Gu Hong and Zhou Haosheng from his hands, I more or less revealed some of my abilities. Even if Shun Lingzi himself does not dare to confirm my identity, the Heaven Emperor would be able to tell if he reported it back. Lin Hanhua said, It is impossible for the other party to want to control my Golden Court Mountain with this. Things start with me and end with me. Lin Hanhua smiled, his sharp aura turning much more genial. It is just that I cannot remain in the world beyond worlds any longer. It would be difficult for us to meet again in the future. I was planning to leave in the near future anyway. With you visiting today, Junior Apprentice Sister Fu, we still have time to bid farewell. Yin Zhaoge was not surprised. The earthly sovereign's decree was there for all to see. With Lin Hanhua's identity exposed, his only way out was to leave the world beyond worlds. If he did not leave, the primordial heaven emperor and the southern exalt Zhuang Shun would have plenty of things to do. They were just waiting for the southeastern exalt Chao Jie to protect Lin Hanhua. At that time, even the southeastern exalt would be very passive. At that time, the brocade emperor would also be hard-pressed to help. If Lin Hanhua took the initiative to flee, while Chao Jie would still have to bear the responsibility of having been deceived, the pressure on him would be reduced greatly. While the earthly sovereign had turned a blind eye to this, tacitly allowing Chao Jie and Lin Hanhua to play along the line here. Still, that was because Lin Hanhua's identity was special that the earthly sovereign had made an exception. From the bottom of his heart, the earthly sovereign had always forbidden descendants of the prime clear lineage from entering the world beyond worlds. Therefore, this was actually an agreement. His identity could not be exposed. If it was, he would have to leave of his own accord. Otherwise, he would have to go by the book. Now that the matter had been exposed, Lin Hanhua would have to fulfill this agreement. He himself was very carefree, just feeling a little apologetic towards Fu Ting. I have been keeping junior apprentice sister Fu in the dark all these years. I feel really bad about it. Fu Ting shook her head. Senior apprentice brother Lin, do not say that. I have also received your care all these years. Lin Hanhua sighed. It is still two things that I feel the most bad about. I have been with my fellow disciples for so many years, knowing them all the time. Now that we have to part like this, I feel guilty. I have been indebted to Master for so many years. In the end, I still ended up causing trouble for him. I feel uneasy. Yin Zhaoge, Yin Di and Fu Ting did not speak, as they could all understand Lin Hanhua's feelings. Lin Hanhua's sorrow only lasted for a moment before he quickly smiled. Still, having been able to study under Master's tutelage, having been able to have these fellow disciples who I know and have been able to get to know you all, I have not lived in the world beyond worlds all these years in vain. While we have parted, I still look forward to the day when we meet again. Yin Zhaoge and the others all cupped their hands. We admire the Shadow Mountain Sword King's magnanimity. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Lin Hanhua smiled. Heroes truly emerge from the youth. Now that you've killed Xinlingzi, I'll have less to worry about when I go this time. Chapter 896. Lin Hanhua encouraged Yin Zhaoge greatly. His attitude towards Yin Zhaoge was no different from how he looked at Yin Di and Fu Ting. However, as Yin Zhaoge and Lin Hanhua exchanged glances, they both felt like they had a tacit understanding. To a certain extent, Lin Hanhua had come to the world beyond worlds to fulfill the Dragon Spring Emperor's wish to return home, rather than acting as a spy for the roving Jade Heavens. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge guessed that while it was out of consideration for confidentiality, and also because there was no need for it, Lin Hanhua might not have much contact with the roving Jade Heavens. Here, he lived more as a disciple of the Southeastern Exalt. It was only when he had been forced to leave the world beyond worlds like today, that he might try to inform the roving Jade Heavens. There was no relationship between him and Yin Zhaoge. Lin Hanhua had always taken care of him, partly because he had discovered that Yin Zhaoge was proficient in the Immortal Ending Sword Manual as well. It was just that Lin Hanhua had never been able to ascertain Yin Zhaoge's background. However, this time within Lin Hanhua's gaze, Yin Zhaoge saw some more understanding. This caused Yin Zhaoge's heart to jolt slightly. He contacted the roving Jade Heavens previously. Did they tell him anything? Thinking of this, the question from back then surfaced in his mind once more. Why had the roving Jade Heavens given him the Immortal Trapping Sword Manual? It was still a secret to most that he simultaneously cultivated in the three purities. He had rarely clashed with descendants of the prime clear lineage, as it should have been very hard for them to tell. First, not mentioning that he just so happened to require a supreme martial art of the prime clear lineage to attempt a breakthrough into the Seeing Divinity Martial Saint realm. The Immortal Trapping Sword Manual was exactly what he needed. If not for Yin Zhaoge cultivating in the Immortal Trapping Sword, it would have been much more difficult for his side to obtain victory in the earlier battle of the Royal Reed Sea. Victory might even have been hard to predict. After all, There was only a slight difference between experts at times. Shen Lingzi and Kong Ping, who cultivated in the time-flowing sword, yet had been completely countered by the immortal trapping sword, had died with remaining grievances. At the end of the day, the two of them were supreme geniuses, rare existences amongst immortal bridge martial saints, who could challenge opponents of a higher cultivation level. While they were stronger than most opponents by half a cultivation level, or even a level, they were instead inferior when facing the immortal trapping sword. The difference between this addition and subtraction was huge. Yin Zhaoge could not help but ponder. The roving Jade Heavens might not know of the return of Shen Lingzi, Daoist Shi and the others. Still, having gathered information on me and the Royal Reed Sea, it would not be hard for them to know that the ones who pose a greater threat to me these past few years are Shen Lingzi, Gu Zhang, and He Dongcheng, the three immortal bridge martial saints who cultivate in the time-flowing sword. Of course, those of the roving Jade Heavens had also somewhat underestimated Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain. Whatever the case, however, Yin Zhaoge had obtained the immortal trapping sword for free. The other party had clearly lent him a hand. As for saying that it was to redeem Sun Zhongda, even Sun Zhongda himself did not believe it. Yin Zhaoge had already taken the advantage. Whether or not there would be any downsides remained to be seen. Still, whether it was towards the roving Jade Heavens, or the Lin Hanhua before him, Yin Zhaoge vaguely felt more of goodwill. This made him even more confused. Strange. Yin Zhaoge shook his head, doubts arising within his heart. Lin Hanhua seemed to have sensed Yin Zhaoge's puzzlement. Still looking at Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di, he just smiled slightly, not saying anything. Perhaps having long since been mentally prepared for this day, Lin Hanhua was still very calm despite being forced to leave the world beyond worlds. The invasion of the southern Blazing Heaven territory had been repelled, and Shen Lingzi, whose identity had been exposed, had perished as well. While he was reluctant to part, he had no regrets. 2 days later, Lin Hanhua left Golden Court Mountain, leaving the world beyond worlds as he fled into extra-dimensional space, his whereabouts unknown. Yin Zhaoge and the others in Mu Jun's group of Golden Court Mountain watched this former head disciple of the Southeastern Exalt depart at the peak of Shadow Mountain. While their emotions were complex, with a small portion feeling resentment arising from having been deceived. Still, most of the Golden Court Mountain disciples were still rather reluctant to part with Lin Hanhua. Mu Jun forcefully retained Lin Hanhua's residence at Shadow Mountain, also dispatching people to clean and take care of it regularly. Meanwhile, the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jia, who had not appeared all this time, tacitly approved of his actions. The Southeastern Sword's Mistress and the other longtime Golden Court Mountain experts all maintained their silence. Miss Fu, let us be on our way as well. After sending Lin Hanhua off and meeting the Southeastern Exalt, Yin Zhaoge ceased his thoughts and said to Fu Ting. Fu Ting nodded. Young Master Yin, Chief Yin, please. After taking their leave of the Southeastern Exalt and leaving Golden Court Mountain, Fu Ting took out a shadow shrinking pouch. She retrieved a great amount of treasures from within, quickly setting up a formation amidst space. The patterns of the formation did not look complicated. Instead, they were rather profound as they contained a unique concept. With the formation as its foundation, a simple yet majestic altar was erected. Fu Ting ascended the altar, simultaneously striking out with her palms, one standing before her while the other slammed down on the altar. A pillar of light was instantly emitted from the top of the altar, illuminating the sky. A hole was created in the sky by this pillar of light, leading to extra-dimensional space that seemed boundless and limitless. Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di followed Fu Ting and the other ingenious flying peak martial practitioners into the pillar of light, heading towards extra-dimensional space. Guided by the pillar of light, their figures seemed to merge with the flowing light as they instantly traversed numerous layers of space. At this moment, time seemed to have lost all meaning. It seemed like an instant, yet also like eternity. When the chaotic phenomena of space vanished before the eyes of Yin Zhaoge and the others, when the scenery reappeared, a place that resembled a majestic immortal realm appeared before them. There was nothing special about this place, just that the purest, most primordial qis of yin and yang existed between the heavens and the earth. The qis of yin and yang transformed into bright and dim black and white, coiling unceasingly amidst space. Gazing over from afar, at the center of space where the two qis of black and white intersected stood a simple, unadorned palace. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di both thought, that should be the Brocade Emperor's minor no-hatred Dao arena. As Fu Ting and the others brought Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di over, the minor no-hatred Dao arena immediately sensed it. The door of the palace opened, someone emerging and first bowing towards Fu Ting, senior apprentice Aunt Fu. This was a disciple of ingenious Flying Peak, who was cultivating at the minor no-hatred Dao arena. He was of a generation younger than Fu Ting, and was actually much older. Being familiar with him, Fu Ting immediately said, "These two are Chief Yin Di and young Master Yen of Broad Creed Mountain, in the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea. They have come to this Dao arena at Father's invitation as guests." That ingenious Flying Peak disciple hurriedly greeted Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di, as well as those ingenious Flying Peak martial practitioners who had come along with Fu Ting. Still, after the greetings, he glanced at Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di before secretly sending a sound transmission to Fu Ting. "Senior apprentice Aunt. Grand Master is currently not here." Fu Ting was rather taken aback. How could that be? It was Father who instructed me to bring people here to see him. Could it be that he has returned to the world beyond worlds Kunlun Mountain for urgent matters? That ingenious Flying Peak disciple smiled bitterly. "Grand Master actually just left not long ago. I do not know the details either. Still, he left behind a letter for you, senior apprentice Aunt." "Settle the two guests first," Fu Ting frowned slightly. "Where is the letter? Bring it over for me to read." Chapter 897. There had also been outstanding talents of the younger generation, whose names had reached the Brocade Emperor's ears in the past. The Brocade Emperor had taken pity on them, as he had curiously wanted to see what sort of outstanding figure they were. If he was fated, he might even give him some pointers. This time, however, Fu Ting was certain that her father had important matters to attend to. Therefore, he had specifically instructed her to bring Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di over. If Fu Ting had to guess the general reason, it might be related to the extreme Yang seal, the extreme Yin crown, and the dim radiant wheel. Under such circumstances, since the Brocade Emperor had instructed them to meet at the minor no-hatred Dao arena, there was no reason for him to suddenly leave. While the Brocade Emperor had always been very casual in his dealings, he would not go so far as to treat an invited guest lightly like this. It was normal to ask the guest to wait for a while, when there was an urgent matter at hand. But directly leaving the minor no-hatred Dao arena, and disappearing without a trace, this was not normal. When Fu Ting heard that her father had left a letter for her, she did not feel relieved. With a letter left behind, it precisely indicated that the Brocade Emperor would not be returning within a short period of time. She asked her fellow disciples to entertain the guests while she entered the depths of the palace. Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di exchanged glances, both having sensed some abnormalities. "Let's wait and see," Yin Di said calmly. Yin Zhaoge nodded, very much at ease as he was not in a rush, instead analyzing the principles of the martial arts that he cultivated in. Just having stepped into the boundaries of the minor no-hatred Dao arena, he discovered that the two qis of yin and yang here had been completely separated from each other, yet they flowed endlessly as they interacted with each other. It was truly the best place to cultivate the yin-yang heavenly scripture and taiji secret arts. While the spiritual qi environment at Kunlun Mountain's ingenious Flying Peak, in the world beyond worlds, might be more abundant and miraculous, this Dao arena was clearly better for disciples of the Brocade Emperor's lineage, who cultivated in taiji. Cultivating here, Yin Zhaoge felt that the taiji yin-yang palm that he was studying seemed to be able to undergo some new changes. Glancing at Yin Zhaoge, Yin Di could not help but smile. "You do know how to grasp." He also sat down and breathed in and out the yin and yang qi, trying to further comprehend the ultimate art of the yin-yang heavenly scripture. The ingenious Flying Peak disciple in charge of receiving them couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder at their composed attitude. However, this wait lasted for a long time. In terms of hospitality, it was already very rude. Still, with the Brocade Emperor's cultivation base and status, treating two martial practitioners who had yet to even ascend the Immortal Bridge in contempt was really not all that arrogant. However, Yin Zhaoge felt that this emperor had no reason to do so, even if it was for the sake of the profound sky purple gold furnace. If they were certain that it was in Yin Zhaoge's possession, they could just openly make a move. There would be no need at all for them to leave Yin Zhaoge and his son hanging here. Is there something urgent? The first thought that popped into Yin Zhaoge's mind was that the Heaven Emperor and the Southern Exalt were up to something again. He suppressed the many guesses in his mind, calmed his mind, and continued to sit upright. Yen Di's voice now resounded by his ear. Has something happened in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory again? Yen Di had indeed guessed the same thing. Yin Zhaoge answered, it's still hard to say now. Logically speaking, I feel that it shouldn't be. In the world beyond worlds, the three sovereigns, 5 emperors, and the exalts of 10 territories reign supreme. Still, unlike the southeastern exalt and the others who mostly guard the world beyond worlds, the peak figures of the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, are actually only able to remain in the world beyond worlds for a relatively limited amount of time. Even if they did, they would spend most of their time cultivating in seclusion. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. The rest of the time, they are actually active in extra-dimensional space. After the Great Calamity had shattered the great 1,000 worlds of the past, they had been split into countless worlds, as well as infinite space. With that, many unknown existences and vast boundless regions had been created. Sufficient strength, and a great amount of energy, were needed to explore all of this. Apart from that, the existence of the world of Buddhism might also be drawing the attention and time of the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors. Apart from that, there was also the 9 underworlds that could never be underestimated or overlooked. Therefore, the peak existences of the world beyond worlds, the earthly sovereign included, the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors frequently left the world beyond worlds. A few years ago, the Brocade Emperor had left for extra-dimensional space. Recently, in order to assist his old friend, the Southeastern Exalt, he had specially hurried back. Fortunately, he had still managed to make it in time. Since the Brocade Emperor had returned, the Heaven Emperor and the Southern Exalt had ceased their activities as well. Generally speaking, those at the level of the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and the exalts of 10 territories would not lightly start a war. It was like how Yin Zhaoge had personally experienced it that year. While the Northeastern Exalt and the Eastern Exalt had been in a standoff, they had not truly clashed. Meanwhile, while the Southeastern Exalt and the Southern Exalt clashed, they would not fight to the death unless absolutely necessary. It had already been many years since a battle between emperors had occurred. With the Brocade Emperor having returned from extra-dimensional space, the Heaven Emperor had simply retreated. If the 2 of them really started a war, the other emperors might be alerted, as one of the 3 sovereigns might even come forward to mediate. When the Heaven Emperor had suppressed the Southeastern Exalt earlier, he had only done so through his momentum, as he had not truly used force. Most of the time, the conflicts between the peak figures of the world beyond worlds would all be waged in secret, as they fought for supporters, before finally reaching a compromise and tacit agreement. While the martial practitioners below fought intensely, it was still within a controllable range, as the peak experts seldom truly fought. There were still powerful external enemies outside the world beyond worlds. Taoism had suffered a great blow to its vitality following the Great Calamity. Now that it was gradually recovering, it finally showed signs of regaining its former glory. With the earthly sovereign at their head, the current rulers of the world beyond worlds treasured the current situation very much. Unless the Brocade Emperor left the world beyond worlds once more, or the Heaven Emperor had new powerful reinforcements, the Heaven Emperor would not make a move again. As Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di conversed, they saw Fu Ting reappear. Carefully observing Fu Ting's expression, there was only some apologetic look on it, not solemn or worried at all. Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di were the first to relax as they knew that the matter was not serious. My father has left for an urgent matter, and will not be able to return anytime soon. I really did not mean to neglect you. Please take offense, Fu Ting said apologetically. Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di both said that it was fine. Fu Ting added, my father is not far from the world beyond worlds this time. There will not be any changes over at the southeastern Yang Heaven territory for the time being. You need not worry. Yin Di nodded. It is fine for us to wait. I just wonder when the Brocade Emperor will be able to return? Fu Ting smiled bitterly. I too cannot be certain of the specific time. I can only ask the two of you to stay for a few days. Of course, it is fine if the two of you want to leave. Still, I hope that you can wait a little longer. Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di exchanged glances, both nodding slightly as Yin Di said, it is fine. The Brocade Emperor must have a sudden and urgent matter to attend to. As long as there are no major disturbances at the headquarters of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, it is fine for us to stay for a few more days. We will just have to trouble you. Fu Ting smiled and said, Sect leader Yin is too polite. With ingenious Flying Peak disciples temporarily residing at Broad Creed Mountain, and Yin Zhaoge himself not present, even if someone coveted the dim radiant wheel, they would not be able to act rashly for the time being. With nothing to do, Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di simply stayed at the minor no-hatred Dao arena. While they would not be able to interact in depth, Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting's group of ingenious Flying Peak disciples had allowed them to gain a greater understanding of the martial arts of the Grand Clear Direct lineage. Sadly, the Brocade Emperor had yet to return even after waiting for a full 7 days. Chapter 898. 7 days later, instead of waiting for the Brocade Emperor, someone else arrived. Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di had originally been in the midst of cultivating when Fu Ting came to visit. Fu Ting's expression was a little awkward, but it was mostly solemn. My father hasn't returned yet. Please don't blame me for neglecting you and your father. Fu Ting said, there are some matters here at the minor no-hatred Dao arena. It might not be good to continue keeping you father and son here. Yin Di and Yin Zhaoge exchanged looks. The first thought that flashed through their minds was, could it be that the Heaven Emperor had actually invited one of the three sovereigns to make a move, actually causing the Brocade Emperor to be hard-pressed to resist and forced to retreat? Or was it that the hot potato that was the dim radiant wheel in Yin Zhaoge's possession had caused such a huge disaster so quickly that all of ingenious Flying Peak actually wanted to send Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di off on their own? Fu Ting clearly knew that her current actions were inappropriate, but she seemed to have something she couldn't say, so she didn't say much. She retrieved a brocade box, handing it to Yin Di. My father left behind a letter. If he never returns and the two of you are in a hurry to leave, then this treasure is to be delivered to him as an apology. Due to the special circumstances at the moment, it is not convenient for the dojo to continue receiving the two of you. Please forgive us. Receiving the brocade box, Yin Di was in no hurry to open it as he said calmly, us father and son have been troubling you over the past few days as well. We understand that the Brocade Emperor is busy with matters. Still, please forgive this Yin for asking, but does this matter have something to do with the southeastern Yang Heaven territory? Fu Ting sighed. Chief Yin worries too much. This matter has nothing to do with the Heaven Emperor, the Southern Exalt, the Southeastern Exalt, or the embryonic immortal artifact in young Master Yan's hands. My father has indeed gone out for some business, but it's a private matter. Right now, the dojo is dealing with another matter that has nothing to do with the two of you. It's just that it's not convenient for me to continue entertaining you. Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di both felt curious. If it was not related to the matter of the Heaven Emperor and the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, if it was not related to the dim radiant wheel, then the current situation would truly be strange. From the looks of it, why does it seem like there might be a calamity here at the minor no-hatred Daorite? Ingenious Flying Peak has good intentions, not wanting to implicate us and be implicated? Yin Zhaoge was rather taken aback. Still, since Fu Ting was unwilling to say more, Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di did not continue asking about it. The other party was very likely doing this out of good intentions, and also being very courteous, Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di could only do as the host wished. The two of them followed Fu Ting out of the palace. As he walked past the main hall, he saw a group of people standing there. Some were disciples of ingenious Flying Peak, while others did not look like descendants of the Brocade Emperor's lineage from their attire. Looking carefully, Yin Zhaoge discovered that they were actually not humans. While they were clad in armor, they had the heads of dragons and bodies of humans. It was a three-headed dragon race. If these three dragons were to be measured using the cultivation bases of human martial practitioners, they would shockingly all be experts of the Immortal Bridge stage. All of them were brimming with energy and strength. Their innate dragon bodies were even stronger than the humans. As he inhaled and exhaled, the might of a dragon overflowed, causing other living beings to be unable to help but feel the urge to prostrate themselves in worship. It was just that when they visited the minor no-hatred Dao arena, they intentionally retracted their dragon might to show courtesy. What Yin Zhaoge paid even more attention to was the fact that these three experts of the dragon race were clearly all feeling very uneasy at this moment, as they appeared anxious. This was an extremely rare thing for the dragon race, who had always been orderly and focused on their dignity. After glancing at Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di, they did not pay too much attention to them, as they quickly shifted their gazes away, their gazes falling on Fu Ting. Fu Ting nodded towards them. "I will speak in detail with you seniors after sending our guests off." Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di followed Fu Ting out of the palace, Yin Zhaoge gazing back. Great demons of such cultivation bases are rarely seen in the world beyond worlds. Fu Ting said simply, "Following the great calamity that year, the dragon race withered. They are indeed rarely seen now. Our lineage has some ties with the dragon race that survived the great calamity that year. This was a matter of my great-grand master's time." Yin Zhaoge nodded, not speaking. Fu Ting said, "I will send you back to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory with the ritual of this Dao arena later. I have really been impolite this time." Before she had finished speaking, the world of intermingling black and white cheese before them actually shook abruptly. With this, the originally distinct black and white cheese instantly became blurry and indistinct, mixing together as yin and yang were indistinguishable. Fu Ting was shocked, so fast. The expressions of Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di changed slightly as well, having been cultivating in the minor no-hatred Dao arena these past few days. They all knew that this cave manor had been personally established by the Brocade Emperor. While its stability could not compare to that of Kunlun Mountain's ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff, it was still far from comparable to ordinary places. Even if their master, the Brocade Emperor, was not present, wanting to shake this place would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yet, the scene before them clearly indicated that someone was attacking the minor no-hatred Dao arena from the outside. Even worse was the fact that the other party was extremely powerful, as it was not impossible for them to break through. The spiritual chi flow of the Dao arena had already been disrupted, its foundation having been shaken. Fu Ting was shocked, but not panicked as she directly retrieved a jade crystal, tossing it into the air before tapping on it with a finger. The surface of the jade crystal lit up with radiance, which established a spirit formation. At the center of the spirit formation, a hole seemed to be opening up. The next moment, however, the hole immediately closed up while the spirit formation began distorting. An instant later it shattered. Fu Ting frowned. The enemy's attacks are fierce. The ritual cannot be activated. Looking at Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di, she shook her head helplessly. "I had originally wanted to send the two of you back to the world beyond worlds. Still, from the looks of it now, this will not be possible." Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di exchanged glances, both feeling that this was rather absurd. From the looks of it, someone had actually really come to find trouble for the Brocade Emperor. In the end, the fish in the moat had been caught in the crossfire. "Since that is so, please follow me first," Fu Ting said as she led Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di back to the palace. While the spiritual chi flow of the Dao arena had begun to turn chaotic, this was the Brocade Emperor's manner at the end of the day, as it would not be so easily breached. Along the way, Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. Now that things have come to this, I wonder if Miss Fu can tell us the details of the situation? We father and son are still completely in the dark, as we are completely clueless about what is going on. Looking at the palace up ahead, Yendi asked in a heavy tone, "It is related to those dragons?" Fu Ting hesitated slightly for a moment before sighing. "It can be said to be related. Still, the enemy is also specifically targeting our lineage. Those 3 seniors of the dragon race rushed over to warn us. Who would have thought that the enemy would arrive so quickly, arriving right after them?" Fu Ting shook her head helplessly. "There are some matters that have to be taken care of in this Dao arena. We are unable to leave immediately. I had originally wanted to send the 2 of you off as well, but in the end, I was actually unable to do so as well." Yan Zhaoge asked, "Who exactly is it?" The other party might not know that the Brocade Emperor had gone out, most likely thinking that he was at his manor. This was not an attempt to take advantage of the situation, as they had specifically come to target the Brocade Emperor. The Brocade Emperor was one of the strongest experts of the world beyond worlds. It was truly out of Yin Zhaoge's expectations that someone would actually dare to cause trouble at his manor. If it was not the Heaven Emperor, who could it be? As they were guessing, Fu Ting said in a complex tone, "It is not a person who has come." Chapter 899. Yin Zhaoge was taken aback by Fu Ting's "It is not human." Some great demon expert? Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. This time, Fu Ting pondered for a moment before saying, "It cannot be said to be of the demon race." Looking at Yin Zhaoge, she added, "It is also not a great devil from the 9 underworlds." Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di both looked at Fu Ting. Fu Ting said, "It is not completely correct to say that it is of the demon race. It is actually a weapon, just that this weapon is extremely special. An extremely powerful demonic soul is sealed within, such that this weapon is equivalent to possessing a complete consciousness of its own." Fu Ting explained, "It can be said to be a weapon that can control itself, resembling an independent life form. It can also be said to be a great demon, with a weapon as its fleshly body." Fu Ting paused for a moment before adding, "He himself has always considered himself to be a weapon." The corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth twitched slightly. "All right, I think I understand. Now I am more concerned about another problem. Knowing that your father, the Brocade Emperor, might be here, he still dared to directly come knocking. This weapon is an immortal artifact, right?" Fu Ting nodded straightforwardly. "That's right. It is indeed a leakless immortal artifact. Due to its uniqueness, it is actually more appropriate to view it as an expert who has pushed open the door to immortality and ascended to the immortal realm. Still, he himself does not think so." Hearing her words, Yin Zhaoge curled his lips. "I deeply agree with this." Since things had already been said, Fu Ting no longer concealed it. He has great enmity with the dragon race. He slaughtered numerous dragons that year, causing the already declining dragon race to decline even further after experiencing the great calamity. The dragon race sought help from the world beyond worlds that year. Afterwards, a few lineages of the Grand Clear Direct lineage, my great-grand master included, joined hands and helped the dragon race design a formation to seal this weapon. A few years ago, this immortal artifact broke through its seal. After recovering its vitality for a period of time, it has come seeking revenge." Fu Ting's expression turned rather solemn as she said this. Just before this, the ancestral grounds of that branch of the dragon race had already been attacked. Now it has come looking for us again. Time has passed, and some of the inheritances of the sex have been lost. Now, only Ingenious Flying Peak and Uncle Chow of Golden Court Mountain are left. This immortal artifact's temperament was violent, as he was lawless and out of control. Even though the Brocade Emperor's cultivation base was not inferior to his, he was still fearless as he wanted to fight him first before anything else. At the end of the day, he would first vent his frustrations, as he definitely would not hold it in any longer. Fu Ting said, "He came to the minor no-hatred Dao arena this time specifically for my father. Instead, he still has some misgivings about Kunlun Mountain in the world beyond worlds." As Yin Zhaoge listened, He vaguely felt that something was wrong as some things from his memories surfaced within his mind. Yendi now frowned, asking, "The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are of the same breath and branch. For this immortal artifact to cause trouble at the Brocade Emperor's residence, it should not just be the Brocade Emperor who has been offended, right?" Fu Ting sighed. "Most of the emperors are currently not in the world beyond worlds." With that, she was silent for a moment. Looking at the two, she finally said, "Other than that, this immortal artifact has some connection with the world beyond worlds. His name is Mars Halbert." Hearing this name, Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di simultaneously narrowed their eyes into slits. Mars. A title naturally leapt into their minds. The Exalted Fire Luminary. One of the Kunlun 9 luminaries that year. The Exalted Fire Luminary, who had once been acclaimed alongside the current earthly sovereign and concealed sovereign of the 3 sovereigns. Fu Ting said unhurriedly, "The Kunlun 9 luminaries. In order to live up to the name of the 9 luminaries, each of them forged a treasure, and they are all top-notch high-grade sacred weapons. There is only one exception, and that is this Mars Halberd. It is rumored that because the demonic soul that was sealed was too unique and too powerful, an immortal artifact was ultimately forged. Also, it was an immortal artifact that possessed its own thoughts and was able to move on its own. I heard my father say that after the Exalted Fire Luminary vanished that year, it was equivalent to this immortal artifact having lost its master, thus beginning to move on its own." Fu Ting smiled bitterly. In the end, he began a wanton massacre of the dragon race until he was finally sealed. In the blink of an eye, so many years have already passed. Even after so many years, our fury has never been extinguished. Now a voice suddenly resounded both within and outside the minor no-hatred Dao arena. Fu Ting's expression changed. The expressions of the other ingenious Flying Peak disciples, and the 3 experts of the dragon race, within the palace simultaneously changing greatly as well. The minor no-hatred Dao arena began shaking unceasingly. An emperor has appeared among Daoist Xuanzhong's descendants, surpassing his predecessors. That voice reverberated between the heavens and the earth. "Since you are an emperor, come out and battle me." Fu Ting grit her teeth, saying in a heavy tone, "My father is currently away on some matters, and is indeed not here. If you really want to, you might as well come another day. My father will definitely not avoid battle." As the other party paused slightly, Yin Zhaoge and the others instantly felt the spiritual chi flow of the minor, no-hatred Dao arena grow even more chaotic. The other party seemed to be searching for something. After a while, the pressure eased as that voice said, "Is he really not here? Since that is so, I will not make things difficult for you juniors. However, those 3 little dragons come out and die." Hearing his words, the expressions of those 3 experts of the dragon race turned extremely ugly, as they were enraged to the extreme. Fu Ting inhaled deeply. "The 3 of them have come to join my ingenious Flying Peaks minor, no-hatred Dao arena. There is definitely no reason for my sect to hand them over. I will not lower myself to the level of you juniors for the descendants of Daoist Xuanzhong." The other party said coldly, "Still, I will kill every dragon I see, no exceptions whatsoever. Either I perish or the dragons perish." A powerful force unceasingly shook the heavens and the earth as the air within the minor no-hatred Dao arena suddenly turned blazing hot. The 2 chis of yin and yang intermingled turbid, before actually beginning to blaze. Feeling that violent concept that was wild and unbridled like blazing fire, Yin Zhaoge's expression turned extremely strange. Even a look of surprise appeared on Yendi's face. Yin Zhaoge pulled back the corners of his lips. It might not be a good time to ask this now. "Still, Miss Fu, I wonder how those seniors of the Grand Clear Direct lineage helped the dragon race seal this immortal artifact back then?" Currently paying attention to the changes in the minor no-hatred Dao arena, Fu Ting did not suspect anything as she answered, "This Mars halberd is blazing like fire, being extremely tough and blazing with extreme yang. Therefore, Grand Master and the others made use of an ancient, cold abyss as a geographical advantage, before setting up a formation with the power of the stars of the universe. Many experts of the dragon race sacrificed themselves for others, dying within the formation as they powered the grand formation with the power of their sacrifices, finally suppressing the previously injured Mars halberd. From the looks of it now, during these years of being suppressed, this Mars halberd has also recovered from the injuries he had sustained before being sealed. Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di exchanged glances, both seeing the shock within the other's eyes. Numerous stars converging, dragons entering the sea, ancient cold abyss, reverse scale shocking moon. This was the origin of that dragon tomb which Yin Zhaoge had unearthed that year. Back in the dragon tomb, Yin Zhaoge had sensed that it seemed to have originally been used to seal a certain existence. The sealed existence had already escaped at the time. Yin Zhaoge had still felt curious about what it was. Only now did he know that it was actually an immortal artifact that possessed its own thoughts and was able to move independently. Along with the extreme Yang seal, the extreme Yin crown, and the Rahu saber, Mars halberd was one of the 9 luminaries' weapons of the past. Chapter 900. Extreme. Yang. Seal is it? Long time no see. To think that we would actually meet again, under such circumstances. Yin Zhaoge could still recall that back in the dragon tomb, the seal had completely collapsed, the ancient cold abyss having regained its original appearance as the dragon tomb had collapsed. At that time, a remnant will had still existed within the dragon tomb, originating from that sealed existence. When this will had appeared, such a sentence had flashed through Yin Zhaoge's mind. At that time, Yin Zhaoge had been puzzled. The other party recognized the extreme Yang seal. Having had no further connection with it afterwards, he had not taken it to heart. Now, however, everything was already clear to him. Looking at those 3 experts of the dragon race again now, Yin Zhaoge's gaze involuntarily turned rather strange. Most of the dragon tomb had been dug out by him back then. The attention of those 3 experts of the dragon race was currently focused on Mars halberd outside, as a resolute, furious look appeared on their faces. Let's go out, the 3 experts of the dragon race said in a heavy tone. Fu Ting shook her head, about to speak when a voice resounded once more from outside. If you don't come out. Violent power rampaged as the entire minor no-hatred Dao arena became unbearably hot. The 2 qis of black and white that had originally coexisted with Yin and Yang now turned blurry before turning crimson, all of them blazing. Then I shall enter. Accompanied by that tyrannical voice, the sky of the minor no-hatred Dao arena split apart, dazzling red light shooting out from within, illuminating the roof of the palace. Blazing fire appeared amidst the red light, the flames gradually condensing to form a figure between the heavens and the earth. That was a figure whose features could not be clearly seen. He was 90 feet tall, his entire body entangled by numerous fire dragons. Beneath his feet were 2 even more massive crimson flame dragons. His entire person resembled a divinity formed of fire. A tyrannical, fierce aura swept through the entire minor no-hatred Dao arena, quickly turning it into a sea of flames. The expressions of Fu Ting and the other ingenious flying peak disciples were solemn to the extreme. If they had long known that the other party was powerful, no different from an emperor-level expert, it would have been a vicious battle even if the Brocade Emperor himself had been present. Still, the other party having charged into the minor no-hatred Dao arena, so quickly still shocked them to the core. While the Brocade Emperor had not been present, this place had still been personally set up by him at the end of the day. Now that it had been broken through so quickly, this special opponent was even fiercer than they had thought. After that divinity of flame had appeared, his featureless face first glanced in Yin Zhaoge's direction. Yin Zhaoge instantly felt as if everything in the space around him was about to explode and be incinerated. It wasn't a simple explosion of a tangible object, but an existence smaller than a mustard seed. At this moment, it was as if it was about to explode and burn into nothingness. Uncountable, far more than billions of specks of dust were about to explode at the same time. As a result, all existences were destroyed, difficult to resist. Extreme Yang seal, it has truly been a long time. From the huge body formed from flames, a voice sounded out. Young man, you are Gao Han's successor? Yin Zhaoge frowned slightly, He could clearly sense that his extreme young seal was currently shaking intensely. The high-grade sacred artifact, which already possessed extraordinary intelligence in the first place, was now unprecedentedly sensitive. However, it didn't seem like the joy of a reunion between old friends. It was more like fear. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge could not help but have the urge to roll his eyes. Although the Kunlun 9 luminaries were known as the Kunlun 9 luminaries, who knew what their internal relationships were like. Even if they were like-minded, this didn't entail that they were on close terms with each other. On the contrary, many conflicts might exist between them, from the reaction of the extreme Yang seal and the extreme Yin crown when they had been brought together, as well as the image left behind by the exalted lunar luminary in the Eight Extremities world back then. It could be seen that the relationship between the exalted solar luminary and the exalted lunar luminary should have been pretty good. Still, from the reaction of the extreme Yang seal towards Mars halberd now, it was likely that the previous owners of the two had not been on good terms. Yin Zhaoge had no choice but to be cautious with this. He could not just casually use the name of a tiger. If Mars halberd gave the exalted solar luminary Gao Han some face, that would naturally be for the best. From the looks of it now, however, bringing up the exalted solar luminary might instead infuriate Mars halberd further. It was fine for the ingenious Flying Peak disciples to know that Yin Zhaoge bore the extreme Yang seal. Those three experts of the dragon race all looked shockingly at Yin Zhaoge now. Yin Zhaoge inhaled deeply, saying calmly, "I am not a descendant of the exalted solar luminary. I just inadvertently obtained the extreme Yang seal and cultivated in the extreme Yang scripture. Still, my understanding of the exalted solar luminary is limited. I also do not know where this senior is currently." That divinity of flame glanced calmly at Yin Zhaoge before saying casually, "Even if you are a descendant of Gao Han, I will not make things difficult for someone of the younger generation. I just need you to follow me and do some things." "I believe your words. Still, you have to think more about it. Gao Han's thoughts are crafty and secretive. He seldom plays useless chess. While he may not have intended it, it might be my intention." With that, his gaze fell on those three experts of the dragon race once more. Instantly, 3 clumps of blazing fire arose from thin air, enveloping those 3 experts of the dragon race. While Yin Zhaoge, Yin Di, and those of ingenious Flying Peak were just by the side, they were completely unaffected by it. That terrifying blazing fire originated from the bodies of the 3 experts of the dragon race. While the fire was limited to 3 areas of land, these 3 areas of land were directly transformed into a purgatory sea of flames. The 3 dragons simultaneously emitted tragic cries, struggling as they shed their human forms, revealing their true forms as they transformed into 3 true dragons that connected to the heavens. Each of these massive dragons was even more massive than the dragons that had slumbered eternally in the dragon tomb that year, possessing shocking auras. 3 true dragons were equivalent to 3 immortal bridge martial saints of the human race as their chi and blood erupted, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth as they plucked stars and captured the moon. However, as blazing fire wreathed their bodies at this moment, however much they struggled, they were unable to extinguish the flames on their bodies. That true dragon opened its mouth, directly spurting out an immeasurable amount of seawater. The amount of water was sufficient to instantly transform into a great ocean, virtually being able to fill up a small portion of the Royal Reed Sea. However, such an oceanic amount of water, that even contained true essence in dragon chi, was directly vaporized completely as soon as it came into contact with the flames on his body. Yin Zhaoge could not be bothered to rejoice over his accurate judgment. If this guy were to make a move in the Royal Reed Sea, just a random spark of fire would be enough to vaporize the entire Royal Reed Sea dry. They all use fire. In pre-Great Calamity times, there had also been the Heavenly Fire Emperor, the Flame Devil Emperor. While Yin Zhaoge had not personally seen the Flame Devil Emperor in action before, according to the descriptions of others, the Flame Devil Emperor was only SSO when he fought. Seeing this, Fu Ting panicked greatly. After a moment's hesitation, she said in a heavy tone to Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di, "I am really sorry for dragging the 2 of you into this. Be careful. Not waiting for the two to reply, Fu Ting raised her head and gazed at the figure blazing with blazing flames up in the sky, yelling lightly, "Since the three seniors of the dragon race have come to my minor no-hatred Dao arena, you are guests of my ingenious flying peak. Please forgive this junior for offending you." Saying thus, she directly struck towards her forehead with a palm, as though wanting to commit suicide. However, a taiji diagram simultaneously appeared on her palm and forehead, resonating with one another. Chapter 901. Accompanied by the appearance of taiji diagrams on Fu Ting's palm and forehead, the heavens and earth of the minor no-hatred Dao arena abruptly changed. The world, which was already gradually beginning to be devoured by the sea of flames, suddenly distorted. With the palace beneath their feet as the center, the power of reversal of extremities emanated. However, just having moved, a clump of flames suddenly appeared between her palm and forehead. The flames transformed into a sigil, instantly suppressing the taiji diagrams on Fu Ting's palm and forehead. The voice of that divinity of flame resounded within the sky. "I do not wish to lower myself to the level of you juniors, yet you want to take the initiative to make trouble. You must know that even if I kill you, I would not care." That sigil of flame immediately began devouring the taiji diagrams on Fu Ting's body. Fu Ting's face and hands were about to be caught in the flames as well. The phoenix-woven brocade and other treasures on her showed no signs of being affected in the least. A silvery white silk that flickered with the crimson light of fire suddenly drifted, keeping the endless blazing fire at bay as it circulated. However, faced with that sigil of flame, it instantly collapsed upon contact as it was hard to resist. Instead, radiance suddenly lit up at the center of the taiji diagrams that had originally been suppressed on Fu Ting's forehead. The palace at the center of the minor no-hatred Dao arena beneath Fu Ting's feet also lit up. The power of reversal of extremities surged once more, even more ferocious and majestic than before. The divinity of flame within the sky paused for a moment. Having been suppressed by my attack, a second hidden restriction was instead triggered? No wonder you surpass your father, even surpassing Daoist Xuanzhong. The entire minor no-hatred Dao arena actually seemed to be on the verge of collapse at this moment. It was not because of Mars Halbert's power, instead originating from the minor no-hatred Dao arena itself. The entire heavens and earth seemed to be collapsing towards its center. This majestic power was fully bolstered by Fu Ting at this moment. Bolstered by this power, Fu Ting was ultimately not injured by that sigil of flame. Everything happened in an instant. Fu Ting could only make use of this instant. She clapped downwards with her palm, the palace before her simultaneously transforming into specks of light of black and white. Yin and yang circulated, transforming into a taiji diagram which swept along Fu Ting. The disciples of ingenious flying peak, Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di, as well as those three dragon experts, who were being incinerated by blazing fire. Everyone flew towards that point of collapse at the center, seemingly about to vanish. The power formed by the collapse of the entire minor no-hatred Dao arena caused the flames on the bodies of those three dragon race experts to finally be extinguished. At the end of the day, this was a Dao arena established by the Brocade Emperor. Fu Ting was also incomparably decisive, as she had finally managed to save those three dragons from the brink of death. However, it was at this moment that the god of fire who stood in the void, unmoved even if the heavens and earth collapsed, suddenly moved. What an outstanding young lady. She's just like her father. There seemed to be a mighty dragon roar echoing in the endless distance. In the next moment, the 90-meter-tall body exploded into flames that filled the sky. A twin crescent halberd appeared from within the sea of flames, resembling the halberd of Yen Zhaoge's memories. However, this halberd was crimson in color and carved with dragon patterns. You have courage and ability. I will not kill you, but I will give you some punishment. The crimson halberd slashed through the air. Fiery light flickered, the black and white taiji diagram at the center of the collapse mightily breaking apart. Swept along by the taiji diagram, Yen Zhaoge, Yen Di and Fu Ting were already about to retreat into the spatial passageway formed following the destruction of the minor no-hatred Dao arena. However, after the fiery light had flickered, the spatial passageway instantly broke apart. While everyone tried their best to stabilize themselves, they were still involuntarily separated, as they were swept into different spacetimes, in 2s and 3s. Meanwhile, the final scene that appeared before the eyes of Yin Zhaoge and the others was that crimson fiery light flashed past. The 3 dragon experts had all perished. The massive bodies of the dragons had all been cleaved apart at the waist. Blazing fire arose from the wounds, instantly incinerating the 6 halves of the dragon bodies completely. They were reduced to ashes, not leaving any traces behind at all. In the distance where space had been destroyed, the fiery light condensed to form that divinity of fire, who stood atop 2 dragons once more. The giant of flame towered amidst space, not pursuing or retreating as he simply stood silently where he was. It was as though he was specifically waiting for the return of the Brocade Emperor. Amidst the chaotic space, Yin Zhaoge turned and gazed over to the other side, seeing his father Yin Di currently trapped amidst the chaotic flows of space. Father and son exchanged glances, both not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. They had completely been caught in the crossfire this time, having been implicated by ingenious flying peak and the dragon race. Never would they have thought that such a change would actually occur. Sending each other a look that told them not to worry, father and son could only stabilize their figures amidst the shattered space, drifting along with the currents as they drifted off in different directions. With their current cultivation bases, they were not in any danger. The only problem was that returning to the world beyond worlds would require some effort. Yin Zhaoge sighed. Plans cannot keep up with the changes. I was still thinking earlier that the Heaven Emperor was being held back by the Brocade Emperor, and that no powerful reinforcements would arrive. In the end, Mars Halberd immediately came looking for trouble. Good things never come true. Bad things always do. Yin Zhaoge shook his head slightly, stabilizing his figure. As he cultivated in the immortal trapping sword, he had a deep understanding of the Tao of time and space. Now that he was trapped amidst the chaotic flows of space, he was not worried at all. It was just that Yin Zhaoge was rather troubled by the fact that Fu Ting had actually coincidentally drifted along the same branch of space as him. With that, it was not convenient for Yin Zhaoge to openly display the immortal trapping sword. Fu Ting was currently expressing her apologies to Yin Zhaoge. In putting on a brave front, I wanted to make use of the restrictions my father left behind in the Tao arena to help the 3 seniors of the dragon race. In the end, I still ended up implicating you and your father. Please forgive me, young Master Yin. Yin Zhaoge smiled. It's fine. Miss Fu is polite. This Mars Halberd had his own personality, being no different from an emperor expert at all. He had an unyielding personality, but was also magnanimous. If Fu Ting had not interfered just now, nothing would have happened to Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di. After Mars Halberd had slain those 3 experts of the dragon race, he would most likely have let them leave. Fu Ting and the others might have been detained to draw the Brocade Emperor over, but they might also have been let go. At the very least, their lives would not have been in danger. With Fu Ting's earlier attack, the other party had completely shattered the minor no-hatred Tao arena, causing them to be separated amidst the chaotic flows of space. Still, Yin Zhaoge did not blame Fu Ting. From another perspective, if it had been the Heaven Emperor who had come to find trouble for Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di this time, Fu Ting would most likely have done her best to help them, as they were guests of ingenious Flying Peak as well. Of course, being able to be so magnanimous was more or less, because the current situation was not too bad, as it was still within Yin Zhaoge's acceptable range. Instead, it was some of Mars Halberd's earlier words that Yin Zhaoge was rather concerned about. My unintentional, his intentional, is it? Chapter 902. Although Yin Zhaoge was a little concerned about the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, the information he knew was too little. As such, Yin Zhaoge stopped thinking about it. The first thing he had to consider now was how to return to the world beyond worlds as soon as possible. Yin Zhaoge asked Fu Ting about this. Fu Ting smiled bitterly. She tapped her forehead with her finger. I don't have any good ideas for now. I can only find my way back slowly. Yin Zhaoge realized that in activating the restrictions of the minor no-hatred Dao arena earlier, Fu Ting had also expended some of her own preparations. Otherwise, with how much the Brocade Emperor cared for her, he would definitely have left behind some methods on her that would allow Fu Ting to return to the world beyond worlds Kunlun Mountain as soon as possible in such a situation where she was trapped amidst chaotic space. But now these methods could not be used. If the space-time passageway had not been slashed apart earlier, they might have been able to return to the world beyond worlds together. Unfortunately, Mars Halberd was an immortal weapon after all, and an immortal weapon that could exert its own strength. Thinking of Mars Halberd, Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting exchanged glances, bitter smiles appearing on their faces. From the looks of it, the other party had no intention of leaving after shattering the minor no-hatred Dao arena. It actually remained where it was, seemingly waiting for the Brocade Emperor to return. He was arrogant and domineering. Yin Zhaoge shook his head, identifying the direction of the space before him. Forget it. Let's not think about that for now. Let's figure out where we are first. Fu Ting also pulled herself together and observed the surroundings. Even though he had destroyed the minor no-hatred Dao arena in the end, he had still been unable to protect those 3 experts of the dragon race in the end, and could only watch as they were killed right before his eyes. For Fu Ting, who had always been a proud daughter of the heavens, and had always been successful, today's matter could be considered a rare setback. In recent years, the only thing that could make Fu Ting feel so aggrieved was the disappearance of the profound sky purple gold furnace, and the disappearance of her sect elders in the black hole. What made Fu Ting feel both exasperated and amused was that Yin Zhaoge had actually been involved in both of the rare times she had suffered such a huge loss. However, she was strong-willed and quickly adjusted her state of mind. The two of them floated in the void for an unknown period of time. As the space before them changed, the outline of a world appeared. Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting exchanged glances before entering that world together. As soon as they entered, the dimensional domain instantly distorted and shook, vaguely seeming like it wanted to squeeze Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting out. As the two of them circulated their energies, they became one with the world in front of them, and the repulsive force immediately weakened. Upon entering, Zhang Xian was greeted by the sight of a lush forest. Yin Zhaoge stabilized himself, gazing into the distance. The spiritual chi flow here is very unusual. Both of them were seeing divinity martial saint experts, but they were able to find shelter in this world very normally. It was unlike lower worlds like the 8 extremities world, the vast ocean world, and the floating gate world. Yet, it did not seem like he had returned to the world beyond worlds. Sensing this, Yin Zhaoge could not help but pull back the corners of his mouth. I hope that this is the roving jade heavens. Otherwise, is this yet another Buddhist world? Young master, Yin also knows of the existence of the world of Buddhism? As the daughter of the Brocade Emperor, Fu Ting knew many things that martial practitioners of the same cultivation level did not. She was rather surprised that Yin Zhaoge knew about this. Uncle Chao even told you this? Yin Zhaoge was silent for a moment before he smiled. It was not the southeastern exalt who told me. To tell you the truth, while searching for that furnace previously, amidst the chaos in space afterwards, this Yen and Gao Qing of the roving jade heavens coincidentally entered a Buddhist world. Only then did I learn of some things. Fu Ting nodded, sighing. It is no wonder then. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, she said, my father and the other emperors have kept this a secret out of consideration for the stability of the world beyond worlds, and the many lower worlds. There seems to be some hidden story that I am not aware of. While my father did not say it clearly, it seems to be very complicated. Hearing her words, Yin Zhaoge smiled. You can rest assured, Miss Fu. This Yin did not openly announce it after returning from that Buddhist world. I have always kept my mouth shut. Fu Ting smiled as well. I believe that. The two sensed the spiritual chi veins of the heavens and the earth as they flew. Signs of human activity could vaguely be seen in the distance. Yet, accompanied by the rising smoke, there was also a faint treasured light that soared into the sky. This was a treasured light that was formed from the power of faith after condensing to a certain extent turning illusory into real. It is not the roving jade heavens, but a Buddhist world in the end? As Yin Zhaoge looked at it, he suddenly frowned. Wait, that's not right. He was shocked. That is not Buddha light. Beside him, Fu Ting's expression gradually changed as she carefully stared at that treasured light that rose into the sky. Why? Why does it look like the power of faith condensed from the power of faith of our Taoism? Exchanging glances, the two could both see the astonishment within the depths of the other's eyes. Indeed, Taoism also had its power of faith. Whether it was Broad Creed Mountain, ingenious Flying Peak, or any other Taoist martial lineage, apart from the ranking of their ancestors, they would also worship the ancestors of the three clear lineages. Still, that was just the simplest form of worship, a pure form of respect. It was just like when the Buddha, the Gautama Buddha, was still in this world that year. Yet, this treasured light condensed from the power of faith of Taoism was different from that of ordinary worshippers. It was similar to the current Buddhist scriptures of the future Buddha, as it was condensed from the power of faith of all life forms. Those who sang of the Tao did not seek to cultivate themselves, instead placing their hopes and dreams on a certain existence. Yin Zhaoge inhaled deeply, swiveling his head to look at Fu Ting, asking directly, from the looks of Gao Qing and her fellow disciples, the roving jade heavens should not do such a thing. Still, Miss Gao Qing might only be able to represent her lineage. From what you know, is there anyone else in the roving jade heavens who would do such a thing? Fu Ting's expression was complex, but she did not slander the roving jade heavens as she instead said honestly, from what I know, no. Yin Zhaoge gazed at that treasured light that connected to the heavens. This does not seem to be some place in the world beyond worlds, nor is it a lower world like the Eight Extremities world. The two pondered for a moment before continuing on their way towards a populated area. Having arrived nearby, they landed. As they walked forward, they saw a city on a plain with numerous villages around it. Streaks of treasured light arose from both the villages and the city, some dense while others faint. The treasured light that arose from the city was clearly denser and more condensed. Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting stealthily entered. The common language of the people here was different from that of the world beyond worlds, as it was extremely strenuous for Yin Zhaoge to understand. Still, Yin Zhaoge gradually understood who they were worshipping. Immeasurable Heavenly Lord? Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting stared at one another, both having blank looks on their faces. As disciples of the three purities, they would often casually chant three immeasurables, or immeasurable Heavenly Lord for blessings, inconceivable merit in formal settings. The two naturally knew this. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord, here referred to innumerable heavenly lords, or many heavenly lords rather than the title of a single existence. Immeasurable Heavenly Lord for blessings was the complete saying. Still, inconceivable merit should be added behind it. However, the people of this world, whether they were martial practitioners or ordinary citizens, all worshipping the name of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, was like Buddhist disciples worshipping the future Buddha, chanting Namo Maitreya Buddha. It was clearly referring to a single existence. Also, it was not a short form. The problem was that Taoism had never had a grand Heavenly Lord with the title of Immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. What the hell? Chapter 903. Seeing that treasured light that shot into the skies, Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting exchanged looks. It was clearly an auspicious and full treasure light, but the world in front of him was indescribably strange. Whether it was Yin Zhaoge or Fu Ting, both of them could tell that this was not some country bumpkin putting on a show. The concept contained within the treasure light was majestic and exquisite, absolutely not ordinary. Without a doubt, he had obtained the true teachings of Taoism. However, he was different, as if he had opened another path outside of the three clear Grand Masters' orthodoxy. It was just that this path would lead to the same destination as the sutras and teachings of the future Buddha. One Taoist and one Buddha, but they achieved the same result through different means. Surveying their surroundings, Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting indeed discovered that while the martial practitioners here walked the path of Taoism, their foundation originated from the treasured light formed within their bodies by the feedback of the power of faith. They were the same as the current Buddhist martial artists. In cultivation, the most important thing was not the comprehension of martial arts, nor was it the study of the principles of heaven and earth. Instead, it was a devout heart towards the Tao. On this basis, they would discuss other matters. He was pious towards the Tao, his will was firm, and his conviction was unchanging. With this, the glow of treasure grew stronger and stronger, and it accumulated without end. This treasured light helped them raise their cultivation bases and increase their strength. It was much easier for them than it was for Taoist disciples like Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting, because they knew how but did not know why. The average standard of martial practitioners at the same cultivation level was lower than that of martial practitioners of the world beyond worlds, the eight extremities world, and the vast ocean world. However, the threshold was low, and the results were quick. In the world beyond worlds and the eight extremities world, those who did not possess sufficient talent and were unable to succeed in their martial cultivation had always been the vast majority. However, in this world, even if one's natural talent and comprehension ability were slightly inferior, so long as one's heart was devout towards the Tao and praised the name of the immeasurable heavenly Lord, there would be a portion of people that would be able to step onto the path of martial arts and even attain great accomplishments. Those with similar talent would be hard-pressed to achieve much in the martial Tao in the world beyond worlds and the eight extremities world. Yin Zhaoge did not know how many people there were in this world, nor did he know how many similar worlds there were. However, he vaguely felt that there were quite a few of them. This was a world similar to the world of Buddhism, yet different from the world beyond worlds and the roving jade heavens. He and Fu Ting searched around, trying to understand more about this place. Unlike the Buddhist world, this place should have experienced the great calamity as well. The historical legacies of this civilization are severely incomplete, with the generations being severely severed. After the two had reunited and gathered the information they had gathered, Yin Zhaoge concluded, other than the immeasurable heavenly Lord, the most frequently mentioned here is the immortal court, which is like the blessed lands of Buddhism. The founders of the orthodox Taoism's three clear lineages, and the heavenly immortal lords had all been diluted. There were very few traces of them. Even the myths and legends were rarely left behind. The immortal court had replaced the heavenly court's divine palace, the jade clear sky, the prime clear U sky, and the grand clear great scarlet sky. As for the Buddhists, the future Buddha's boundless merit helped all living beings avoid the great calamity of the world. There is no such thing as a great tribulation of the world here. Rather, it is the immeasurable heavenly deity purifying the world, removing the filth of the world, and recreating the universe. Buddhism, when mentioned here, was a heresy. It belonged to the evil devils, and would cause the world to once again turn into a source of filth. Those who believed in Buddhism already had their souls tainted. Those who believed in Buddhism should naturally try to curb the spread of this filth of Buddhism. Yin Zhaoge exhaled slowly. To put it simply, this place seems to have frequent interactions with the world of Buddhism, just that they are not very friendly. They seem to be unceasingly at war, denouncing the other as evil devils. The world that the two were currently in should be close to where Taoism and Buddhism clashed. Therefore, they were especially hostile towards Buddhism. Meanwhile, the obscured way world of the Buddhist world, that Yin Zhaoge had previously been to, might be closer to the back of Buddhism. Therefore, there were few rumors regarding the world of the immortal court here. Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself, both sides occupy quite a few worlds. When he had first arrived at the obscured way world, he had guessed that there was a wall that separated the world of Buddhism from the other worlds of Taoism, like the world beyond worlds. At that time, he had even wondered if there were only two sides of the wall, not knowing if there were any other divisions. Who would have thought that his words would come true, that there really were not just two sides? For Yin Zhaoge, with his current cultivation base, the wall was not so easy to break through. However, the abnormalities of the profound sky purple gold furnace earlier, and Mars Halberd's forcible clash with the restrictions left behind by the Brocade Emperor, had been too powerful. the chaotic flows of space that had resulted in Yin Zhaoge drifting to a domain outside of the world of Taoism. However, the world governed by the immortal court had truly surpassed Yin Zhaoge's predictions. He had naturally not only learnt of the existence of Buddhism, after having been to the obscured Wei world. Buddhism had already existed in pre-Great Calamity times, also having been in conflict with Taoism back then. Yin Zhaoge also knew of the changes that had occurred after the future Buddha had presided over the central whirling world. However, Yin Zhaoge was certain that this so-called immeasurable heavenly lord and the so-called immortal court had definitely not existed in pre-Great Calamity times. They were things that had only been born after the Great Calamity. Frankly speaking, Yin Zhaoge was currently rather puzzled as he felt at a loss for once. It would still be fine if it was a minor power. Still, from the looks of it now, it actually seemed to be in conflict with the Buddhism presided over by the future Buddha. Who was the future Buddha? He had been a figure who had stood at the peak of the heavens and the earth in pre-Great Calamity times. He was the descendant of the Gautama Buddha, the lord of the central blessed lands of whirling world, who had been able to protect so many Buddhist worlds through the tribulation of the Great Calamity. How could the immortal court who could stand against him be ordinary? Still, here came the problem. Where exactly did this come from? Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. Fu Ting's mind similarly filled with question marks. Aside from question marks, Fu Ting was also rather worried as she looked at Yin Zhaoge. Young Master Yin, when you chant or think of that immeasurable heavenly lord, do you feel any discomfort? No. Yin Zhaoge frowned. Could it be that as long as people like you and I mention or think of him, treasured light will also appear, worshipping that immeasurable heavenly lord? Fu Ting shook her head. No treasured light has appeared within my body. Still, I vaguely feel that something seems different. Yin Zhaoge's gaze was rather deep and distant. Is it because you originate from Taoism as well? Many thoughts flashed through Yin Zhaoge's mind in an instant. Some of his previous experiences surfaced within his mind. As he pondered, the spiritual chi of the heavens and the earth before him suddenly surged intensely. A few powerful auras rapidly approached from the distance. These auras were clashing unceasingly with one another, as they seemed to be in the midst of clashing. Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting exchanged glances, retracting their auras as they quietly observed the situation. Soon a few figures entered their field of vision. One of them was fleeing while several others were pursuing him, also launching attacks at him. Amongst the pursuers, one of them roared loudly, "Yang Chong, you have fallen to the external Tao, not only not repenting, you even dare to slander the heavenly Lord. You are simply guilty of the most heinous of crimes. Hurry up and surrender yourself. Otherwise, do not blame us for not showing any mercy to fellow disciples." Chapter 904. In the process of those people clashing, Yin Zhaoge glanced at them a few times. His gaze involuntarily grew deeper. It is a martial art that has existed since before the Great Calamity, and has been preserved rather well. It was just that, although these martial artists had cultivated astral energy and true essence, and had tempered their blood and meridians, their foundation was the treasured light of the power of will within their bodies. This was the case for the group of people who were rushing over. However, the treasured light imbued with faith power of the person running in front was a little unstable. The group of pursuers, regardless of their cultivation levels, at the very least, their precious light was very stable, unchanging as usual. As for the person being chased, the treasure light within his body flickered continuously, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. Gazing over carefully, Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting saw that the fleeing person was a red-clothed middle-aged man, who had an authoritative expression on his face and a resolute gaze. His cultivation level was very high. As his acupoints opened and closed, it wasn't just his main acupoints that had been refined to divinity. Even many hidden acupoints had successfully resonated with the real stars in the outer universe, breaking through the void to see the true gods. This was precisely the characteristic of an expert of the 6th level of the martial saint realm, the late seeing divinity stage. Martial saints of the 5th level of the martial saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage, had all their major acupoints refined into divinity, having attained the peak. Now that he was attempting to refine numerous hidden acupoints to achieve divinity, the first step he had successfully taken was to ascend to the 6th level of the martial saint realm, the late-seeing divinity stage. This cultivator called Yang Chong, who was being pursued, was at this level. Yin Zhaoge recognized the martial art he cultivated in. It was known as the chaotic phenomena heaven-deficient palm, originating from the chaotic heavenly scripture. It had even been kept in the martial repository of the heavenly court's divine palace in pre-great calamity times. It could be seen that although he relied on the treasured light imbued with faith power as his foundation, Yang Chong's talent in martial arts was not low, and he had already grasped the essence of the chaotic phenomenon heaven-deficient palm. But at this moment, he was being pursued by several seeing divinity martial saints, and even merging avatar martial saints. Moreover, Yang Chong was in a sorry state and could only flee while fighting. The people chasing after him also cultivated the chaotic heaven sutra. As expected, they were from the same sect. Are they injured? Yin Zhaoge pondered. Or could it be? Among the pursuers, someone shouted, "Senior Uncle Yang, don't be muddle-headed. Follow us back to the mountain and sincerely repent in front of the celestial venerables. It's not impossible to turn back." Without waiting for Yang Chong to reply, someone else in the pursuing army shouted, "Quan Haolong, are you going to protect this kind of rebel?" The person who had just spoken turned pale. Yang Chong nodded slightly at Quan Haolong and said, "The outer Tao is not without Tao, and the righteous Tao is not the only one. I have seen more paths, and I want to choose another way of living based on my own will. The world in front of us is real, but it may not be complete. The world we can see is only what the almighty experts want us to see." Yang Chong's gaze wavered. If we see more things, the world in front of us will be different. The expressions of the people chasing after him changed when they heard this. "Nonsense! You're trying to mislead people with lies." With loud shouts, they attacked together, using the same chaotic heavenly deficiency palm as Yang Chong. Wherever the palm energy passed, the scenery between heaven and earth changed continuously. The wind was still, and the air was thick like a swamp. The flowing clouds froze, descending from the sky like blocks of lead. The ground collapsed, the waters of rivers and lakes surging in reverse as they shot into the heavens. Everything was different from normal as chaotic phenomena arose, causing one to feel incomparably chaotic. Numerous chaotic phenomena congregated, forming a massive, distorting force that seemed about to rip the very sky apart. Infinite tribulations surged amidst the shattered space, causing all of this to appear even more shocking. Seeing this, Yang Chong sighed, simultaneously striking out with both palms, also using the chaotic heavenly deficiency palm, facing chaos with chaos, setting things right. Where Yang Chong's palm force passed, the scenes of the world instead began to return to normal. Still, Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting both frowned as they saw him make a move. This was because the strength that Yang Chong was currently displaying did not resemble that of a late-seeing divinity martial saint at all. Even though he was of the immortal court of Taoism, his strength inferior to those of the orthodox three-clear lineage, the 6th level of the martial saint realm, was still the 6th level of the martial saint realm. His entire body's main acupoints had all been refined to see divinity, and he had even already begun cultivating in the concealed acupoints. His strength was sufficient to shake the heavens and shake the earth. His opponents were all martial practitioners of the immortal court in Taoism, their strength not being particularly outstanding, as they were not like Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting, who were able to surpass levels and suppress life forms. Under such circumstances, Yang Chong of the 6th level of the martial saint realm should have been able to directly sweep through these pursuers, who were at the 4th level of the martial saint realm at most. The result, however, was unexpected. Yang Chong was actually unable to take down his opponents. Surrounded by them, he was even in dire straits as he was being suppressed. With Yin Zhaoge's and Fu Ting's current discernment abilities, they were able to see virtually no secrets at all in this battle. It is not the weakness of being injured. It is not that he is intentionally showing mercy. It looks like he is intentionally suppressing his power, Or perhaps a portion of his power has been restricted by someone. Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. It is like his cultivation base has fallen, but he is not injured. This is due to those treasured light of the power of faith. In his earlier cultivation, he relied on the treasured light of the power of faith as a foundation, refining his acupoints to see divinity. The foundation of his acupoints resonating with actual stars lies here as well. Fu Ting similarly understood Yang Chang's situation. The treasured light within his body is unstable now. Those acupoints that have already seen true divinity seem to be in deep slumber, not moving in the slightest. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. As time passes, they are unceasingly weakening. Is it because he is no longer chanting the Tao? Yang Chang's current strength was around that of his fellow disciples of the 4th level of the martial saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage. If this continued, it would not be long before his strength would likely fall to the 3rd level of the martial saint realm. Also, it would continue to weaken. It was not just the refinement of his acupoints to see divinity. Throughout his previous life, his current cultivation path had always been inseparable from that treasured light of the power of faith. Among the cultivators attacking Yang Chong, the leader said coldly, "Yang Chong, aren't you trying to mislead us with your lies to confuse our minds, so that we will end up like you, so that it will be easier for you to escape? Stop dreaming. We sincerely seek the Tao, blessed by the Heavenly Lord. How could we be as deranged as you? Since you still refuse to realize your error even now, just die." Amidst his words, this person's figure suddenly flickered, while Yang Chong was blocking the attacks of the others. The chaotic phenomena heavenly deficient palm was another supreme martial art, recorded in the chaotic true scripture. The heaven-earth reversing chaotic finger. Surrounded and attacked by the others, Yang Chong was unable to evade or block in time, as he was instantly struck by this finger. His expression suddenly changed, first turning completely red before turning dark green, as he abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood. The other attackers made use of this chance to attack in unison. Numerous chaotic phenomena, heavenly deficient palms, breaking through Yang Chong's protective true essence, completely knocking him down from the sky. Yang Chong fell to the ground, barely breathing as he was unable to move. As the others went up, one of them said slowly, "Junior apprentice nephew Quan, you go and finish him off." Hearing his words, that person called Quan Haolong instantly froze. Chapter 905. Looking at Yang Chong, a conflicted look appeared on Quan Haolong's face. Because they were from the same hometown, this senior apprentice uncle of his had always taken great care of him, the two of them having always been on good terms. In their earlier clash, he had shown much mercy. In the eyes of his companions, he had instantly attracted trouble. Quan Haolong stammered, "Senior apprentice Uncle Peng Ai." The leader of the pursuers swept his gaze over coldly. "Ha!" Quan Haolong walked towards Yang Chong with difficulty. Looking at him, Yang Chong sighed. "Having you send me on my way, Haolong, can also be considered a form of help." Looking at Quan Haolong's conflicted expression, Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. "Oh, it's like the legacy of the flames of civilization and revolution. Could it be that the death of this senior has sown a seed within the hearts of a junior? One that will eventually sprout one day, thus inheriting his legacy in the future? Will he also die before achieving success like this senior, continuing to leave behind a seed to be passed on? Or will he become the leader of that great tide of the era in the future? Or will he just disobey orders, being killed here by his fellow disciples like that Yang Chong?" Many thoughts flashed through Yin Zhaoge's mind in an instant. Still, he quickly reined in these random thoughts as he murmured, "The external Tao that they speak of refers to martial practitioners like us?" Fu Ting's expression was solemn. If this world governed by the immortal court views the external Tao the same as Buddhism, it refers to orthodox disciples of the 3 clear lineages like us. The immortal court and Buddhism habitually denounced each other as evil devils. Evil devils of the external Tao. Evil devils of the external Tao. None of these were good terms at all. Fu Ting said, "Capture them and ask them what's going on, also understanding the situation here a step further." Yin Zhaoge said, "One of us will act, the other holding the fort. This place is close to where the Immortal Court and Buddhism are battling. The Immortal Court might have experts with higher cultivation bases in the vicinity. Fu Ting nodded. I'll do it. The two appeared together, no longer concealing their auras. Only now did Quan Haolong, Yang Chong and the others feel shocked. A man and a woman appeared before them. The man looked valiant and extraordinary, as he was clothed in a white robe with a black border. The woman was gorgeous and dazzling. She wore a red shirt and a white skirt with a silver fox shawl over her shoulders. Her beauty was exceptionally flamboyant. However, although the woman was dazzling, the attention of Quan Haolong, Yang Chong, and the others was still focused on the young man. The moment he appeared, it was as if he was the center of the world. Yen Zhaoge smiled, waving his hands towards Quan Haolong and the others as Fu Ting's figure flickered, directly shooting off into the distance. Her red robe and white skirt were as beautiful as a brocade. With a single palm strike, Yin and Yang returned to their origin. Even martial practitioners of the orthodox three-clear lineage of the world beyond worlds would not be able to receive a palm from Fu Ting at the same cultivation level. Not to mention the fact that he was born in a world ruled by the Immortal Court and had a lower cultivation level than Fu Ting. Yen Zhaoge's observation was mainly to see if those of the Immortal Court's Taoism had any special methods. At the same time, he was also guarding Fu Ting's surroundings in case a peak expert with a higher cultivation suddenly appeared. Fu Ting attacked and directly captured Quan Haolong's group, as well as Yang Chong alive. They attempted to struggle, but Fu Ting flashed a massive jet black fishing net. Combined with Fu Ting's own strength, she captured them all within the net. Trapped within, Quan Haolong and the others were unable to move even though they were martial saints. Let's not kill them first, Fu Ting said. The treasured light within their bodies is likely to have the same effect as the Buddha light of Buddhism. As soon as they are killed, peak experts might quickly sense it and lock onto us as the culprits, swiftly descending here. Yen Zhaoge said nonchalantly, you decide. I'm more curious about this person. His gaze fell on Yang Chong. Having narrowly escaped death, Yang Chong's gaze was also filled with wariness as he looked at Yen Zhaoge and Fu Ting. You too are of the external Tao? Fu Ting lifted the net, flying along with Yen Zhaoge as they first left the area. As they walked, she said mildly, just like how you and Buddhism mutually reject evil devils. While we do not have such a strong concept of lineage, if we must say it, in the eyes of descendants of the three clear lineages, you are the ones of the external Tao. Yang Chong opened his mouth, smiling bitterly after a while. This Yang has been rude. Please forgive me. The others who had been captured all berated him now. Yang Chong, you are indeed colluding with those of the external Tao. Quan Haolong was also looking warily at Yen Zhaoge and Fu Ting now, avoiding them as though they were snakes and scorpions. That senior apprentice Uncle Peng said coldly, evil devils of the external Tao, this lofty towering world is not a place where you can be arrogant. Yen Zhaoge did not move as that senior apprentice Uncle Peng's lower jaw suddenly dislocated on its own, unable to speak any further. The meridians of his entire body were distorting unceasingly, bringing him immense pain. His body twitched intensely, sweat pouring down like rain. Yet he was unable to emit any sound. Yen Zhaoge said nonchalantly, the Buddha light within the bodies of Buddhist martial practitioners can forcibly extinguish themselves, thereby achieving the effect of ending their own lives. What about you? Looking at Yen Zhaoge again now, looks of shock and fear appeared on their faces. Yang Chong sighed. Buddhists can extinguish themselves, but we can also transform into rainbows. If you want to use torture, it will probably not have much effect. Looking at that senior apprentice Uncle Peng, he said, Senior apprentice Brother Peng's words are actually not wrong. The lofty towering world that we are in is one of the 6 great worlds governed by the loathing square immortal realm, close to the filthy lands of the Buddhist kingdom. Currently being a critical juncture in the great battle of exterminating Buddhists and devils, the immortal realm has more than just a single peak expert watching over it. The two of you are not of my side of good, also possessing unordinary strength. If you interfere with the spiritual chi flow of this world, You will very easily draw attention. Yang Chong advised. You should release senior apprentice brother Peng and the others and leave quickly. Yin Zhaoge asked rather interestedly, What about you then? Yang Chong shook his head. I am already heavily injured and do not have long to live. Perhaps this will be my final resting place. Glancing at Quan Haolong and the others, he said with a complex expression on his face, I am not a traitor. Still, there is no point in saying this now. I was born here and grew up here. In the end, I was still unable to leave this place. It is all fate, the will of the heavens. Yang Chong struggled to raise his head and look into the sky. It is the will of the heavens, the will of the immeasurable heavenly Lord. Perhaps I really was wrong, falling to such a state as I deserve. Yin Zhaoge laughed lightly. There is no need for you to worry about the two of us. Instead, I have some questions that I would like to ask you. Yang Chong shook his head. I am not a traitor. If you want to use torture on me, while the treasured light within my body is unstable, I can still transform into rainbows. Yin Zhaoge said mildly. I do not care whether you transform into rainbows or not. I also have no intention of inquiring about the secrets of your lofty towering world, or the higher loathing square immortal realm. Yang Chong was taken aback. What do you want to ask then? Yin Zhaoge pointed at him, and then at Quan Haolong and the others. I want to know why you are different from them. Chapter 906. Yin Zhaoge stared at Yang Chong, asking, From what you said just now, I do not feel that you are doubtful about the current views of the immortal court, because you comprehended the grand Taos of the heavens and earth yourself. Since that is so, why are you different from them? Yin Zhaoge pointed at Quan Haolong and the others. I think that someone or something outside must have touched you, causing you. A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. To enlighten you. Yang Chong was silent, not speaking. It was the other person who had been pursuing him who snorted coldly. Isn't it still because of that relic? Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting exchanged glances, both raising their brows slightly. What relic? That person did not conceal anything as he said proudly. It is naturally the relic left behind by you demons of the external Tao after you perished. In this loathing square immortal realm, the peak experts of our side of good besieged and slew many of your demons of the external Tao, one of them even being an emperor. There are many traces of battle in the loathing square immortal realm and its surroundings. Over the years, some have been cleared away, but some have still been buried. In recent years, my lofty towering world has inadvertently discovered another one. This person glanced at Yang Chong, feeling rather pained. He was bewitched by you of the external Tao in the process of tidying up that relic, thus falling to such a state. Hearing his words, Quan Haolong sighed, looking worriedly at Yang Chong. In his mind, this senior apprentice Uncle Yang was one of the most outstanding martial experts of his chaotic heavenly sect. That senior apprentice Uncle Peng was of the same generation as Yang Chong, having entered the sect earlier than him. Still, his cultivation base was much weaker. Yang Chong was the youngest seeing divinity martial saint of the chaotic heavenly sect, in close to 1,000 years, as well as the youngest late seeing divinity martial saint. Over the years, Yang Chong had also participated in the battles against the filthy lands of Buddhism, slaying many Buddhist and devil experts. It was not just the lofty towering world. Even the name of the loathing square immortal realm had spread far and wide, even being thought highly of by some peak experts. He was of the orthodox immortal court. Everyone had thought that he would be able to become the youngest immortal bridge martial saint since the founding of the sect, succeeding the old chief as he became the new chief, leading the chaotic heavenly sect to new heights, and occupying a position in the entire loathing square immortal realm. However, not long ago, not long after he led the team to tidy up the ruins, something went wrong. Quan Haolong, who had always been taken care of by Yang Chong, found it hard to believe at first, but when he saw the treasure light within Yang Chong's body weaken, only fear remained in his heart. It was hard for him to imagine how martial Uncle Yang, whom he had always respected, had become like this. Hearing the other party's words, Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting both frowned. Both of them had the same thought. Yin Zhaoge said casually, Stop boasting. Do you know what an emperor means? The other party laughed out loud. You don't have to provoke me on purpose. What's the harm in telling you? I can let you heretics know what will happen to you. That person was known as the Dim Radiant Emperor, and his name was Yin Tianxia. The Dim Radiant sect under his command was a Tao tradition that had been passed down between the heavens and the earth even before the immeasurable Heavenly Lord purified the world. After purifying the world, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord was benevolent, allowing you heretics and Buddhists to live on. Yet you do not understand the will of the heavens, continuing to go against the will of the heavens. In the end you will be punished. This chaotic heavenly sect martial practitioner roared. Not understanding the will of the heavens, not respecting the immeasurable. What happened to those Buddhas and devils slain by the experts of the immortal court, and that Yin Tianxia today will be your tomorrow. While his tone was severe, Yen Zhaoge and Fu Ting were not in the mood to listen to his nonsense. Yen Zhaoge raised his head and surveyed the lofty towering world before him. He had indeed been intentionally provoking the other party to speak. This was because he had already guessed as much earlier. The Dim Radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia had not perished due to the 9 underworlds or Buddhism as he had originally guessed. Instead, it had originated from this world of the immortal court. Aside from Yin Tianxia himself, many of his peak experts had perished here as well. As a result, the Dim Radiant sect which had once reigned supreme in the world beyond worlds had ultimately declined. However, a new question arose. Why had Yin Tianxia led his subordinates in an expedition here that year? Was it because he could not stand the sight of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the immortal court? As Fu Ting had said, in the eyes of descendants of the orthodox 3 clear lineages, the actions of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the immortal court were not orthodox. Still, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord had been able to contend with the future Buddha, and the immortal court had been able to stand against Buddhism. Their strength was virtually limitless. The Dim Radiant Emperor did not seem like an arrogant and rebellious person. Why had he come to provoke them? Was it because he had not been clear about the strength of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the immortal court back then? Or was it that the Dim Radiant sect had attempted to make use of the conflict between the blessed lands of Buddhism and the immortal court to profit from it, sadly having failed in the end? Yen Zhaoge unconsciously looked at Fu Ting beside him. What roles had the Brocade Emperor and the other peak experts of the world beyond worlds played in this? Meeting Yen Zhaoge's gaze, Fu Ting immediately understood what he meant. It was just that she was currently having similar doubts as well. Filled with doubts, Yen Zhaoge ignored that chaotic heavenly sect martial practitioner, who was currently hooting as he instead gazed at Yang Chong. Is it as he said? Yang Chong sighed. That's right. The relic site that we sorted out earlier was not the burial ground of a martial practitioner of the external Tao. Instead, it was the remains of a battlefield that was left behind after the battle between the 2 sides that year. Yang Chong said slowly. It was precisely where that Dim Radiant Emperor battled with the bigwigs of my immortal court. Fu Ting said. A battle between emperor-level experts or even higher would probably have destroyed this world completely. Yang Chong explained. It is just that they temporarily passed through the lofty towering world as they battled. Even so, however, it had still brought about a tribulation for the lofty towering world. This was a heavy colorful stroke in the history of the lofty towering world. Yang Chong's expression was rather complex. While it was a heretic who attained the Tao, I have to admit that emperors are emperors at the end of the day. Those who can be called emperors are all truly powerful. Still, they inadvertently remained after the battle, actually condensing a will which has remained even after all these years. He coughed dryly, being heavily injured, unable to manifest the scenes within his memories. Yen Zhaoge said mildly, Pardon me. He tapped on the other party's forehead, wisps of black qi entering as Yang Chong's eyes instantly became rather dazed. Fu Ting was slightly shocked. Faceless devilish scripture? The expressions of Quan Haolong and the others all changed greatly as they saw black light emit from one of Yang Chong's eyes. The black silhouette condensed amidst space, manifesting as an image. The ruins of the valley were covered in gray haze, neither light nor darkness. The image of a great battle appeared amidst the gray haze, resembling shooting stars streaking across the horizon as numerous wild tides surged, sweeping through the heavens and the earth. If it had been during the great battle, Yang Chong would not have been able to understand what had happened between the two sides at all. Now, however, there were only remnant auras within the ruins of the valley. He could instead see them clearly. Yin Zhaoge and the others could see them clearly as well. The first thing that entered their field of vision was a rather familiar figure. Black clothes and white robes, jet black long hair cascaded down his back while his brows were pure white. The black and white of his eyes were distinct, pure to the extreme. The whites of his eyes seemed to emit immeasurable light, while his black pupils resembled the deep abyss. The dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia. Chapter 907. In the image, Yin Tianxia's opponents were two people. One was radiant like the sun in the sky. In the martial arts conception, it contained the power of the solar star and the power of the aurora. One was like the descent of an eternal night, darkness covering the sky and covering the sun. The martial art conception was complete darkness and tranquility. These two people were not from the same sect. Instead, they came from two different heritages. Yin Zhaoge was able to recognize that the former was the legacy of a major power of pre-Great Calamity times, vast Yang Palace. In the world of Taoism of the three clear lineage, in the world beyond worlds, the legacies of this power were nowhere to be found. It was unknown if they existed in any of the lower worlds. It was worth mentioning that as far as Yin Zhaoge knew, the bigwig expert who had created the extreme Yang scripture in pre-Great Calamity times hailed from vast Yang Palace. On the basis of the vast Yang Sutra of the vast Yang Palace, he combined what he had learned to explore the method of the extreme Yang Divine Canon. In the collection of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's library, compared to the incomplete extreme Yang scripture, the vast Yang Sutra was perfectly preserved. Meanwhile, the supreme sword art executed by the other person contained darkness and concealment, which Yin Zhaoge found rather unfamiliar. It looks like the Heavenless Dark Sword, Yin Zhaoge thought. The Heavenless Dark Sword was also a supreme martial art of pre-Great Calamity times, originating from a major power, known as the Dark Heaven Sword sect. However, the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace Library did not have a collection of the Heavenless Dark Sword. There were only some simple descriptions in some ancient texts. Instead, Yin Zhaoge was extremely familiar with the other force contained within this person's sword arts. One of the 9 heavenly immortal thunders, the thunder of eternal night. Wherever the thunder went, the world would never see the light. Then with a clap of thunder, the world turned white and the void shattered. Of course, regardless of whether they cultivated the vast Yang scripture or the skyless dark sword, the foundation of these two almighty powerhouses was the treasured light imbued with faith power. What Yin Zhaoge was concerned about was that whether it was vast Yang Palace, or the legacies that cultivated in the Heavenless Dark Sword, they had never produced an expert who could claim the title of emperor. These two people before him, however, were not like the dim radiant emperor, who had surpassed his predecessors. Although the concepts of the vast Yang Sutra and the Heavenless Dark Sword that they displayed had some changes, they had weeded through the old to bring forth the new, eliminating the impurities and retaining the essence. However, in essence, it did not surpass the legacies of pre-Great Calamity times. Yin Zhaoge still didn't dare to be certain about the Heavenless Dark Sword. Yin Zhaoge could confirm that the vast Yang scripture was not as profound as the legacies of vast Yang Palace of pre-Great Calamity times. But the two people in front of him were truly powerful beings, who had already pushed open the immortal gate, and crossed the barrier between mortal and immortal. An expert who could be called an emperor. Even if they were the experts of the immortal court, a great emperor was still a great emperor. With a wave of his hand, he could destroy the world. The two of them besieged Yin Tianxia, and attacked at the same time. Light and darkness intertwined, and the heaven and earth were completely distorted. Looking at the scene of light, Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly. Is it also because of that treasured light of the power of faith? Yin Tianxia looked at the two of them with a complicated expression. It seemed to be pity, disdain, anger, and helplessness. In the end, it all turned into a sigh. Even though you guys pushed open the immortal gate, you guys weren't the ones who pushed it open. You all stand above countless people, but you already don't understand the inheritances of your ancestors, what principles they are talking about. He raised his hand and pushed his palm forward. In the center of his palm, light and darkness fused together. His palm seemed to be half covered in light and half in darkness. Yet, it also seemed to be enveloped by a layer of light that was neither dazzling nor bright, neither light nor darkness. Where his palm passed, light vanished and darkness ceased to exist. Everything turned dusky as light and darkness were hard to distinguish, as it was like chaos. Yin Tianxia said mildly, "In pre-Great Calamity times, the Dark Heaven Sword sect in Vast Yang Palace often clashed with my dim Radiant sect. It was hard to determine who was superior. Today, however, victory and defeat are clear at a glance." Yin Tianxia resembled a descending divinity as he illuminated his two opponents to the point where their light was dim. "We are all cultivators, slaying the Tao to see our true selves." With a single palm, the two opponents before him were both defeated. The scene of light came to an abrupt end here. Looking at the vanishing scene, Yen Zhaoge and Fu Ting both frowned and pondered. Meanwhile, those of the chaotic heavenly sect broke out in curses. Yang Chong's expression was complex as he shook his head and sighed. Recovering, Yen Zhaoge looked at Fu Ting. She said, "It was indeed just a simple trace left behind in the midst of a battle. Has the remnant aura from which you came into contact already been destroyed?" Yen Zhaoge asked Yang Chong. Yang Chong smiled bitterly. "It should be so," Quan Haolong said in a low tone. "After the matter with you, senior apprentice Uncle Yang, the other seniors of our sect arrived afterwards and completely razed that remnant to the ground." Yen Zhaoge raised his head and pondered for a moment before he suddenly asked, "Do you know where other people like him appeared besides him?" Whether it was Yang Chong or Quan Haolong and the others, they were all taken aback. Those chaotic heavenly sect martial practitioners said exasperatedly, "A traitor like him who was bewitched by you of the external Tao would already be the greatest joke of the world." Yen Zhaoge was not concerned as he just nodded slightly. "There is only one in this lofty towering world?" Looking at Yen Zhaoge, Fu Ting asked via sound transmission, "You seem to be implying something?" Gazing around, Yen Zhaoge answered, "The dim radiant emperor fought one against two, domineeringly defeating two experts of the Tao tradition of the immortal court, who could also claim the title of emperor, demonstrating the might of our generation's direct lineage of the three clear lineages. Martial practitioners of the immortal court who are witnessing this for the first time will indeed be rather shocked." Yen Zhaoge's gaze was distant. Still, it was not just Yang Chong alone who witnessed this scene. There were others of the chaotic heavenly sect present as well. Why was it that only the treasured light within Yang Chong's body was unstable, his faith in the immeasurable heavenly Lord completely wavering? Because his cultivation base was the highest, and his horizons the broadest, it was instead easier for him to accept changes that surpassed his preconceived notions? Because he was actually very intelligent? While his talent and comprehension abilities are actually very high, being able to achieve much in normal martial cultivation, like us, without relying on the treasured light of the power of faith, Yen Zhaoge said. "I feel that that is not the reason." Fu Ting said slowly, "You suspect that someone set up some sort of mechanism in the remnant, with Yang Chong being the one who stepped on it, thus resulting in a change?" Yen Zhaoge nodded. "Someone who would do such a thing does not seem like a Buddhist martial practitioner. Instead, it seems more like a descendant of our orthodox three clear lineage." Fu Ting pondered. "It is not impossible. Sadly, that remnant has already been destroyed, making it hard for us to verify it." Yen Zhaoge did not reply. He had actually left the latter half of what he had just said unfinished, connecting this to the situation of his mother Xue Chuqing, as well as the relationship between her lineage and the dim radiant sect back then. Yen Zhaoge vaguely had a feeling. This seemed a little like his mother's doing. At his current cultivation base, his sudden inspiration senses were no longer illusory, as he instead indistinctly sensed the principles of the heavens and the earth, being profound beyond compare. While he could not completely believe it, he had to believe it as well. Perhaps his mother being hunted down had something to do with the death of the dim radiant emperor and the immortal court? Yin Zhaoge had not heard any news of Xue Chuqing after having narrowly missed her by a single step at the border between the eastern vast heaven territory and the northeastern sky heaven territory in the world beyond worlds. Could it be that his mother had done the exact opposite, believing that the most dangerous place was the safest, instead leaving the world of the three clear lineages and hiding in the lands of the immortal court? Chapter 908. Could Xue Chuqing have infiltrated the lands of the immortal court? Theoretically speaking, no. This was because breaking through the wall that separated them from the world beyond worlds and coming to the side of the immortal court would not be an easy thing. Yin Zhaoge had mistakenly entered the world of Buddhism previously due to the abnormalities of the profound sky purple gold furnace. This time, he had mistakenly entered the lofty towering world of the immortal court's loathing square immortal realm because of the clash between the immortal artifact Mars Halberd and the restrictions left behind by the Brocade Emperor. While Yin Zhaoge was unclear on his mother's current cultivation base, it was doubtful that she had ascended the immortal bridge from what he already knew. Logically speaking, Xue Chuqing should not have been able to come here without some external help. First, however, a peak bigwig expert might have helped Xue Chuqing sneak in. Second, Xue Chuqing often performed unexpectedly. Perhaps she had some special methods? Yin Zhaoge pondered. If it really was my mother, she would definitely have kept a low profile here, as she would not have taken the initiative to provoke those of the immortal court. From the looks of it, digging a hole in the relic site and screwing over the chaotic heavenly sect doesn't seem like something she would do. Unless, the corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth twitched slightly. Sensing that her tracks were about to be exposed again, she fled once more, digging a hole before leaving as a memento for her enemies. As he thought this, Yin Zhaoge said to Fu Ting, "I want to investigate this lofty towering world, as well as the other worlds of the loathing square immortal realm." Fu Ting immediately understood. "You want to investigate whether there are disciples of the three purities like us here?" Yin Zhaoge answered without batting an eyelid. "Precisely so. If there really is, I might as well lend a hand. The other party should be more familiar with this place than we are. If we can establish contact with them, it would be beneficial for us to leave the territory of the immortal court and return to the world beyond worlds. Still, there may be peak experts of the immortal court guarding over this place. Therefore it is very dangerous. I can also go alone, coming back to find you later." Yin Zhaoge said, "I have no intention of underestimating you. If we act separately, we can avoid being caught in one fell swoop." Fu Ting pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "We are unfamiliar with this place. We are also very different from martial practitioners of the immortal court, and there are many language barriers as well. We might as well advance and retreat together, and look after one another." Yin Zhaoge nodded. "Let's set off from here then." As he spoke, a black light appeared in his palm. It was ever-changing, elusive, and formless. With a single palm strike, several chaotic heavenly sect martial artists lost their lives. Yang Chong and the others were greatly shocked, but Fu Ting's expression was as per usual. "It is indeed a supreme art recorded within the faceless demon scripture. I had not thought that young Master Yin would actually be proficient in this long-lost demonic art." She appraised Yin Zhaoge all over. "Your Broad Creed Mountains lineage seems to be a branch legacy of my Grand Clear lineage, also like it has obtained the orthodox lineage of the Jade Clear Direct lineage. Yet, looking at you now, you actually even know a peak devilish martial art like the faceless devilish scripture. I really can't see through you at all." Yin Zhaoge acted as though nothing had happened as he replied with a question instead. "Coincidentally, I obtained a fortuitous encounter in the outside world. I have let Miss Fu see a joke. Never would I have thought that Miss Fu would recognize the faceless devil scripture. From what I know, this martial art should have been lost in the world beyond worlds long ago." Fu Ting said, "Because of my father, I do indeed know some secrets, such as the existence of Buddhism. Buddha light is very troublesome. If Buddhist martial practitioners are killed, Their seniors will learn of it within an extremely short period of time, and they might even directly descend. There are rather limited martial arts that can counter such methods. Amongst them, there just happens to be the faceless devil scripture. I have naturally never seen it before, but my father once spoke of the scenes when cultivators unleash a devilish art. This treasured light of the immortal court's lineage looks similar to Buddha light. Fu Ting glanced at Yin Zhaoge. Still, forgive me for being blunt, young Master Yin, but this supreme martial art, Yin Zhaoge smiled. It can bewitch one's mind, even leading one to fall to the dark side and sink into the 9 underworlds. I know. That is why I never cultivated in it when I first obtained it. It is just that when I inadvertently entered the world of Buddhism previously, I also discovered how troublesome Buddha light is. Therefore, I cultivated in it to defend myself. Still, it is only a method to counter Buddha light, not causing it to shake its foundations. As the two conversed with composed expressions, of the chaotic heavenly sect martial practitioners, only Yang Chong and Quan Haolong remained. After his initial shock, Yang Chong instead calmed down, sighing and shaking his head. If the two of you wanted to silence us, why did you have to leave me and junior apprentice nephew Quan behind? Yin Zhaoge answered nonchalantly, up to my mood. Yang Chong instantly smiled bitterly. Quan Haolong calmed down now as well, saying hatefully, while I feel pain that senior apprentice Uncle Yang was bewitched by you of the external Tao, this does not mean that I will submit to you. Yin Zhaoge said in a composed tone. So what? If I let you go, I would have slain all your fellow disciples, with you being the sole survivor. After you return, how would others think of you? Quan Haolong was shocked. Yin Zhaoge smiled. It is also very easy for you to understand, right? The stability of the treasured light within your body shows that you are still devout towards the immeasurable heavenly Lord. Still, other than this, you are no different from us. We are all people with emotions and desires. After this incident, if those of your lineage who are at odds with you and don't like you don't throw stones at you when you're down, that would really be strange. Evil devils and the external Tao must be eradicated. This is a major principle. Still, aside from this principle, there is boundless joy in fighting others, isn't there? Quan Haolong opened his mouth, not uttering a sound in the end, as only a bitter smile remained on his face. How could he not understand this principle? Exchanging glances with him, Yang Chong sighed in unison. Quan Haolong shook his head. Anyway, I will not join your external Tao. Saying thus, he closed his eyes and fell silent, looking first at Quan Haolong, and then at Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting. Yang Chong finally fell silent as well. Yin Zhaoge, however, did not mind this. He was indeed up to his mood. If he wanted to leave Yang Chong and Quan Haolong alive, he would do so. Having already known the location of that legacy site, he immediately hurried over with Fu Ting. With the legacy site already having been destroyed, Yin Zhaoge did not intend to waste time there. The target he chose was the vicinity of the legacy site, where ordinary commoners lived. His mother's cultivation was not weak, but her body did not have the treasure light imbued with the power of faith. If she were to move around openly, she would be easily discovered by the descendants of the immortal court. After concealing her cultivation, she had two choices. Otherwise, he would hide alone in the deep mountains and forests, living in isolation and not coming into contact with anyone. Another option was to mix in with ordinary people. Although these people also had treasure light in their bodies, it was far weaker than that of martial arts experts. At the same time, ordinary people could not see each other's treasure light. As long as he avoided contact with the martial artists of the immortal court and disguised his words and actions, he could still hide his identity. Of course, the prerequisite was that there was no large-scale search and no powerful martial artists who had received the news and come looking for him. Under such circumstances, Xue Chuqing would not leave any clues behind. However, Yin Zhaoge vaguely knew what was going on. With his current cultivation, eyesight and perception, he was almost transparent to the commoners. One by one, he quickly scanned the area. After having consecutively visited over a dozen towns and cities, Yin Zhaoge's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 909. Passing by a small town, Yin Zhaoge's gaze swept the area as he suddenly discovered a knot hanging from a family's home. The knot was exquisite and unique. It did not have any special use, but was purely an ornament. It was weaved with red string, and looked like the character for happiness. Yin Zhaoge's gaze rested for a moment before shifting away. Yin Zhaoge also had those knots. It was something that his mother, Xue Chuqing, had made up for fun back in the Eight Extremities world. It was just that the weaving method was rather strange and unique. Up until now, Yin Zhaoge had only seen his mother use it. Perhaps it wasn't unique. If others wanted to figure out the weaving method, it wouldn't be difficult for them to study it. Still, as Yin Zhaoge had originally been intending to specifically look for Xue Chuqing, suddenly seeing this knot, he could not help but think about it. Beside Fu Ting, Yin Zhaoge did not reveal any abnormalities. Still, scanning carefully, he did not discover any traces of Taoist martial practitioners of the three clear lineages here. Yin Zhaoge could not help but smile bitterly. "My dear mother, you are still the best at running." While he felt rather helpless, seeing this knot, Yin Zhaoge's earlier guess was verified. That relic was probably his mother's doing. From the looks of it, it was very likely that she had indeed left this world, and set up such a mechanism, before she left. Shaking his head, Yin Zhaoge said nothing. After failing to find any other clues in the vicinity, he said to Fu Ting, "Let's leave this lofty towering world, and go for a walk elsewhere in the Loathing Square immortal realm." Fu Ting said, "Without any clues, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack." Yin Zhaoge was well aware that his mother had most likely sensed the danger beforehand, and then avoided it. Since the region under the rule of the Immortal Court had already discovered that she was hiding here, this place had lost the advantage of being in the dark. Instead, it had become extremely dangerous. Every step she took was filled with enemies. Under such circumstances, if Xue Chuqing had the ability to return to the world of the three clear Taoist orthodoxy, she would definitely have done so as soon as possible. Yin Zhaoge attempted to visit the other worlds of the Loathing Square immortal realm, in case Xue Chuqing was still stuck here. Otherwise, Xue Chuqing's current situation would be rather dangerous. Although Yin Zhaoge felt that with his mother's ability to flee, she would most likely have prepared a path of retreat for daring to sneak over here. However, just in case, Yin Zhaoge still decided to search for it. His understanding of the situation in the Immortal Court was limited. Only God knew if the other party had any special means. Moreover, he and Fu Ting now had to find a way back to the world beyond worlds as well. He didn't find anything in the lofty towering great world, so he could only search elsewhere. By the way, why didn't Mother hide in Roving Jade Heaven? At present, it seems a good place for her to retire. As he walked, Yin Zhaoge pondered. Were there any conflicts before? Not just Quan Haolong. Even Yang Chong didn't really want to work together with Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting. Still, perhaps wanting to send them away as soon as possible, Yang Chong still directed the two to a place in the lofty towering world. There was a domain passageway there that led to another world. Gazing at the distant mountain peak, Yin Zhaoge saw that above the mountain peak, a strange vortex was formed amidst the thick layers of clouds. The depths of the vortex was where the dimensional passageway was located, and it led to another world under the jurisdiction of the Loathing Square immortal realm, the Dragon Zheng Great World. However, there were already people guarding that place. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting were not very surprised. Having detected their presence, the people here would most likely be searching whilst guarding the main transportation route between the two worlds. Only then would they be able to surround and capture them. The two did not act blindly, as they intended to first get a clear grasp of the situation. Who knew that the entrance to the dimensional passageway would actually become unstable at this time? The thick layers of clouds in the sky rapidly dispersed. Streams of golden light surged from within. Seeing that golden light, Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting were both taken aback. Buddha light. A martial practitioner of the Immortal Court's legacy flew into the lofty towering world from the entrance of the dimensional passageway, roaring, "The Buddhists have invaded, the Dragon Zheng Great World virtually falling. All sects of the lofty towering world join forces in defending." Don't let those damned baldies take a yard after taking an inch. In the loathing square immortal realm, we of the immortal side of good hold the advantage. These damned baldies have come to reinforce the enemies who were trapped earlier. If we defend this wave, we will be able to exterminate them for good. Streams of radiance suddenly lit up on the mountain peak below the entrance of the dimensional passageway, coming together to form numerous profound spirit patterns, which enveloped the heavens and earth. Beneath the circulation of the grand formation, bright white light ascended, completely blocking the golden Buddha light emanating from the entrance of the dimensional passageway. The next moment, Buddhist experts indeed descended from the dimensional passageway, attacking this place. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting were instead no longer anxious as they silently retreated. They had no intention of aiding either side. To the immortal court of Taoism and the blessed lands of Buddhism, orthodox disciples of the three clear lineages like them were all heretics. Now they just had to observe the situation and wait for a chance. Still, that immortal court-martial practitioner, who had reported the news earlier, had clearly been overly optimistic. The attack of the Buddhist experts this time was exceptionally ferocious. Peak Buddhist bigwigs who were equivalent to human exalts of Taoism had descended. The defensive line of the immortal court-martial practitioners, who were guarding the entrance of the dimensional passageway, quickly collapsed. A great number of immortal court-martial practitioners were slain by Buddhist experts with Vajra techniques. As Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting noticed this detail, their expressions turned somewhat solemn. Deafening Buddhist chanting resounded throughout the world as Buddha light surged about the bodies of peak Buddhist experts, illuminating the entire lofty towering world like a great sun, as no corner was spared. Enveloped by that Buddha light, the treasured light within the bodies of the immortal court-martial practitioners was rapidly whittled away. The treasured light fluctuated intensely as the bodies of these immortal court-martial practitioners gradually broke apart, finally transforming into long streaks of light along with the treasured light. Their lives were extinguished just like that. This is the rainbow transformation of the immortal court's Taoism. Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. It is indeed the same as Buddhism's great extermination. Still, he was more concerned about the fact that martial practitioners with cultivation bases had transformed into rainbows to resist the Buddha light. Ordinary people who had never cultivated in martial arts had blank looks on their faces as the treasured light of Taoism within their bodies quickly vanished. Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself, "Are they fighting for it?" He and Fu Ting concealed themselves as they observed the great battle that had erupted between the two sides. The momentum of the Buddhist experts was domineering this time. While the lofty towering world also had experts of the immortal court, they were caught unprepared as they were ultimately hard-pressed to hold on. Just as the lofty towering world was about to be conquered by Buddhism like the dragon rhyme world, the entire heavens and earth suddenly shook intensely. Immeasurable heavenly Lord! The sonorous voice of Taoism resounded, causing that vast, boundless Buddhist chanting to instantly grow faint. Sensing that their opponents' attacks were too ferocious, peak experts of the immortal court's lineage came to reinforce them. The clash of human exalts of the 10th level of the martial saint realm instantly ripped the sky of the lofty towering world apart. Chapter 910. As the saying goes, there cannot be two suns in the sky. However, at this moment, two suns hung high in the sky, illuminating the lofty towering world. This world could no longer contain the endless radiance of these two suns. The sky was completely torn apart. Sunlight spread far and wide, illuminating even the dark void. In the middle of the crimson sun, a Buddha could be vaguely seen sitting upright. His hair was in a bun, and his body was wrapped in light clothes. He sat in the lotus position with his hands forming a seal. The Buddhist chanting resounded throughout the heavens. The various appearances were perfected, and the Buddhist light shone brightly. The other sun was golden in color, as if it was a real sun that illuminated the world. Within the golden sun, endless radiance spread out in all directions, illuminating the entire lofty towering world. Although it didn't reveal the true meaning of Buddhism's tranquil and perfect enlightenment like the crimson sun, the golden sunlight was brighter, hotter, and purer. However, Within this great golden sun, there were also rays of precious light that shone eternally. Seeing this, Fu Ting raised her eyebrows slightly. The lineage of Buddhism's Vairocana, womb realm's Vairocana seal. She looked at the golden sun. This feels a little like, Yin Zhaoga nodded. Right, the vast Yang scripture of vast Yang palace of pre-great calamity times. We just met earlier. Back then, there was someone who cultivated in this supreme art of the immortal court, who battled against the dim radiant emperor. Two suns, one red and one gold, competed for glory in the sky at the same time. Even the lofty towering world trembled. Not only was the sky torn apart, but the mountains and rivers under his feet were also torn apart. The sturdiness and stability of the dimensions of the lofty towering world surpassed that of the eight extremities world, the vast ocean world, and the flame devil world. Still, it could not compare to places like the world beyond worlds. The two supreme martial saints, one Buddhist and one Taoist, fought. It was like the end of the world. Fortunately, both sides were clear-headed, and they tore through the sky as soon as the battle began, intending to place the battlefield in the outer realm. Regardless of whether it was the Taoist immortal court or the Buddhist pure land, this world and its people were an important source of incense and wish power. They were one of the targets that they fought over. Perhaps it was for the sake of not harming the heavens, or perhaps it was for their own needs. In short, the two exalted martial saints soared into the sky and left. Although the world was in turmoil, the lofty towering world had not been destroyed. Apart from their top experts, the other martial artists of the immortal court and Buddhist sect were also fighting against each other. Those with higher cultivations directly tore through the sky with the two exalted martial saints, while those with lower cultivations fought in the lofty towering world. Yin Zhaoga and Fu Ting exchanged glances now before simultaneously flying into the air. Taking advantage of the chaotic scene before them, the two of them immediately slipped out of the lofty towering world through a crack in the void. Compared to the time when they came to the immortal court because of Mars Halberd's attack, the void at this moment was already in a mess. Time and space became extremely chaotic. There were powerful aura fluctuations everywhere, and it seemed as if the flames of war were rising everywhere. With the current situation, even if Mother is in another world, she would probably not be able to live peacefully. She would have to think of a way to leave this place as well, Yin Zhaoga pondered. To him, Fu Ting, and Xue Chuqing, who were orthodox disciples of the three clear lineages, the battlefield between the immortal court and Buddhism was the worst place to hide. If they retracted their cultivation bases, they would easily be swept away by the aftershocks of the battle, dying mysteriously. If they did not suppress their cultivation bases, there would be no Buddhist light or Taoist treasured light within their bodies, as they would be truly conspicuous. As Yin Zhaoga and Fu Ting fled far away, they encountered this problem. While those two human exalts were currently locked in an intense battle, ignoring Yin Zhaoga and Fu Ting. Still, there were other opponents who discovered the abnormalities with Yin Zhaoga and Fu Ting. A powerful wave of qi swept through the heavens as it surged over towards the two. The newcomer's aura was powerful as it resembled dark clouds that covered the sky. Radiance vaguely flickered amidst the cloud layer as 10 silhouettes could be seen, resembling 10 descended divinities. Yin Zhaoga blurted out, "Heavenly stem cloud roiling qi?" The supreme martial art of the misty cloud star sect of pre-great calamity times. Heavenly stem cloud roiling qi? Fu Ting quickly realized. Yet another lost martial art of the world beyond worlds. Still, whether or not it was the heavenly stem cloud roiling qi, bright treasured light traversed space amidst that clump of cloud. As the cloud traveled, it defeated all the Buddhist sect cultivators it encountered, sweeping through all the enemies in front of it. Seeing this, Yang Chong and Quan Haolong were both shocked. Sect Master Shang is here. Yin Zhaoga smiled, asking, "Chief Shang?" Yang Chong laughed bitterly. "The number one expert of my lofty towering world, the sect master of the misty cloud star sect, hand of overturning clouds and rain Shang Jun." In the lofty towering world, the misty cloud star sect was the number one sect, and its strength was above that of the chaotic sky sect. Sect master Shang Jun was a famous overlord in the entire Loathing Square immortal realm. Ah, even the name of the vast cloud star sect is the same. Yin Zhaoge smiled, shifting to the side. Understanding his intentions, Fu Ting flew alongside Yin Zhaoge, gradually leaving the lofty towering world and venturing deep into space. That clump of cloud changed its direction as well, speeding over as it still looked like it wanted to stop the two. Yin Zhaoge controlled his speed, flying along with Fu Ting for a moment, before they were gradually obstructed by that clump of cloud. Amidst the clouds, a man in embroidered robes who looked to be in his 30s appeared. 10 clumps of light revolved around his body, causing him to resemble an exiled immortal who had descended into the mortal world. Looking down at Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting, the man said coldly, "Disciples of the external Tao, the matter that the chaotic heavenly sect stirred up in the lofty towering world earlier was your doing, right?" Looking at Shang Jun before him, Yin Zhaoge smiled. "Your words are completely baseless." Shang Jun sneered. "There is no use in trying to quibble." Yin Zhaoge spread his palms apart. "What do you intend to do then?" Shang Jun smiled coldly. "What do I intend to do? Of course, we'll talk about it after capturing you." Yin Zhaoge pointed at the ongoing battle amidst space in the distance. "Still, aren't you currently clashing with the Buddhists? Why do you need to be distracted by unrelated people like us?" Shang Jun chortled. "While the Buddhists and devils are major enemies before us, capturing you would not be a problem at all. The Buddhists and devils before us will not be able to rampage for long. Evil devils of the external Tao all have to be eradicated. Therefore, I might as well capture all the big and small fishes in one net, sweeping away even the small fries along the way." As he spoke, he raised his palm. "Looking at your cultivation bases and ages, I can see that the two of you are truly extraordinary. You should be peak geniuses of the external Tao. It is truly a pity that you have fallen to the external Tao. Why don't I guide you into the orthodox Tao? It is still not too late then." Fu Ting said, "Who is of the orthodox Taoism, and who is of the external Tao is not up to you to decide." Shang Jun laughed. "What do you two juniors know?" Saying thus, he descended with a palm. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge chuckled. "I know that your death is imminent." Chapter 9:11. As Shang Jun's palm fell, the 10 balls of light around him began to vibrate. It was as if the gods of all directions were roaring angrily at the same time, standing above the 9 heavens. As soon as he struck out with his palm, the momentum of his palm changed as if it contained boundless profundities. In an instant, it seemed to contain 12 layers of changes. The Misty Cloud Star sect had 2 supreme techniques. One of them was the Qi cultivation technique, the heavenly stem cloud flipping Qi. The other ultimate art that was on par with the heavenly stem cloud overturning Qi was a palm technique called the earthly branch rain overturning hand. When the 2 techniques merged into one, it was boundlessly graceful, and it displayed the changes of the world. As Shang Jun's palm descended at this moment, the space before Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting's eyes seemed to reverse. However, Yin Zhaoge did not seem to care much about this as his figure flickered, transforming into a streak of light as he directly flew out of the range of Shang Jun's palm. He looked at Shang Jun with interest. The heavenly stem cloud overturning Qi, the earthly branch overturning rain hand. Only when one can achieve a 60-year cycle change can one be considered to have truly understood its essence. Not only were you able to evade my palm, you actually also know about the changes in a cycle of 60 years. Shang Jun appraised Yin Zhaoge, young but somewhat knowledgeable. He shook his head and said, "I know that you disciples of the heretic path have gone astray and are greedy for temporary convenience. Perhaps you are indeed a bit sharper than the orthodox successors of our Taoism when competing in martial arts at the same realm. But this is just drinking poison to quench your thirst. Very soon, you will realize that your path is getting narrower and more difficult," Shang Jun said in a low voice. "At that time, you will look back to yesterday, and you will know that everything that happened today is but a fleeting cloud. Not to mention that all of you are merely at the seeing divinity realm. Even if you have some ability, you won't be able to escape from me." After Shang Jun finished speaking, his palm stance changed again. With both hands, it was as if they could overturn the world and reverse the wind and clouds. Yin Zhaoge smiled. deceiving yourself and others. He didn't even look at Shang Jun's palm, and just raised his hand. As he raised his hand, the scene in the void immediately changed. Shang Jun felt that the dark void in front of him, which he could not distinguish between up and down, suddenly had a direction and outline. He, who was originally in the void, seemed to have returned to a world with heaven and earth. Heaven and earth were formless, but in Shang Jun's perception at this moment, his head was in the sky and his feet were on the ground. However, accompanied by Yin Zhaoge's raised palm descending downwards, the sky above his head mightily collapsed. The canopy came crashing down on his head, and the world around him suddenly turned upside down. Shang Jun's palm technique also reversed the winds and clouds of heaven and earth. But at this moment, the wind and clouds seemed to be enveloped by the heaven and earth in front of them, and at this moment, everything was reversed. For a martial practitioner from an immortal court Taoist orthodoxy like you, I'm very doubtful whether or not you have cultivated the 60-year cycle transformation. With his left hand behind his back, Yin Zhaoge raised his right hand, a cyclic heavenly seal mightily descending. Shang Jun raised his hand to block the palm, and the sect leader of the Misty Cloud Star sect changed his expression. Yin Zhaoge smiled coldly. This Yin even dares to forcibly resist mid-immortal bridge martial saints of the orthodox lineage of Taoism, much less a defective product like you? Shang Jun's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. The 10 orbs of light around him suddenly became clear. The radiance dissipated, leaving behind only 10 runes. However, every single one of them seemed to contain the majestic power of the heavens and earth. 10 runes gathered in Shang Jun's palm. The essence of the 12 earthly branches overturning rain hands was fully displayed, combined with the 10 talismans obtained from cultivating in the heavenly stem cloud overturning qi, striking towards Yin Zhaoge together. The talismans and the palm art combined, 36 variations rapidly manifested. All the variations combined to form a single streak of radiance. Where the radiance passed, the winds and clouds dispersed, the heavens and earth changing color. Shang Jun's palm struck out diagonally, resembling a massive axe as he sought to cleave apart the pillar that supported the heavens. Seeing this strike, Fu Ting's expression turned solemn as well. She possessed outstanding strength, as few martial practitioners of the same cultivation level could compare to her. As a mid-seeing divinity martial saint, she dared to forcibly clash against an expert of the 7th level of the martial saint realm of the immortal court, an immortal bridge martial saint. However, facing the full-powered strike of Shang Jun of the 8th level of the martial saint realm, Fu Ting felt that she was not completely confident just based on her cultivation base alone. Even if she was inferior to orthodox Taoism, she was still an authentic expert of the 8th level of the martial saint realm. Yet seeing this, Yin Zhaoge did not even bat an eyelid. Not having cultivated 60 changes of the 60-year cycle transformation, you have only cultivated 36 in the end? Not only did he not retreat, Yin Zhaoge instead strode forward, forcibly meeting Shang Jun's attack head-on. A cyclic heavenly seal descended as per usual, causing Shang Jun's palms to shake. With a flip of his palm, he blocked Shang Jun's palms, preventing them from descending. Then his other palm struck straight towards Shang Jun's face. A phenomenon appeared between the heavens and the earth before Shang Jun's eyes. The sky below, and the great earth above. The heavens and the earth reversed, seemingly merging into a slit. Then, a palm forcibly squeezed out from within this slit, striking right before him. The winds and clouds had long since shattered. At this moment, the sun and moon dimmed as even the end of the world seemed to have arrived. There was only that palm that had caused all of this. The one that could destroy the heavens and the earth as it overturned. Filling his field of vision, Shang Jun looked rather disbelievingly at Yin Zhaoge. This was the power that a mid-seeing divinity martial saint could possess? As an exalted immortal bridge martial saint, he had originally not intended to wield his sacred artifact. His opponents were merely 2 juniors of the 5th level of the martial saint realm. He could not afford to lose that face. Shang Jun had already been prepared beforehand that Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting possessed great treasures. At that time, he would unleash methods to capture them along with their treasures. Yet Yin Zhaoge was really too ferocious. Shang Jun could no longer care about face now. A streak of radiance suddenly lit up, a massive axe of white jade flying out from his body. That jade axe expanded alongside the wind, instantly expanding from the size of a needle to over 100 feet in length. Beneath that axe, space was directly shattered as it chopped viciously towards Yin Zhaoge. It was shockingly a high-grade sacred artifact. However, while this high-grade sacred artifact was ferocious, Yin Zhaoge was even more ferocious. Faced with the massive axe chopping down from above, he did not evade or change his stance at all as he still struck out with the palm. The 5 elements deific immortal body was used on his fleshly body as he secretly circulated the Taiji Yin Yang palm beneath the cyclic heavenly seal. The profundities of his various martial arts gradually showed signs of coming together as one. Yin Zhaoge's palm struck the side of the massive axe, directly sending it spinning to the side. The hairs on Shang Jun's head all stood on end as he saw Yin Zhaoge follow up with another palm. The massive axe of white jade was sent spinning back by Yin Zhaoge, chopping towards Shang Jun instead. Shang Jun was greatly shocked as he was finally forced to retreat. He retracted his palms, simultaneously extending them to stop his weapon. However, Yin Zhaoge had already strode forward once more, continuing to strike out with both palms, striking out with 2 cyclic heavenly seals. The violent force nearly knocked the massive axe of white jade out of Shang Jun's hands. He stumbled backwards once more, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Looking at Yin Zhaoge again now, Shang Jun was already filled with shock. He had originally intended to make use of the domineering strike of his high-grade sacred artifact to force Yin Zhaoge to retreat and evade. Afterwards, he would make use of this chance to intercept Yin Zhaoge in the direction he was evading, thereby reversing the situation and seizing the upper hand, not giving Yin Zhaoge a chance to react as he would first slay him with the momentum of a thunderbolt. Never would he have thought that Yin Zhaoge would actually be ferocious to such an extent. Shang Jun had heard before that martial practitioners of the external Tao paid the price of increasing difficulty in their cultivation, in exchange for greater strength, at the same cultivation level. Still, wasn't this youth before him really a little too ridiculously powerful? While this was preposterous to the extreme, a thought involuntarily surfaced within Shang Jun's mind at this moment. Was this kid human? Chapter 9:12. 5-colored light flickered on Yin Zhaoge's torso, originating from his 5 internal organs, transforming into his 5 divinities. Under the circulation of the 5 elements, there was endless good fortune and endless vitality. As a result, his physical defense and recovery ability were greatly enhanced. It was as if he had transformed into a human-shaped flipping sky seal, and he smashed it down on Shang Jun. The high-grade sacred artifact in Shang Jun's hand, the universe reversing axe, was originally a sharp weapon, but at this moment, he was forced to passively defend. As he fought, Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself, "The quality of the high-grade sacred artifact that has been forged is not bad." His palm almost knocked Shang Jun's white jade axe out of his hand. But other than the limitations of a person's own strength, their usage of high-grade saint artifacts can't be perfect either. Although it can display the power of the saint weapon itself, it is unable to complement the saint weapon. It's as if there's a veil separating the two. Yin Zhaoge smiled knowingly. Success is due to treasured light. Failure is also due to treasured light. An object appeared in his hand. It was long and looked like a dagger, but it didn't have a sharp point. The top was flattened as if it was broken, but the surface of the port was engraved with markings. It was the Light Yin sword seal. Yin Zhaoge struck out with the palm, suppressing Shang Jun even as he tapped out with the Light Yin sword seal on that heaven-earth reversing axe. After being engraved by the Light Yin sword seal, the radiance of the heaven and earth reversing axe dimmed significantly. The white jade-like axe seemed to be covered with a layer of dust, losing its luster. Shang Jun was unable to withstand the next palm strike. The space between his thumb and forefinger split open, and the white jade axe flew out of his hand. Looking at Shang Jun, Yin Zhaoge shook his head slightly. Seeing Yang Chong, I still find it rather hard to believe. He is at the 6th level of the martial saint realm at the end of the day, having cultivated in the martial Tao for so many years. Could it be that he really has never thought about how serious the problem in his own cultivation is? Now that I see you with a higher cultivation, I seem to understand a little. The treasured light imbued with the power of faith within your bodies not only affects your cultivation of qi and martial arts, but at the same time, it is also subtly influencing your thoughts and thoughts. Everything is gradually engraved in the depths of the soul. It becomes an instinct and common sense that we are used to. We won't think of questioning or opposing it. Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. Still, the closer one is to the great Tao, the more real it is. Logically speaking, when one's cultivation reaches a certain level, they should still be able to sense it, right? It's just that at your current realm, it seems like you can't sense it yet. Then, how high does one have to be in order to realize the problem? Yin Zhaoge appraised Shang Jun all over, the latter's face livid. Even if you run rampant for a time, let's see what you can do hundreds or thousands of years from now. He took a wrong step and stepped 12 times in a row. Ripples appeared in the void, as if he was riding on clouds and mist. His entire person flew backward. The misty cloud star sect's earthly branch overturning rain hand was called a hand, but it was actually a palm technique and a movement technique. 12 consecutive steps almost had the ability to move through the void. Shang Jun, however, did not dare to continue fighting with Yin Zhaoge, as he wanted to flee. In the distance, his immortal court had a human exalt. As long as he could escape, he would be safe. However, how could Yin Zhaoge let him escape? He formed a sword art with his left hand, and pointed the light Yin sword seal with his right. Yin Zhaoge merged completely with the sword light, resembling the embodiment of a long river of time, as he sped off in pursuit of Shang Jun. Time surged unceasingly, as the flow of time around Yin Zhaoge's body seemed to suddenly accelerate. His speed seemed to have abruptly increased as Shang Jun would require a few breaths of time to traverse a distance which Yin Zhaoge could traverse in a single breath. Shang Jun was forced into a corner as he turned and chopped towards Yin Zhaoge with a palm. Yin Zhaoge's sword light dissipated as he avoided Shang Jun's palm. He punched outwards, light and darkness intermingling as chaos vaguely appeared. The next moment, chaos was retracted as light and darkness were born unceasingly. The boundless darkness retreated, transforming into immeasurable brightness. Amidst the brightness, 12 heavenly wheels circulated amidst space, resembling 12 divinities of radiance as they illuminated the infinite space. Next, the brightness shattered, yin and yang no longer existing as the universe was extinguished. A great annihilation brightness palm that contained the profundities of the peerless heavenly scripture struck ferociously towards Shang Jun's chest. 10 flickering runes circulated simultaneously around Shang Jun's body, all his true essence protecting his body. A mighty boom resounded as the 10 runes all shattered, Shang Jun spurting out a mouthful of blood. Yin Zhaoge did not cease as his fist halted before Shang Jun's chest, exerting force once more. The next moment, Shang Jun's chest was completely penetrated through by Yin Zhaoge's fist. Shang Jun stared wide-eyed at Yin Zhaoge, unable to die in peace. At this moment, Shang Jun, who had always been filled with confidence and a sense of superiority towards his Tao tradition, felt rather doubtful for the first time. He, an immortal bridge martial saint, had actually died to a seeing divinity martial saint in a one-on-one battle? Watching from the side, Fu Ting suddenly said softly, "You need not feel so unresigned. We descendants of the orthodox Taoisms, 3 clear lineages, might not even be able to produce a single figure like him in tens of thousands of years." She had originally intended to join forces with Yin Zhaoge. Having clashed briefly with Yin Zhaoge before and generally understood the depths of his strength, Fu Ting was not worried that Yin Zhaoge would be unable to defeat Shang Jun. Still, whether one could defeat an enemy and whether one could kill an enemy were 2 completely different things. Even if it was a legacy of the immortal court, Fu Ting would not be confident of being able to keep an 8th-level martial saint from wanting to fight to the death, as he wholeheartedly wanted to flee. Still, watching the entire battle, Fu Ting fell silent. She had always been a favored daughter of heaven, having grown up in a place like the world beyond worlds. Ever since she had started cultivating, she had never been defeated by opponents of the same cultivation level or of the same age. If a genius amongst geniuses like the Phoenix Prince Zhuang Chaohui were still at the 6th level of the martial saint realm, Fu Ting of the 5th level of the martial saint realm would not fear him at all. Even Fu Ting's father, the Brocade Emperor, who had already transcended the boundary between the human and immortal realms, might not have been able to defeat her at the same cultivation level back when he had been a martial saint. Having grown up in such an environment, Fu Ting had indeed received quite a blow today. She was not an arrogant and ignorant person. It was not that there were no people who could stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Gao Qing of the roving Jade Heavens was not weak in terms of talent and strength. Still, someone who completely surpassed her had suddenly appeared before her just like that. This still left her feeling extremely unsettled. This unprecedented experience left Fu Ting feeling unfamiliar, as she even felt somewhat at a loss. Still, her will was extremely firm, as she quickly calmed her surging emotions. Looking at the unresigned Shang Jun, Fu Ting shook her head slightly, as she could not help but say those words. That was actually what she was thinking most directly at this moment. Hearing her words, the corners of Shang Jun's mouth twitched as he seemed like he wanted to smile, yet was unable to do so. He wanted to speak, yet his breath finally dissipated as he breathed his last. Yen Zhaoge was nonchalant as he smiled. Miss Fu overpraises me. Many geniuses have appeared over the long years. This Yen is merely one of the numerous life forms who have been groping their way forward on the path of the martial Tao. Fu Ting glanced at Yen Zhaoge. For some reason, while his words were clearly very humble, she just felt that something was wrong when they came from Yen Zhaoge's mouth. With this, even the complex feelings within her heart from earlier gradually faded away. You did not use the martial arts of the faceless devilish scripture just now, directly killing him just like that. Fu Ting asked instead. Yen Zhaoge shrugged. I did. It was just mixed in with other martial arts. I did not cultivate in the faceless devilish scripture in the first place. It was only for this one purpose. Fu Ting gazed elsewhere. Perhaps there was no difference whether I used it or not. Yen Zhaoge gazed in the same direction as her. Their powerful auras intersected. Another immortal court exalt had clearly arrived in the vicinity. Chapter 913. Yen Zhaoge had also discovered the problem that Fu Ting had discovered. In the loathing square immortal realm, in the void near the lofty towering world, a powerful aura descended. It was not inferior to the two suns. He was clearly another peak expert, who had reached the 10th level of the martial saint realm, the human exalt realm. Looking at that brilliant treasure light, one could tell that it wasn't a Buddhist bigwig, but a Taoist expert of the immortal court's inheritance. Boundless heavenly sovereign. The majestic voice resounded through the void of the surrounding universe. When that powerful aura joined the battle, the Buddhist light immediately dimmed. Other than this peak expert of the 10th level of the martial saint realm, there were other martial practitioners of the immortal court who had come along with him. As a result, the waves of counterattacks rose, and the Buddhist martial artists began to retreat in defeat. The loathing square immortal realm and the lofty towering great world were, after all, the territory of the immortal court. It was much more convenient for reinforcements and information to flow between them than it was for the Buddhist sections. Still, this was not good news for Yen Zhaoge and Fu Ting. As expected, in the distant battlefield, after the Buddhists started retreating, the experts of the immortal court started chasing after them. However, that great golden sun rapidly streaked through the jet-black space, attacking in the direction of Yen Zhaoge and the others. In the lofty towering world, Shang Jun, who was a mid-immortal bridge martial saint, was the #1 expert. In the loathing square immortal realm, he was not a nobody. The death of such a person would naturally attract the attention of the experts of the immortal court. While Yen Zhaoge had intentionally increased the distance between them, also secretly using the profundities of the peerless heavenly scripture to obstruct the treasured light, it was still too close for an expert of the 10th level of the martial saint realm, virtually killing someone right before their very eyes. He had no time to be distracted when he was fighting against a Buddhist powerhouse of the same realm. Now that he had some free time, he immediately realized the problem. Yen Zhaoge and Fu Ting flew in retreat. This time, they were not intentionally controlling their speed like they were fishing, as they were instead distancing themselves from the lofty towering world as quickly as possible. That human exalt of vast young palace had originally thought that he would be able to catch up to the two very quickly. In the end, however, he discovered that the speed of the two surpassed his predictions. As such, he became slightly more serious. Initially, he had thought that Yin Zhaoge and Yin Zhaoge had been able to slay Shang Jun of the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm because they possessed rare treasures. But from the looks of it now, it didn't seem to be the case. Yin Zhaoge and Yin Zhaoge were extremely powerful themselves. That golden sun left a dazzling golden trail in the dark void. It didn't dissipate for a long time, like a golden river. Its speed far surpassed that of Shang Jun of the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm. While the two of them were extremely fast, they were still gradually caught up to by that great golden sun after a while. Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly as he felt the blazing, piercing heat that resembled the actual sun star. There seemed to be a palace in the golden sun, like the residence of the sun god king. Inside the invisible palace, golden flames were constantly spurting out and swallowing. A voice resounded. Ha! Two juniors of the mid-seeing divinity stage were actually able to kill Shang Jun of the mid-immortal bridge Martial Saint realm? The other party didn't seem to underestimate Yin Zhaoge and Yin Zhaoge, also not underestimating Shang Jun, who had already been defeated, and seemed to have died an inconceivable death due to this. As the sunlight descended, it was like a gaze that could see through the two of them, as it appraised them from top to bottom. There is also a traitor. That voice said. You're from the lofty towering great world's chaotic heaven sect, right? I remember his name is Yang Chong. It's a pity that he's willing to fall to the heretic path. Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, raising the winds and clouds as his aura dispersed, revealing Yang Chong and Quan Haolong. Yang Chong looked at the golden sun with a complicated expression. Supreme Vast Yang. The Vast Yang Palace was the strongest power in the Loathing Square immortal realm, and it was at its peak when the Vast Yang Emperor was still alive. After the Vast Yang Emperor had perished at the hands of the world beyond world's dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia, the Vast Yang Palace had not been able to produce any more true immortals in recent years. However, the rise of Vast Yang Palace's Palace Lord, Vast Yang Exalt Pei Hua, still allowed Vast Yang Palace's reputation to continue to rise. At the very least, it could continue to dominate the Loathing Square immortal realm. In the golden sun, the image of the palace gradually disappeared, and the figure of an old man appeared. The old man's hair and beard were pale gold, and he was dressed in a white robe. His entire body seemed to be glowing. It was none other than the palace lord of the Vast Yang Palace, that had been rebuilt after the great calamity of the immortal court's legacy, Pei Hua. Pei Hua glanced indifferently at Yang Chong, saying mildly, Yang Chong, do you know the consequences of associating with the evil forces and going against the heavenly Tao? Yang Chong stammered, This disciple. Yin Zhaoge spread his palms apart. Yet, it was precisely because he saw the emperor of your lineage besieging an emperor of my orthodox Taoism 2-on-1 that he ended up not being a match for, that he realized his problem. The Vast Yang Exalt Pei Hua's gaze swept across Yin Zhaoge and Yang Chong. While it was clearly blazing hot sunlight, it caused a chill to arise within one's heart. Yang Chong clenched his teeth, instead going all out. This disciple definitely has no intention of betraying the Tao. I just hope that I can try walking a different path for myself. I want to try cultivating in the external Tao, but my heart is still towards the heavenly Tao, always thinking of the immeasurable heavenly Lord. Pei Hua looked at him. This is the reason why you were unwilling to undergo the baptism of illumination after your treasured light became unstable, preferring to flee instead? Yang Chong grit his teeth. Please spare me, Vast Yang Exalt. Still, not waiting for him to finish, Pei Hua had already waved a hand. Since you have already fallen so deeply into the external Tao, I will not force you to stay. Joy had just appeared on Yang Chong's face when he saw the terrifying sunlight transform into an all-encompassing golden rain, descending towards him. Let alone his current cultivation base being weak, even at his peak, Just a single drop of that golden rain would be sufficient to claim his life. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath. The extreme young seal slowly rose, blocking that golden rain. The difference in cultivation base between the current Pei Hua and Shang Jun was virtually like the difference between the heavens and the earth. The rain only paused for a moment before continuing to descend. Still, making use of that pause, Yin Zhaoge had already pulled Yang Chong along as he rapidly retreated. This sacred artifact. Pei Hua's eyes lit up. Interesting, interesting. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, he smiled coldly. You think that you can protect him? Yin Zhaoge similarly smiled. I might even be hard-pressed to protect myself. Still, you definitely won't let me leave so easily anyway. Since that is so, I might as well give it a try. Pei Hua's smile was rather strange. Your talent and strength are good. And your mentality is good as well. What a pity. Before his words had landed, the treasured light within his body suddenly grew even more dazzling. At the same time, the originally weakened treasured light within Yang Chong's body became extremely dazzling as well. Yang Chong was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as his body actually began gradually turning transparent before shattering, finally transforming into a long rainbow along with the treasured light. While Pei Hua no longer attacked, he had already ended Yang Chong's life. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge was not vexed as he instead stared at Pei Hua thoughtfully. So this treasured light of the power of faith is not solely provided to the immeasurable heavenly Lord. Important figures of the immortal court with higher cultivation bases and experts of a region can also benefit from it along with the immeasurable heavenly Lord. Oh, it should not be as extensive as the immeasurable heavenly lords, instead being limited to a single region. For example, you only benefit from the legacy martial practitioners of the immortal court within the loathing immortal realm. When they worship the immeasurable heavenly Lord, you can also bask in some of his glory. Hearing his words, Pei Hua's expression grew more solemn as he halted, appraising Yin Zhaoge once more. Yin Zhaoge similarly appraised Pei Hua. Of course, you yourself still have to worship the immeasurable heavenly Lord. Also, you are one of the sources of the power of faith that is worshipped the most within the loathing square immortal realm. Still, on this basis, you can also be considered to be enjoying some benefits along with the immeasurable heavenly Lord. Am I right? Pei Hua's voice was indifferent and ethereal. We are sincere in our pursuit of the Tao, existing alongside the heavens. Chapter 9:14. Together with heaven? Repeating these words, Yin Zhaoge could not help but smile. From the looks of it, it should be the same for the emperor experts of the immortal court's lineage. They should be able to share in the offerings of the power of faith. And even more than you. Is an exalted martial saint like you the lowest standard to enjoy the honor of being one with the heavens? The expression of the vast young exalt Pei Hua had already regained its calm. Under the golden sunlight, his face seemed to be covered with a thin veil. Pei Hua slowly said, "Did you deduce all of this just now?" Yin Zhaoge spread his hands apart. "I only learned about the existence of your immortal court in the past 2 days. Although I had interacted with Buddhism before, my understanding of it was limited. Speaking of which, I was just about to ask if the Buddhist sects are the same as you in this aspect." While Buddhism had already existed before the Great Calamity, and Yin Zhaoge also knew what the scriptures of the future Buddha were, his knowledge of the specifics was comparatively limited. Pei Hua declined to comment as he looked quietly at Yin Zhaoge. "You already know a lot." Yin Zhaoge curled his lips. "As I see it, you also know a lot." He looked towards the place where Yang Chong had vanished, towards the place where he had slain Shang Jun earlier. Far more than Shang Jun of the 8th level of the martial saint realm. You are completely different from them. Yin Zhaoge appraised Pei Hua with a very strange gaze. You should truly understand the difference between your immortal court's lineage and the orthodox Taoism's 3 clear lineage. Is it because of the sect's accumulation? The great emperor of your sect left a message, and you knew it from the beginning? Or is it that when the martial practitioners of the immortal court ascend to the 10th level of the martial saint realm, the human exalt realm, when you possess the qualifications to be one with the heavens, you begin to have the chance to see the truth. Yin Zhaoge looked rather curiously at Pei Hua. Pei Hua's expression was indifferent. If you want to gain something, you have to pay a price. Aren't all of you heretic disciples the same? It's just that the price we pay is different. Compared to people like you who may not get anything in return for your efforts. As long as we are sincere in our pursuit of the Tao, the heavens will take care of us. Our rules are far fairer than yours. Pei Hua's gaze swept across Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting. As I see it, this is the orthodox path. Yin Zhaoge said, the scriptures of you and the scriptures of the future Buddha are similarly influenced by one's innate talent. Although for all of you, the most important thing is to have a heart towards Buddhism and Taoism, and your innate talent and comprehension are all inferior. But the undeniable fact is that under the condition of offering incense and power of will, the higher your innate talent and comprehension, the easier it is for you to reach a higher peak. Yin Zhaoge looked at Pei Hua. For example, your talent surpasses that of Shang Jun and Yang Chong. Pei Hua calmly said, so what? He looked first at Yin Zhaoge and then at Fu Ting. I can tell that the two of you are both shockingly talented, unparalleled geniuses whose auras devour the universe. Geniuses amongst geniuses. Two mid-seeing divinity martial saints were able to slay Shang Jun, who was a mid-immortal bridge martial saint. If it were me at the 5th level of the martial saint realm, I would definitely not have been able to do this. Generally speaking, the martial artists of the heretic path are stronger than the righteous cultivators of the immortal court in the same realm. And the two of you have far surpassed your peers in the heretic path. But, Pei Hua slowly raised one of his palms. Before me now, however outstanding the two of you are, it is all useless. Bright golden sunlight condensed on Pei Hua's palm, that was incomparably dazzling. Because my cultivation base is much higher than yours. I admit that I will most likely not be able to defeat the human exalts of your heretic path. Still, our good has true immortals who can subdue them. Pei Hua's expression suddenly turned rather complex. Meanwhile, the emperors of your heretic path will also be taken care of by sovereigns of my good path. As he said this, Pei Hua slowly pushed out with a palm. The blazing tough power of Yang enveloped the heavens, causing Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting to feel as though their internal organs were on fire at the same time. Yin Zhaoge inhaled deeply, his internal organs emitting light, as it was as though 5 divinities were standing tall. Beneath the manifestation of the 5 elements, power flowed in an endless stream as a 5-colored treasured light enveloped his entire body. Fu Ting was surrounded by plain-colored cloud qi, as she executed the grand plainness immeasurable body of the grand cosmos 5 manifestations. The plain-colored cloud qi was unceasingly worn down by the golden sunlight, yet it would immediately be regenerated, neither increasing nor decreasing, as it seemed immeasurable. Still, this palm of Pei Hua's was even more powerful than when he had struck earlier. Where the golden sunlight touched, Yin Zhaoge's 5 elements deific immortal body, and Fu Ting's grand plainness immeasurable body, both showed signs of instability. The difference in their cultivation bases was too great at the end of the day. Beside Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting, Quan Haolong was involuntarily stunned when Yang Chong had died earlier. Now, enveloped by the great golden sun as well, his entire body quivered as he looked disbelievingly at Pei Hua, who had once been the overlord of the loathing square immortal realm in his heart. Even if he was a martial practitioner of the immortal court, having been able to cultivate to the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, how could he possibly be a fool? Because he had worshipped the Tao since young, he had never doubted the immeasurable heavenly lord and the immortal court. If Pei Hua had slain Yang Chong with a single palm, Quan Haolong would at most be sad and feel pity for him. Yet, not a single bit of Pei Hua's power had truly landed on Yang Chong just now. It was actually the treasured light within Yang Chong's body that had not been under his control, as it had instead been controlled by Pei Hua. As a result, Yang Chong had been forcibly transformed into a rainbow and died involuntarily. Seeing this, Quan Haolong was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as a chill coursed through his entire body. Whatever method Pei Hua had used to kill Yang Chong, even if it had been poison or a sneak attack, Quan Haolong would not have been as panic-stricken as he was now. Seeing Yang Chong die, however stupid Quan Haolong was, he would still associate it with himself. His expression was both terrified and dazed as his gaze was filled with chaos. The originally pure, bright treasured light within his body became unstable for the first time in his life, as it flickered unceasingly. As the treasured light lost its balance, Quan Haolong's true essence and aura immediately grew dim to the point where Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting could clearly sense it. Pei Hua glanced indifferently at him. Might as well just not leave him alive. While the force of his palm had affected Quan Haolong, as soon as the treasured light within his body lost its balance, it immediately transformed into a rainbow. Before dying beneath Pei Hua's palm, he had already followed in Yang Chong's footsteps. Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Such a method can only be used on martial practitioners of the immortal court, who have already betrayed the Tao. If the other party is still devout, with the treasured light remaining constant, it will be ineffective? While Pei Hua's palm brought about great pressure, Yin Zhaoge's expression was as usual, as he even found the time to ask. You said just now that you could cleanse Yang Chong anew. You should be able to do so for this Quan Haolong as well, right? Pei Hua gazed at Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting. As compared to him, I would be more willing to cleanse the two of you. If peerless geniuses like you can renounce evil and return to the righteous path, your hearts towards the heavenly Tao, it would be a great merit of mine. Chapter 9:15. Yin Zhaoge wielded the extreme yang seal to block Pei Hua's palm force. He smiled. Are you rather coveting this treasure of mine as well? Looking at the extreme yang seal, Pei Hua said slowly. At first glance, I still could not be certain. Now, however, I can tell that this is the extreme yang seal of your external Tao. It once belonged to an expert known as the Exalted Solar Luminary. Yin Zhaoge blinked. You know of the Exalted Solar Luminary? Pei Hua said mildly. I have heard of him. I heard that his lineage had some ties with my vast Yang Palace. The concept contained within this extreme Yang seal is indeed somewhat similar to the vast Yang scripture. Since that is so, this sacred artifact is truly fated with my vast Yang Palace. I have no qualms in accepting it. Hearing this, Yin Zhaoge chuckled. Did you ask me, its current owner, for your plans to be so good? Pei Hua similarly smiled. You have already converted to the heavenly Tao in the first place, entering my vast Yang Palace to learn martial arts. Amidst his laughter, he abruptly clenched his open palm. The concept was similar to that of the extreme Yang scripture, also sharing some similarities with the radiant light sect's lineage of the dim radiant sect. The fist that shone with golden light resembled the descent of the great sun, destroying all where its radiance passed. Facing this vast sun-divine fist of Pei Hua's, Yin Zhaoge's expression was heavy as he swiftly went through his original plan once more, preparing to face the enemy. Now, however, space suddenly shook in the distance. The dark space cracked open, and a long river appeared, crossing through the void and passing in front of everyone. Seeing this, Pei Hua could not help but frown. Why have you come to the loathing square immortal realm? The newcomer was shockingly an expert of the immortal court, at the 10th level of the martial saint realm, the human exalt realm. That majestic aura was not as fierce and blazing as Pei Hua's, yet it was more abundant and long-lasting. The long river formed of his true essence flowed endlessly, traversing the universe as it resembled a heavenly river. Heavenly river scripture? While Yin Zhaoge did not recognize the newcomer, he quickly recognized the martial art he executed. It was a supreme martial art that was not inferior to the vast Yang scripture in the least. In pre-Great Calamity times, there had been a famous sect known as the Heavenly River sect, its disciples renowned for their dense true essence. At that moment, a green-robed man was standing on the surface of the river. When he saw Pei Hua, he hurriedly said, "It's best if you're here. Hurry up and come help." Before he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in the direction where the heavenly river appeared. So what if there are two? As the indifferent voice sounded, a white sword chi appeared behind the green-robed man without any struggle. The green-robed man was shocked. He swept up the boundless water of the heavenly river and faced the white sword chi. There was only a wisp of white sword chi. It looked like a cloud of smoke, and was almost undetectable. But like a sharp blade cutting through cloth, the white sword energy lightly slashed, and the mighty Milky Way was cut in the middle. It was as if the long river that ran through the void was directly split apart by a wisp of white sword energy. Pei Hua, Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting exclaimed simultaneously. Immortal ending sword. Wherever the sword went, there was no spiritual light or Tao pattern. There was only destruction, nirvana, slaughter, and termination. Let alone that green-robed man. Even Yin Zhaoge and the others who were far away felt illusions appear before their eyes, as they saw that faint white sword chi. Between the heavens and the earth, all things of creation, whether they were tangible or intangible, seemed to be extinguished by this sword, drawing a final period. Yin Zhaoge himself cultivated in the immortal ending sword. Seeing this sword now, he could be certain at first glance that this was the most authentic prime clear direct lineage, the immortal ending sword of the immortal exterminating four swords. At the source of the distant heavenly river, that figure seemed to have not moved at all, yet he had already arrived nearby. He just stood there quietly, just a few steps away from the green-robed man. It was as if he had always been standing there, never having moved at all. Gazing over, Yin Zhaoge, Fu Ting and Pei Hua saw that it was a youth. His clothes were white as snow, and he wore a jade crown on his head. Apart from a green steel sword, there was nothing else on him. This youth looked no more than 15 or 16, but his actual age was hard to discern. Yin Zhaoge discovered that it was very difficult for him to clearly see his appearance. This was because as he gazed at that youth, his mind would waver slightly as he seemed about to lose consciousness. That feeling was like he had died, his soul having left his body. Still, Yin Zhaoge could be certain that it was not his martial arts that could confuse one's mind. Instead, it was an extremely sharp sword intent. It was sharp to the point that if someone gazed at him, they would be injured by it. Before they could even realize it, they would already have died beneath his sword. In comparison, Lin Hanhua, who resembled a sword, was much gentler. At the very least, Lin Hanhua's sharpness could still be seen. Meanwhile, just having the thought and movement of looking at this youth before them, most people would already have been injured by him. While he looked young, he was clearly a peerless sword cultivator, a peak expert of the 10th level of the martial saint realm, a human exalt of the orthodox three clear direct lineage of Taoism. Compared to the southeastern exalt Chao Jia, who Yin Zhaoge had personally encountered, and was also a sword cultivator, this human exalt in the form of a white-clothed youth before them was more domineering, as he displayed his sharpness. Pei Hua actually recognized that white-clothed youth, Long Xueji? At the same time, Fu Ting said another name. You are the little sword god Qian Xueji of the past? Yin Zhaoge swiveled his head asking, do you recognize him? Fu Ting muttered to herself, I do not recognize him. Still, such a sharp sword intent, as well as his white clothes and jade crown, look very much like a senior of the past. That senior mysteriously vanished. Never would I have thought that he was actually a martial practitioner of the prime clear lineage. That white-clothed youth ignored Pei Hua, not commenting on Fu Ting's title of address. His gaze swept the area, piercingly cold as it finally came to rest on Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting. Why are the two of you here? Yin Zhaoge's eyes narrowed slightly into slits, recognizing Fu Ting, and recognizing me as well. He is actually surnamed Long. While he was speaking to Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting, that white-clothed youth did not cease in his attacks. Breaking the heavenly river with a single sword, he chopped towards the green-robed man with another. The green-robed man wielded his high-grade sacred artifact to parry. Yet a shocking scene occurred. The white-clothed youth directly broke the other party's high-grade sacred artifact with a single sword. Yin Zhaoge saw this clearly. The sword in the hands of this prime clear lineage, sword cultivator's hand, was not even a spirit artifact or artifact, let alone a sacred artifact. It was just an ordinary green steel sword, a common weapon that could be found in ordinary blacksmiths, and weapon show being able to break a sacred artifact was entirely due to his own cultivation base. Even more terrifying was that after breaking the other party's sacred artifact with a single sword, The momentum of the sword did not cease as it continued descending on the body of that green-robed man. So what if there are more opponents like you? The white-clothed youth said indifferently. You really bring shame to the name of human exalts. The green-robed man's eyes seemed on the verge of imploding as he wanted to struggle. Yet, struck by a single sword, his body was directly cleaved into two. Chapter 916. A supreme being was killed on the spot. Such a scene was undoubtedly a ghastly sight that shook the heavens and the earth. What was even more shocking was that the person who killed that exalt was not an expert of a higher level, but an exalted martial saint. But to the white-clothed youth, all of this was as easy as playing it down. The vast young exalt Pei Hua did not step forward to help that green-robed man. On the contrary, as soon as he recognized the white-clothed youth, he turned around and left. Even Yin Zhaoge, Fu Ting, and the extreme young seal ignored them. However, although Pei Hua had immediately fled, the white-clothed youth did not let him off. He slashed out with his sword from afar, and a white sword chi instantly caught up to Pei Hua. Pei Hua said hatefully, Long Xueji, if you dare to come here, my immortal court will definitely send an emperor expert to kill you. Long Xueji, who was dressed in white and had a jade crown on his head, said nonchalantly, a martial emperor of the heretics cannot kill me. As the sword fell, the golden sun immediately dimmed, and the sun set in the west. Long Xueji took a step forward and struck out with his sword again. The sunlight was completely annihilated, and the void became pitch black again. Pei Hua let out a miserable groan as one of his arms was chopped off. White sword chi lingered around his wound. Not only did the injury go out of control, it continued to spread. The white sword chi rose up along the wound, destroying even more of Pei Hua's severed arm, and continuing to threaten his body. The long sword in Long Xueji's hand was raised for the third time. Seeing that Pei Hua could only close his eyes and wait for death, golden flowers suddenly appeared in the void, forming a sea of flowers. The golden flower blocked the white sword chi. Seeing this, Long Xueji frowned slightly. Pei Hua was wild with joy. The hearts of Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting both shook, as they felt an extremely powerful will descend upon this region of space. He was even stronger than Pei Hua. That was the aura of an expert who had pushed open the immortal gate. He had crossed the boundary between human and immortal, and had already become a true immortal. However, he returned to the human world, descending into the mortal world. You're not slow. Seeing this, although Long Xueji was a little surprised, he did not panic. He glanced at Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting from the corner of his eye, shaking his head slightly. Red light suddenly flickered on his body as he had already vanished amidst space, as if he had never appeared in the first place. As Long Xueji vanished, the golden flowers also vanished along with him. Is he pursuing that person called Long Xueji? Yin Zhaoge pondered. He could sense that Long Xueji had swept a glance at him and Fu Ting before he left, the emotions in his eyes vaguely containing some regret. Connecting this to the fact that Long Xueji knew him and Fu Ting, Yin Zhaoge felt that if not for the appearance of that emperor of the immortal court, Long Xueji might have something to say to him. Although it was extremely sharp, it didn't seem to have any malicious intent towards him. Long Xueji had left earlier not because he was afraid of that emperor of the immortal court. Instead, he had wanted to change the location of the battle lest it implicated Yin Zhaoge and the others. Even as Yin Zhaoge pondered, he did not remain where he was as he instead beckoned Fu Ting to leave with him. But before his eyes, the golden sunlight shone again. Pei Hua's expression was unfriendly as he gazed coldly at the two. Wanting to leave just like this? Aren't you oversimplifying things a little? Yin Zhaoge looked rather amusedly at the wound on Pei Hua's severed arm. A wound caused by the immortal ending sword is not easy to heal. With no one helping you, you will be crippled for life. Not finding a place to heal your wounds now, you still want to fight us? Pei Hua said coldly. Capturing the two of you alive for illumination would indeed be difficult. Still, killing you would be a cinch. Looking at his wound, there wasn't much hatred within his gaze as there was more of a sigh. Even amongst you martial practitioners of the external Tao, Long Xueji should still be one of the top experts amongst human exalts? I am not his match, but someone can take care of him. Pei Hua swiveled his head to look at the two. Just like how Shang Jun and Yang Chong are not your match, I can capture and kill you. Saying thus, Pei Hua clenched his fist, directly punching towards Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting. As soon as he made a move, white sword chi instantly erupted from the severed arm on the other side once more. The wound had already virtually extended to his shoulder. Pei Hua's face was even paler, but his expression was cold as he was unmoved. It is useless even if you have the extreme Yang seal. However supreme a genius you are, if you do not ascend the immortal bridge, the extreme Yang seal would still be a pearl covered in dust, unable to display sufficient power. His vast sun divine fist was ferocious beyond compare, destroying the heavens and extinguishing the earth as it instantly arrived above Yin Zhaoge's head. Yin Zhaoge laughed. Don't be hasty, don't be hasty. It would still be fine if you were a human exalt of another lineage. Yet, you just had to cultivate in the vast Yang scripture. Yin Zhaoge's smile turned icy cold. Since that is so, don't just stare at the extreme Yang seal. This Yin has even better treasures waiting for you. The roar of a dragon resounded as a palace suddenly appeared. The great gate of the palace opened. Blurry radiance that was neither bright nor dark surged amidst the dim space within as it was hard to describe. Amidst the radiance was a massive metal wheel. There were 12 holes on the metal wheel which slowly rotated alongside it. This object just existed there, silently circulating at its own pace, as it did not interfere with anything in its surroundings, also not being shaken by anything else. However, as the fist intent of the vast Yang exalt Pei Hua touched it, that metal wheel suddenly shook. Pei Hua was first taken aback. Still, feeling the concept contained within the metal wheel, his expression instantly changed greatly. He was greatly enraged. Dim Radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia, the first and only vast Yang Emperor in the history of the vast Yang Palace, who had pushed open the door to immortality, had perished precisely because of Yin Tianxia that year. That vast Yang Emperor had been one of the many opponents that Yin Tianxia had faced in the final battle of his life in the lands of the Immortal Court that year. His special concept, and that unique vigorous treasured light of the power of faith, were stimulating the dim radiant wheel. One of the main materials of the dim radiant wheel was Yin Tianxia's own corpse. He had retained his final will to a certain extent. The dim radiant wheel that Yin Zhaoge was usually unable to wield suddenly moved, as it was stimulated by Pei Hua's fist intent. Radiance arose amidst the infinite darkness, forcibly blocking Pei Hua's vast sun divine fist. The powerful rebounding force shook Pei Hua's body to the point of shaking, the wound on his other shoulder exploding even further. Pei Hua glared at Yin Zhaoge. So you are Yin Tianxia's descendant? Yin Zhaoge chuckled coldly. If that person had not appeared earlier and you had not been heavily injured, I would have been thinking about how to retreat safely. Now though, he raised the extreme Yang seal, smashing it down towards Pei Hua's head. Now, I am thinking about slaying an exalt. Pei Hua roared furiously. With just you. He wanted to retract his palm. Yet the dim radiant wheel rotated at this moment. Radiance scattered, boundless darkness sweeping the area. Pei Hua was actually unable to retract his attack, as his fist was forcibly sucked in by the power of the dim radiant wheel. The dim radiant wheel was currently still incomplete, its power also far from reaching the level of an immortal artifact. Still being heavily injured, Pei Hua was actually unable to break free for the time being. Seeing the extreme Yang seal descending, Pei Hua roared loudly. Infinite radiance emitting from his entire body as a golden palace was rapidly constructed around him. With the palace blocking it, the extreme Yang seal was temporarily unable to harm him. The two sides descended into a stalemate. Yet Pei Hua emitted a muffled groan. The white sword chi from his wound spread unceasingly, the flesh and blood of his entire shoulder, already disintegrating, as the wound expanded unceasingly. Chapter 917. The injuries inflicted by Long Xueji's immortal ending sword were hard to contain as they continuously damaged Pei Hua's vitality. In the battle with Long Xueji earlier, Not only had Pei Hua sustained heavy injuries, he had also lost many of his treasures. In order to block Long Xueji's sword, many of Pei Hua's treasures had been destroyed by the immortal extinguishing sword. Pei Hua had originally thought that even though he was heavily injured, he would still be able to quickly take care of Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting, even if Yin Zhaoge possessed a treasure like the extreme Yang seal. Unexpectedly, however, Yin Zhaoge actually possessed the dim radiant wheel. While the dim radiant wheel had yet to become an immortal artifact, it was still extraordinary. It was just that Yin Zhaoge was still hard-pressed to wield it. But he couldn't, but his opponent could. At this moment, the dim radiant will seem to possess its own emotions, and will as it circulated on its own, resisting the successor of the former vast Yang Emperor, the current vast Yang Exalt Pei Hua. At the same time, Yin Zhaoge attacked with the extreme Yang seal. Unable to extricate himself, Pei Hua was forced to circulate his entire body's true essence, releasing it to protect his body as he resisted Yin Zhaoge and the extreme Yang seal. If it were any other time, Pei Hua was confident that he would be able to defend till the end of time, with Yin Zhaoge still not being able to break through his defenses. An exalted martial saint from the immortal court was still an exalted martial saint, an existence that looked down on the world. How could he be compared to an ordinary person? However, Pei Hua was heavily injured. Earlier, he had still been barely able to hold on. Now that all his attention was focused on dealing with Yin Zhaoge, the extreme Yang seal, and the dim radiant wheel, his injuries instantly worsened further. Other injuries were fine, but the injuries caused by the celestial extinguishing sword of the end of death could be fatal if he was even slightly careless. This was how it was now. As Pei Hua was distracted in blocking Yin Zhaoge's attack, his originally already severe injuries worsened further. The white sword qi slashed at his body, turning into terrifying sword scars. Heavily injured, he couldn't keep up, and the golden palace formed by his protective veritable essence finally collapsed. Pei Hua howled in rage and despair. Yin Zhaoge ignored him, a cyclic heavenly seal landing on the extreme Yang seal, before the great golden seal smashed downwards. Thus there were no two suns in the sky. The sun hung high in the sky and set below the mountains. This human exalt martial saint of the immortal court's lineage had his head smashed into smithereens by the extreme Yang seal. With Pei Hua's death, his original injuries were completely out of control. The terrifying white sword qi scattered in all directions, causing his body to be torn into pieces, dying without a complete corpse. Looking at the scene before him, Yin Zhaoge shook his head slightly. I don't know whether I should say that my luck is good, or that your luck is bad. The surrounding space was constantly changing, and it seemed complicated and chaotic. Yin Zhaoge had no time to feel emotional, as he hurriedly fled alongside Fu Ting into space. The commotion caused by killing Pei Hua was much greater than killing Shang Jun. Not to mention that Long Xueji had previously killed another exalt martial saint of the immortal court here. The Loathing Square Immortal Realm was the front line of the battle between the immortal court and the blessed lands of Buddhism. Experts gathered here and experts from the immortal court could arrive at any time. Only now did Yin Zhaoge have the time to ask Fu Ting, who exactly was that expert of the prime clear lineage just now? Fu Ting had a rather complex expression on her face as she said, 200 years ago, there was a shockingly talented young martial practitioner who rose to prominence in the world beyond worlds. His origins a mystery as his sword shook the world. His name is Qin Xueji. He traverses the entire world beyond worlds alone with a single sword, being invincible amongst those of the same cultivation level. He is hailed as the Little Sword God, and some also respectfully refer to him as Third Sword Qian, meaning that no martial practitioner of the same cultivation level would be able to receive 3 of his swords. Yin Zhaoge's interest was aroused. Oh, is that really so? Fu Ting nodded. As far as I know, there was only one exception. The Northern Exalt suppressed his cultivation base to the same cultivation level as Qin Xueji back then. The two clashed for more than 3 rounds. Fu Ting sighed in admiration. Still, it is said that the Northern Exalt nearly perished beneath Qin Xueji's sword as he released the restrictions on his cultivation base at the critical juncture of life and death. thereby averting disaster. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. What cultivation level was Qian Xueji at that time? Fu Ting said, 4th level of the martial saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage. Yin Zhaoge pondered. That is indeed impressive. The gap between the two was just too great. Even though that northern exalt had suppressed his cultivation base, his knowledge, experience and techniques that surpassed many others would still be sufficient to dominate most seeing divinity martial saints. Even so, however, the victor was still that young swordsman. Fu Ting sighed. Still, after that battle with the northern exalt, no one saw him again. Such a genius who presided over an entire generation was like a shooting star, suddenly appearing in the world beyond worlds, before vanishing just as abruptly. At that time, everyone thought that this monarch was extremely fragile and died young. Everyone felt that it was a great pity. However, it was now known that he was actually of the prime clear lineage. Yin Zhaoge said, it was probably because he had to go all out in that battle against the northern exalt that he revealed his background as a descendant of the prime clear lineage. Therefore, he had no choice but to leave the world beyond worlds after the battle, returning to the roving jade heavens. Fu Ting pondered and said, from the looks of it, Qian Xueji should be an alias. Perhaps Long Xueji is his real name? If his surname is Long, Yin Zhaoge laughed. I heard that the Dragon Spring Emperor is surnamed Long. Fu Ting slowly nodded. Perhaps, senior brother Lin and him, Yin Zhaoge said. According to this senior dragon's past accomplishments and the strength he displayed earlier, an emperor of the heretics shouldn't be able to kill him. We don't have to worry about him. Fu Ting sighed. Although he is a martial art practitioner of the roving jade heavens, we are all of the orthodox lineage of the 3 clear lineages. I hope that he can escape safely. After all, his opponent is a true immortal. The difference between a mortal and an immortal was like the distance between heaven and earth. A powerful grandmaster might be able to kill a great grandmaster. A powerful martial grandmaster might be able to kill a martial saint. While the chances of that happening were slim, it was not impossible. Still, from ancient times till now, there had never been a martial saint who had been able to slay a true immortal in a one-on-one battle with his own cultivation base, and without the help of external forces. This was because in order to push open the door to immortality, one had to first transcend the immortal mortal tribulation. If one transcended it, they would become an immortal. If they failed, they would perish, their Tao extinguished. However, after transcending the immortal mortal tribulation, they would ascend to immortality in a single step. From then on, they would no longer be mortals. All the tribulations and tribulations of the mortal world would no longer be able to harm them. In other words, however strong a person was, it would be hard for them to slay a true immortal just by relying on themselves. All your offensive methods would be ineffective against true immortals. This was truly a heavenly chasm. Humans could only gaze at the heavens and sigh. All life forms of the past and present were no exceptions. It's fine, Yin Zhaoge said. While the methods of martial saints are ineffective against true immortals, this does not mean that humans are unable to resist the methods of true immortals. With the methods of that senior Long Xueji, even emperors of the immortal court would most likely be unable to do anything to him. True immortals stably stood undefeatable. Still, this did not mean that victory was assured. Of course, most of the time, it actually meant that victory was assured. There were only extremely few exceptions. Still, the Long Xueji that Yin Zhaoge had met today was clearly a human exalt, who could create such exceptions. Fu Ting nodded silently. Perhaps. The roving jade heavens was a world that was different from the world beyond worlds, yet similarly vast and boundless. Spiritual qi overflowed with a myriad of phenomena. Green Duckweed Mountain, named after the sword of the founder of the prime clear lineage, the Lord of Numinous Treasure, was precisely where the orthodox lineage of the prime clear direct lineage was located in the roving jade heavens of post-Great Calamity times. In front of a cave within the mountain stood a youth who was as sharp as a sword. It was precisely the Shadow Mountain Sword King Lin Hanhua, who had left the world beyond world's Golden Court Mountain earlier. Now a white-clothed, jade-crowned youth appeared without any prior warning. The little sword god Long Xueji. Seeing him, Lin Hanhua bowed respectfully. Father. Chapter 918. Lin Hanhua, like Qian Xueji, was actually a pseudonym. This sword cultivator of the prime clear direct lineage, the former head disciple of Golden Court Mountain of the world beyond world's southeastern Yang Heaven territory, should have been named Long Hanhua. He and his father Long Xueji were both descendants of the Dragon Spring Emperor. When Long Xueji had returned to the world beyond worlds that year, his identity had been exposed, and he had returned to the roving Jade Heavens. When his son Long Hanhua came of age, he would replace Long Xueji in heading to the world beyond worlds. Sadly, he ended up like his father, having no choice but to leave the world beyond worlds and return to the roving Jade Heavens. Arriving before Long Hanhua, the white-clothed youth Long Xueji retracted his aura, allowing others to look directly at his face. Although they were father and son, his appearance did not resemble Long Hanhua much. Without knowing the relationship between the two beforehand, it was difficult to associate them as father and son. Long Xueji had the appearance of a youth, while Long Hanhua looked older than his father. Long Hanhua said, "Father, eldest uncle invites you to go directly to Scenery Peak after returning to the mountain." Scene Peak. Long Xueji gazed towards the distant mountain range. "Your grandfather has come out of seclusion." Long Hanhua answered, "Probably in the next few days. Eldest uncle is waiting for you there. He invites you to go with him after you return to the mountain." Long Xueji nodded. "Since that's the case, Hanhua, follow me." In Green Duckweed Mountain, the two of them didn't fly. Instead, they walked all the way to another mountain peak. That place was the residence of Long Xueji's father, Long Hanhua's grandfather, the Dragon Spring Emperor, where the Green Duckweed Mountain Scenery Peak's flowing heaven cliff was located. After Long Xueji came of age, he left Scenery Peak's flowing heaven cliff and set up his own residence on Green Duckweed Mountain, establishing his own Dao arena and no longer staying with his parents. Father and son arrived at the Scenery Peak's flowing heaven cliff and were informed by the gatekeeper boy that the Dragon Spring Emperor had already left seclusion. Long Xueji and Long Hanhua entered the cave. There were 3 people inside. A young man in his 30s was leaning on the couch with his eyes closed, as if he was taking a nap. A young girl sat at the side, gently massaging his legs. It was Gao Qing. Seeing Long Xueji and Long Hanhua enter, Gao Qing instantly beamed. Little uncle, you've come." Long Xueji's gaze softened. "Qing-er." Gao Qing raised a finger to her lips and said quietly, "Great-grandfather is taking a nap." Beside him was an old man who was sitting upright. Seeing Long Xueji and Long Hanhua enter, the old man nodded. "Third brother, did your trip go smoothly?" Long Xueji cupped his hands in greeting. "Big brother." A youth addressing a white-haired old man as brother seemed to be slightly strange, but Gao Qing and Long Hanhua were used to it. The white-haired old man was Long Xueji's elder brother, the eldest son of the roving Jade Heavens profound sovereign and Dragon Spring Emperor, and the master of Green Duckweed Mountain's minor white peak, Gao Xuebua. He was also Gao Qing's grandfather. Their bloodline followed the surname of profound Empress Gao, and they inherited the Gao family's bloodline. Like Long Xueji, Gao Xuebua was also a human exalt of the 10th level of the martial saint realm. One school produced 1 sovereign, 1 emperor, 2 supremes. The 4th-generation disciple Gao Qing was already a martial saint. In terms of bloodline, the Dragon Spring Emperor's family could possibly be called the strongest family amongst the martial practitioners of Taoism. Long Hanhua also greeted the old man, "Uncle." Gao Xuebua nodded towards Long Hanhua before looking at Long Xueji. Long Xueji sent via sound transmission. "The war between Buddhism and the external Tao has already begun, the flames of war growing fiercer and fiercer as time passes. It should be reaching its peak in the coming years." "That is good. I have some plans that should be put on the agenda." Gao Xuebua nodded. "Father has already left seclusion, and it will soon be time for mother to exit seclusion as well." Long Xueji was silent for a moment before he continued. "This time, I saw that Yin Zhaoga in the territory of the external Dao. Gao Shueba's white brows twitched slightly. He was actually there? And the result? Long Xueji shook his head. An exalt of the external Dao made things difficult for him. I heavily injured that exalt of the external Dao, and he should have been able to escape. Sadly, an emperor of the external Dao descended at the time, and I could only draw him away, not being able to bring him back to the roving jade heavens in time. Gao Shuebo pondered. He already knows about that immeasurable heavenly lord. Long Xueji answered. He should already know about it. The two brothers, one young and one old, fell silent for a time. His current cultivation base should still be at the seeing divinity stage, right? Gao Shuebo's expression turned cold. Could he have been sent there by someone? This would be ruining his future prospects. Long Xueji said. The daughter of the world beyond worlds brocade emperor Fu Ting was also with him. Gao Shuebo slowly shook his head. While he is of the world beyond worlds, he is also a rare seedling of our Taoism's direct lineage. Yet he is actually going to be destroyed as well. No need to be overly pessimistic. Now, a voice resounded by the ears of the two brothers. That youth who had been dozing off on the bed stretched lazily, slowly waking up. We can't come to a conclusion yet. Long Xueji and Gao Shuebo said in unison, Father. That man who had just woken up, and looked to be in his early 30s, was shockingly none other than the Dragon Spring Emperor. Born of the orthodox three-clear lineage, he had been famous for thousands of years, as he had long since pushed open the door to immortality, and ascended into the immortal realm. He was extraordinarily handsome, as he vaguely resembled Long Xueji, and Gao Shuebo somewhat. It was just that he was different from the sharp Long Xueji, and the upright Gao Shuebo. This exalted emperor was leisurely and languid. He said lazily, Speaking of this, we really have to thank Yin Tianxia. If not for him, even we would probably not be able to leisurely discuss matters of the external Dao here. Yes. Long Xueji and Gao Shueji both had thoughtful looks on their faces. Their conversation had all been via sound transmission, as only the three of them could hear it. Gao Qing and Long Hanhua were unable to hear it, as they only saw the Dragon Spring Emperor wake up. Gao Qing instantly smiled happily. Great-grandfather, you can't just tell half of the story. The Dragon Spring Emperor chuckled. What? Do you want a reward for doing some work and massaging this old man's legs? I've doted on you all this time for nothing. Gao Qing blinked, saying pitifully, Even if there's no reward, there shouldn't be any punishment, right? You've only told half of the story. It's just too sad to leave someone hanging like this. The Dragon Spring Emperor could not help but laugh. Where did you learn to be so sharp-tongued? He shook his head. Oh, where was I earlier? Gao Qing hurriedly reminded. I was talking about you and your eldest apprentice brother roaming the world together. The Dragon Spring Emperor said. Yes, that's right. That was the time when I was young and wild. Later on, when I grew older, while I was no longer as frivolous, I was still very hot-blooded. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here. Gao Qing clapped her hands and smiled. If you hadn't come, I wouldn't be here. Grandfather, little granduncle and little uncle would also be gone. Gao Shuebo shook his head, while Long Xueji and Long Hanhua also smiled. After laughing, Gao Qing then asked curiously, Then your eldest apprentice brother didn't come here to look for you? The Dragon Spring Emperor answered, He did. Gao Qing nodded in understanding. Then he definitely wasn't a match for great-grandmother. Otherwise, you would have to return with him. A reminiscing look appeared on the Dragon Spring Emperor's face. No, eldest apprentice brother one. Chapter 919. Hearing the Dragon Spring Emperor's reply, Gao Qing was instantly dazed. How could that be? Old ancestors said that in terms of swordsmanship, great-grandmother had already surpassed her. The Dragon Spring Emperor smiled but did not speak. Gao Shuebo said slowly from the side. When your granduncle traversed the world beyond worlds that year, he was given the title of Little Sword God. Do you know about this? Gao Qing nodded. Yes, granddaughter understands. Gao Shuebo said. Since there is a Little Sword God, there will naturally be a Sword God. This, Gao Qing gradually understood. Grandfather, you mean to say? Gao Shuebwa said. The world beyond worlds Kunlun Mountain was renowned alongside the 9 luminaries in the past. You know this as well. One of them was acclaimed as the #1 figure in the Tao of the Sword of Taoism in post-Great Calamity times. Gao Qing widened her eyes. Beside him, Long Xueji said quietly, the exalted gold luminary has another title, Sword God. It's a pity that I wasn't able to witness his elegance with my own eyes and experience his swordsmanship. The Dragon Spring Emperor smiled. I can impart eldest apprentice brother's sword moves to you, but I indeed have no way of letting you juniors have a taste of his own flair. Long Xueji smiled upon hearing this. Gao Qing looked curious. While I knew that you were from the world beyond worlds, great-grandfather, I did not know that the exalted gold luminary was your senior apprentice brother. The Dragon Spring Emperor smiled mildly. There are few in the world beyond worlds who know about it now. Gao Qing nodded, quickly turning her attention back. Great-grandpa, did great-grandma really lose to the exalted gold luminary back then? Also, the saying of Taoism's #1 sword cultivator of post-Great Calamity times. There was a conflicted expression on her face. The prime clear direct lineage's supreme martial arts did not just consist of the immortal exterminating 4 swords. However, the immortal exterminating 4 swords were the highest achievement of Taoism's sword Tao, and had always been the pride of the prime clear descendants. Ever since ancient times, the prime clear lineage's top-notch experts in the Tao of the sword had never ceased to exist. After the Great Calamity, generation after generation of prime clear descendants had made a name for themselves in the Tao of the sword, roaming the world. In Gao Qing's heart, her great-grandmother, the profound sovereign, was the #1 expert in the sword Tao. Even if the world beyond worlds still had an expert with the title of sovereign, the sword sovereign, little granduncle Long Xueji had been invincible amongst those at the same cultivation level, as he had traversed the world beyond worlds alone that year, seemingly proving this point as well. Gao Shuebwa then said, the exalted gold luminary came to the roving jade heavens for father's sake. Mother fought with him in the sword, and it was indeed mother who lost in the end. His expression was a little complicated as well. These were all personally said by my mother in the past. My mother had never been convinced by anyone in the path of the sword. However, she was indeed defeated by the exalted gold luminary in a one-on-one battle back then. However, they only fought once. Mother felt that her swordsmanship had improved over the years, but she always regretted that she couldn't have another match with him. Gao Qing pursed her lips, looking unhappy. Gao Shuebwa looked at his granddaughter and slowly said, even mother was defeated. Our prime clear lineage naturally lost face. Fortunately, there was still one more person in the roving jade heavens. Gao Qing rallied her spirits and asked curiously, didn't you say that old ancestor was injured back then, and had always been in seclusion? And, in terms of swordsmanship alone, the profound sovereign had actually already surpassed her. Yet, she had still been defeated by the exalted gold luminary. The person that Big Brother speaks of is not old ancestor, Long Xueji now said. Instead, it is our little apprentice aunt, your great-grandmother's little apprentice sister. Gao Qing blinked, coming to a sudden realization as she clapped her hands. Little granduncle, are you speaking of that legendary Emperor Purple Ji, the Sword Emperor's senior apprentice granduncle? Purple Ji Cliff's roving jade palace. This was the Tao arena of the prime clear lineage's founder, the Lord of Numinous Treasure. With Purple Ji as his emperor title, and the title of Sword Emperor, it could be imagined just how powerful he was, and how great his swordsmanship was. It was just that there were very few in the world beyond worlds who knew of this title now. In the roving jade heavens, it was only a legend, as it was only recorded in historical records. Gao Shuebwa said, back then, little apprentice aunt was in secluded cultivation. Fortunately, it was not death's seclusion. The exalted gold luminary suppressed the roving jade heavens with his sword. The various seniors had no choice but to invite her out of seclusion. Gao Qing asked excitedly, senior apprentice granduncle definitely defeated the exalted gold luminary? Gao Shuebwa stroked his white beard, letting out a rare bitter laugh. That battle ended in a draw. However, ultimately, little apprentice Ant admitted that she lost by half a move, Long Xueji continued. Mother and the other seniors all tacitly agreed to this result. Gao Qing called out unhappily, "Why?" Gao Shuebwa sighed. "Because our prime clear lineage has the immortal exterminating four swords that the Lord of Numinous Treasure left behind, leading Taoism's sword Tao for countless years, as it has been tempered thousands of times." Meanwhile, the exalted gold luminary used his great wisdom, willpower and divine abilities to transform the supreme martial arts of the Jade Clear lineage into the Jade Illusory Heaven-Opening Sword, allowing this world to finally have a supreme sword art that can stand alongside the immortal exterminating four swords. Even during the investiture of the gods era, when the immortal exterminating sword formation had been broken, the immortal exterminating sword and the other three swords had fallen into the hands of the Jade Clear lineage descendants of the primordial Heavenly Lord's lineage. Even the Grand Clear and Jade Clear lineages had produced many bigwigs of the Tao of the Sword in their long history. Still, in terms of accomplishments in the Tao of the Sword, the Prime Clear lineage had always been the strongest amongst Taoism. Meanwhile, the immortal exterminating four swords had always been the strongest supreme sword arts of Taoism. That was until a person and another sword art had appeared, the exalted gold luminary and his jade illusory heaven-opening sword. The Dragon Spring Emperor had not spoken, appearing rather lost in thought. His memories had already returned to thousands of years ago. That proud figure laughed arrogantly. "Star Spring, come, come, come. I'll show you something good today. A sword art that I've created myself." Outside the roving jade heavens, the two most outstanding rising stars of Taoism's sword arts battled amidst the endless space. The purple-clothed youth struck with his sword, splitting apart the heavens and earth. The white-clothed girl swept her sword horizontally through the air, destroying the heavens and extinguishing the Tao. This was a battle of the pinnacle, displaying the most dazzling brilliance of the Tao of the sword after the Great Calamity. The Dragon Spring Emperor had personally witnessed the most marvelous sword battle of his life. The lingering charm within was something he still yearned for even now. The first time, and also the last time, he had not seen it for thousands of years afterwards. Regaining his wits, he smiled as he looked at the shocked Gao Qing. "Because of this, your great-grandmother's little junior apprentice sister admitted that she had lost by half a move, with the Sword Emperor not being a match for the Sword God. It was also precisely this battle that determined the position of the number one figure of Taoism in the Tao of the Sword after the Great Calamity." Gao Qing was also dazed by that scene that surpassed her imagination. After a long while, Gao Qing finally looked pitifully at her great-grandfather. Great-grandfather, the exalted gold luminary defeated great-grandmother, and then great-grandmaster. "Then you," the Dragon Spring Emperor was all smiles as he said, "I still stayed behind. Otherwise, how could I have married your great-grandmother? If I had left, wouldn't there be no Qing, or no grandfather, no little grandmaster and no little uncle?" You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.